single one. So what we're going to do today is we're going to pick up where we left off. You're not going to see the screen quite yet because I am going to be connecting to the server, and I just don't want to give information about the server. So now we can let it pop up here. So it should pop up on your screen again in just a second. But yeah, so we're jumping on the server that Ultrasource has been hosting for us, which has been fantastic. Joining people like Ultrasource, Drongo, Allison Adventures. We might have others join us. Now, we logged out in a closet pretty close to town. One thing about jumping into multiplayer, there is always a risk I will jump in and instantly die because the place I logged out ends up being a place zombies end up at. It's just a risk you live with. So it's always scary to be the first one to hop on the server each time, but someone's got to do it. Okay. So just waiting till it says start. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Why are you getting no notifications for mobile? Because the mobile app has always been a trash fire. It sucks, but it's... Holding right, holding right, holding right, holding right. Do we live? Schrodinger survivor? Okay. Now it does help that the server pauses when no one's on. So since me and Allison hopped off at the same time, if no one's been on since then, which is actually a pretty strong possibility, that literally none of the zombies had a chance to move around. So it does mean we're basically leaving off almost like we're playing single player, where everything is exactly where we left it. Alright, now the downside is we did have the water get turned off. So we are slowly depleting our water. The good news is there's a river really close by, so in a pinch, we can get water there. I don't remember what our weapon situation is, and our food. I've got some danger berries, some thistle, and all that. Weapons were in bad shape. I don't know what to tell you, Darth. Unfortunately, just what the realities are... Pretty consistently, the mobile app has not been nearly as reliable. And part of that is just the nature difference of mobile. Mobile apps are just a very different experience that you have to worry about a lot more things potentially not working right. Do we have any actual food here? Food. Yeah, I got food. Bottle of scotch. So grab the milk, and grab the chips. So as much as I want to immediately run down, and start fighting, the reality is I'm low on food. Oh wow, I'm just slamming these berries and they're doing nothing? Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to run north, because there is a bug in multiplayer right now, where when you log out an area, it seems to bug the foraging for that area. So I'm going to be running up north, and it seems like the answer is you get to the next cell over, and once you get to the next cell over, it seems like the loot for foraging fixes. That is a long hang. The door bug is really annoying. The one where the doors pop open and close. Alright. I didn't want to do this, but it's fine. So we're going to put away the biker jacket. It's starting to get to the summer. It's starting to get hotter. We still got our leather pants on. We're not going to compound it by wearing full leathers. You notice that you lose flashlights that are attached, logging back off and on. That are attached. Oh, you mean like the little, the Alice flashlights? But they don't look as cool? I mean, we still got our ripped leather pants. Ripped leather pants and a bulletproof vest. It's certainly an experience. Besides, we gotta show off the gun show. Granted, we're showing off the gun show as we are quickly losing weight. I might have to jump in and help with this fishing stuff, too. You know, we can even go all in on this. Give me that bulletproof vest. We're putting that in there. Bam. We're just running around, no shirt, fanny pack, our torn leather pants, and a pirate hat. Alright, sort yourself out. I say, before I forget, I need to be carrying at least a couple rags on me so I can craft weapons. Does anyone see the problem of what's happening right now? Okay. Either that zombie was wearing 3 t-shirts. Okay, I was gonna say, I was queuing stuff up. When I was queuing stuff up, I kept pulling the same shirt, ripping it, getting the rags, and then the shirt was still there, and then pulling the same t-shirt and ripping it and getting rags. And we were just in this weird cycle of just ripping off the same shirt and ripping it again, and just continuously feeding stuff off of it. So I'm guessing multiplayer queuing is just super broken, or it was pulling, you know, I was telling it to rip shirt and it was just grabbing the nearest shirt and it happened to not be the same zombie. Okay. Look, man, I'm not looking to fight the entire world. I'm just trying to get far enough up here that I can forage so I can get a snack. Just need snack. I need weapons. Okay. Eat the next berry. Okay, so I finally got far enough I could start foraging. Go and slam some thistle while we're at it. Why are there so many of you out here? It's literally the middle of nowhere. Oh, you know, I bet this is. I bet this is from that second helicopter. Because we went west, and I bet you this was zombies drawn from, like, the warehouses and farms to our north. Well, we'll just keep leveling our skills, that's fine too. I also think it's good that I work on some of the maintaining things as opposed to like pushing Lake Fallis. That way, you know, I'm doing that while people are on. Have more people involved for like the meaningful pushes and all that kind of stuff. Start focusing more with long-term survival in mind, so we're going to start grabbing watches with the intent of taking them apart. Hey, Airfen, how's it going? Wait, is that... No, it's not. I thought I saw someone with like a really big backpack. Alright, that'll be the glasses we knocked off. Yeah, so grab some stuff for bait and everything. Alright. Oh, we got another frog for Allison. Trying to avoid getting extra fights I don't really need. Alright. So I'm kind of accepting that I'm probably going to need to just head west. What's the advantage? Oh, it's just so that like later on in the evenings when it starts to getting dark, I don't have other things to work on. I could just slam out a bunch at once. So it's not really a big thing either way. I'm just choosing to do it that way so that it's more, I'm handling what's more convenient to do a bunch. If I start getting my carry weight too high, I'd still just take them apart wherever we're standing. Okay. I make my way back over to where Drongo and them are, because I know they've got fishing poles. Because this weight is going to be a problem. And I know the other two have been working on getting their fishing skill up. And I'm going to have to play some catch-up. Oh. If I go up farther north to... Alright, so foraging is broken here. Because, yeah, there's just a problem in multiplayer right now where foraging breaks in a lot of places. There's also the weird thing where you select the thing and it'll take it out of your bag, but then it won't do the actual function. And then you have to select it again. Not the end of the world. But there is a lot of those kind of bugs going around in the, Did you detach that? Put that back on. Come on, man. Oh, I see what's happening here. I'm mistaking this because I have a holster and I usually don't. What world record? I used to have the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 kills on one character, one life on sweaty tryhard settings. That record has been beaten, but, you know, that is a claim to fame I had for a good while. And the person who beat my record, I believe... No, there was... held the record afterwards for like a year. And I think someone did ultimately finally beat Lamprey, I believe. I don't remember if it was Twist or who it was. Okay, so put that all away. Unfortunately, foraging is bugged over here, so we're just going to keep on moving. The bugged foraging is pretty rough. And the reason I'm walking instead of jogging, even though I've got plenty of stamina, because we have to cut through some trees and all that, and I don't know exactly where stamina's at. I've found the stamina's a little bit harder to predict in multiplayer than I'm used to, and that probably just goes in that. Is this a new run? New-ish. We are playing in a multiplayer server with a bunch of friends. Right now, I'm the only one on. But we're in our first month in the game. So, like, my character's been alive for 16 days, and I probably missed, I would guess, 6, 7, 8 days that were played that was not on. Imagine any friends to play with. Anyone can make friends. Just takes effort. Because, like, for example, if you're looking for people to play Project Zomboid with, make friends there, you know. Find a community of people who play Project Zomboid. Introduce yourself. Be a positive member of that community. See if anyone wants to play. It requires you to step outside comfort zones, which can be a bit rough. It's not easy. I'm not trying to imply like, oh yeah, you just do it and friends happen. But like, if you do find yourself in a situation where you're like, man, I just don't have any friends. I mean, that's on you as a individual to deal with that. Like, that's just kind of how it works. Yeah, find places where people of common interests go. Hang out, share that common interest, see where it goes. Alright, so we're gonna try and head over here to where all those... Yeah, no, I know you're joking. But it's a broad you know, that's a broad statement to put out there, because usually with any joke, there's a hint of truth. And even if not, like, you know, there's going to be people out there suffering. Something, something, be the change you want to see in the world. Except friends. Okay, there's a random backpack laying on the ground, I guess. I believe Drongo was in the house one more to the south here. Yeah, it's such a bummer that the foraging bugs out when people are logging in and out in areas. Not that I think people should change their behavior to address it, it's a bug. But it kind of means, like, we're almost going to have, like, that's the designated foraging area over there. Don't log out over there. You know, and if something happens and you have to, like, let everyone know. I do believe it corrects itself after a while. Yeah, alright. So we've already read the electrical one. Okay. Alright, so we do have a fishing pole. Just gonna borrow that. And if I break it, I believe we have a nail and everything else we can. Drawing gonna have to make it. I don't have the recipe. But I could give all the materials, so that'd be really easy to remake it. And how are the crops doing? They're well watered, but we know nothing about them because we have no skill in farming. What is this? Alright. Let's get rid of that. It's going to do me no good. Alright, so it's been a hot minute since I've done any fishing in the game. I'm going to go ahead and put you on the back. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Desperately trying to survive. I did put bait on that, right? I think it said it was bait. Okay, there is bait on it. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, right now, though, we don't have a whole lot of places to take advantage of. We should get pretty close to the, peak hours. Did Twitch add stuff to the player? Yeah, so they added where you can, like, scrub so you can go back and forth on it and all that. I mean, I'm sitting here at literally 0 fishing skill. Yep, subscriber, or if you're, it's either subscriber or if you have Twitch Turbo. And thank you, Midland, for the 7-stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. Oh, I need to keep in mind that sometimes we lose our bait and everything. Let me bring it in. Yeah, we lost our bait. Grab a caterpillar. Oh, did I actually... Yeah, it's on there. Yeah, so for right now, we're just gonna fish here. I've got no fishing skill. So we're going to be enduring some really, really crap returns on our effort for a little bit here. Until I get a couple of levels. And as much as I don't want to sit here and just grind out fishing too badly. There you go. As much as I don't want to grind out fishing too badly, we are losing body weight real fast. And we don't really have another means of, you know, maintaining it available. So very beggars can't be choosers. This is the option I got. This is the option I gotta take. I know they nerfed the lower level fishing, which is what we just gotta endure through, which is the way it used to be. How do you know if you have a fish in the hook? It'll start pulling back. So there's not like a bobber-like thing like that. What'll happen is you'll start seeing the little dial on above my character will start filling up as the fish starts taking away the thing. So it's pretty clear. And that's a matter of bringing it in anytime that's not hitting that yellow-red area. Yep, no, you gotta level it somehow. That said, days that it rains, we'll get a much better rate of fishing. Dawn to dusk, sorry, dawn we'll get more fishing, better fishing. Dusk we get better fishing. You get the idea. I think if it's overcast, you get better fishing. But just straight up sunny days, it's not as good. So tomorrow in game day, we'll do a little walk up the river and see if there's a better spot where it's not right up here by the shore. But for right now, it's gonna be dark soon, so I'm just kind of accepting what we got. The zombie's kind of annoying. Yeah, I don't have anything I can deal with him without going the whole way around the river. It's just Bob. Bob's just over there doing Bob things. Real mouth breather, that Bob. It's real awkward around him sometimes. Past 9 p.m. now? Yep. I'm just gonna go ahead and, like, either if it starts to get dark, or we catch the next fish, that'll be when we stop. Because you can still catch things outside the boost. It's just, I gotta get those first levels of fishing so that this gets to be not quite as rough. Yeah, so say even if it's not dark yet, we'll turn in at 10. The shame we didn't have a fishing book or anything. Like I said, I'll try walking up or down the river, see if we can't get one that's... So it looks like the river gets wider to the north. So tomorrow we'll go north and see if that helps anything. Bob room counting is like that. You work around, you slowly get used to it, but he's really handy at tearing down walls and painting them pink. Everyone's got a talent. Alright, let's bring it in. So I'm going to go ahead and take a little sippy sip here. And we'll wash ourselves. Or not. Wash ourselves. Not because there's any reason to need to, just because I'm going to. Alright. You notice he avoids caution orange walls like the plague? I mean, to be fair, avoiding caution tape is probably genuinely... If we're talking about the percentage of people who avoid caution tape and the people who don't avoid caution tape, there would be more people alive per capita that avoid it. In the sense that if you took 10 people who avoid it and you took 10 people who don't, the odds are being 10 people who don't survive longer than 10 people who... Sorry, 10 people who do survive longer than don't. You know, that just makes sense. Alright. Okay, the door is still here. That's actually impressive. Alright. Oh, we might still have enough light to take apart these watches. See if Allison notices that. Drop the flint there. We'll toss the leather jacket over here. Okay, and someone's stockpiling watches there, so I'll just add to the stockpile. Okay. You have the 24 and 25 badges. 24 and 25 badges. Oh. For the Twitch recap? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, no, it's fun stuff. Oh, and... Oh, okay. Alright. So we got a lot of stuff that's going to go bad here. So I'm going to try to do, so this doesn't go to waste, I believe I can put a lot of this into salad, so all these things that are stale that are going to rot very soon, I'll grab just the stale stuff. I think I might need the, you know, like one... Okay, I think if I grab the one potato, I can milk that out for a number of meals. And that'll go fine. We'll drop off the police vest. And I should be able to, oh, never mind. I took that out of the fridge and it instantly rotted. Yeah, that's what I was kind of figuring. Is that, that was, like, right on the edge of rotting. Yep, so there's the plantains that all went at the same time. You go and take those for me, friend. Add some stale marigolds to it. Okay, so what we want to do here is, unfortunately, it looks like the sage is going to go any second now, so we'll chuck that. The comfrey is going to go any second now. Because those things are rotting in my hands, and they were in the thing there. We've got some of the maggots are starting to go. I could still cook with those. I should be able to cook with the mint. Yeah, it was the plantains. The plantains were, in this one, they're a poultice, not an ingredient. No, it's fine. You see, when you go and you take the time to make it into a salad, it makes it fresh again. Just like real life. If you get some, like, really limp, sad cabbage, you know, it's not rotten yet, but it's like, you eat it and you feel actively depressed at the thought of putting it in your mouth. You just put it in a salad and it's all fine. Weirdly, it won't let me add the other ones. That's fine. We'll eat this. Oh no. Flavor-wise, you might not notice difference. I'm willing to bet texture-wise, you'd probably be pretty acutely aware. Does it take me a minute? Eat that. And low-key, fun fact, if you actually get your cooking higher, it will let the hunger go just a little bit farther than it would normally otherwise go. I'm pretty sure I just had some seasonings rot in my pocket. Yeah, I'm guessing that was all the stuff that was in the fridge at the time the power went out. And so it's all going bad at the same time, all the stuff that has that shorter shelf life. And just like that, it's all gone. Yes, that rotted. The lemongrass is about to go. The marigolds rotted. The mint rotted. The sage rotted. The thyme rotted. Yeah, no, I managed to get just the tiniest bit of that eaten before it went. Yeah, no, you can. The thing about using the rotten stuff for cooking, which you can do when you get to higher levels of something like 7, it does work. There is a little bit of a caveat, though. And that caveat with that is you do take a very significant penalty to how much you get from it. So if I take, like, a rotten cabbage, so a cabbage would normally have, like, say, 10 hunger it solves. The rotten cabbage, when I go to use it, what it will do instead is maybe give me 1 hunger, and that's it, or like maybe 0.3 hunger or something like that. You get the idea. You get a very small fraction of it. So weirdly enough, it can work well for helping with happiness, because you are adding more ingredients, and that's all that it cares about for happiness with food, is how many different ingredients you put into it. But as far as, like, actual... Like, as far as, like, actually, like, how good, bad, or otherwise it is for nutrition and all that, you can use the raw food, but you only get a tiny fraction of it. It's still worth doing, but it wouldn't hold on to a giant mountain of raw food to try and, like, utilize on it or whatever. Alright. Come on. I'm so hungry. I've got a nice delicious snail over there. You know you want it, fish. I want you to want it. I need you to want it. Come on. Probably trash or a bait fish with how little it's fighting. Empty tin can. Well, put that on the ground. Wait, what? Bait none. But I put the bait on there. It's right here. Gotcha. Okay. So it's another one of those things that isn't updating quite the way we want it to. That explains why I was having such bad luck of getting anything. I've got basically just a hook. Whereas this time I actually have bait on it. Yeah, it seems like you have to take the bait out of your bag, then add it. I've been running into that a lot. Not just with the bait, but like just a lot of stuff you go to craft it, and it takes out of its bag, then cancels the action, so then you have to redo the action a second time to actually get it to craft it. But it's only when it's not in your main bag. And there's always been some stuff that, like, if it's not in your main bag, it won't work or whatever. But this one particularly kinda sucks. Come on, man. You got a nice juicy snail on there. Actually fresh. Please. Please. Because it used to be the way that fishing worked is you basically caught a bunch of rubbish that, you know, they get a little hunger here and there, but it wasn't good. And you'd be holding out for stuff like sea bass and pike and these fish that you grab the fish. And then you could barely, like, walk because the fish was so heavy. I think you could even get to the point that some of the fish were heavy enough. If you set the fish down, you couldn't pick it back up. It was heavier than your inventory would allow, so you'd have to butcher it right there. Like, you get a big old pike. The pike would be like 45 weight. So you'd have to, like, take off your clothes just to have the carry weight to carry the pike. I need it to rain is what I need. Also, my alarm did not go off. Not that it matters. The helicopter's been fairly recently. Like, I think it's only, like, 2 days since me and Allison wrapped last night, which would imply, since it doesn't look like anyone was on since then, we probably have somewhere in the area of, like, 8 days. Which means if we do get a helicopter, it'll probably be towards the tail end of stream. Come on, man. I know my fishing sucks, but it doesn't suck that bad. I mean, it does. We just got to get, like, 2-3 points, and this should get much faster. Because the catch is I can't forage here, so if I start running low on food, I get in this weird thing where I gotta go a distance and then start foraging. But we would get a bonus to our foraging for being starving enough. So... It's also the thing, if Drongo does end up hopping on, I'll give him his fishing pole and all that. Like I'm borrowing it because I'm getting a little lean. Holy crap, please. We're gonna try moving. I heard listening to Allison and all of them, I heard someone mention something about fake bubbles and all that. Is it just you, or did you have friends? Oh, grab the watch. Yeah, so this is like unknown information about all these. Okay, so try that set. This is a server I am playing on, but it is a private server, yes. Most likely, if you're looking for a public server, you can just jump on in like any capacity. Just jumping into random streams and finding that, you're probably not going to have much luck. Unfortunately, for a lot of creators, we are going to have to be a little bit more cautious in how much we open it because of stream sniping and trolls and all that kind of garbage. So it is what it is. You might be able to find, like, on the subreddit or that, people looking for others to play with and all that. I am getting nothing. Like, I'm trying to remember how fishing was so far as that. You have about 1,200 hours into Zomboid, just looking for a nice server. Yeah, like I said, you're probably going to have better luck either checking like the Project Zomboid forums or the subreddit and all that. Or if there are people who have large communities that are like specifically they do Project Zomboid. Probably not the server they're playing on most likely, but there could easily be people in the in their communities who are running their own servers. How stream sniping an issue if PvP is turned off? If you have voice turned on, they could just say a bunch of racial slurs and all that while next to you. If you have voice turned off, they could say a bunch of racial slurs in your chat. If you have the chat down, they can, you know, like drive their car up here and like block me in. You know, if you have fire turned on, they could start fires. They can start shouting to draw zombies to you, firing off guns nearby you, honking their horn, running the yellow arms. Project Zomboid actually has lots of opportunity to just generally ruin the experience for people. They can grab things out of the inventories and move them to trash cans and just delete them from existence. If you don't disable the ability to like take apart stuff, they just go up to your house and start disassembling, you know, your stove and everything else, so you suddenly don't have things. They could just steal your stuff and run off. You get the idea. There is a lot of opportunity for trolling in Project Zomboid. And a lot of it is like pretty awful. They can try and poison your food and all that, and if you're not watchful, you could miss the green skull on it, and now you're poisoned and dead. I would argue actually Project Zomboid is a game that you have to be more vigilant than most for stream sniping. Because, like, you know, if you're playing, like, Call of Duty and someone hops in your game and they kill you, all you lost is time. No big deal. Whereas a game like Project Zomboid, if you get hours and hours and hours and hours into a playthrough, and then they troll you in some way to cause your character to die, you then lose, you know, hours and hours and hours of effort. But yeah, so there's lots of griefing opportunity. Okay, so I had about an hour there. Do I still have my bait? I do. Something like WoW Hardcore. Yep. Where you can absolutely still kill people, even though it is technically PvP off. You just gotta be a little bit more creative than run up and murder. I'm kind of going to a set of bubbles, putting in an in-game hour waiting there to see if we get anything, and if not, moving on to the next set. Because I'm a little curious if it's another one of these things that, like with the forging being broken, that maybe the fishing has problems too. I honestly don't know. Are you? I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? Because I know Allison and Drongo were the ones doing a bunch of fishing, and they clearly had at least some success. Is it that, or they don't like snails? I haven't run into historically any bait that that you can use as bait that they don't go for. I'm not under the impression that one bait is particularly better than the other, but I could be wrong. Took a Pokemon break today? Gotcha. I'm assuming you mean you were playing something else today? We can try something other than the snail. I'm not against it. Doesn't bait eventually fall off? It can. And that's the reason I keep checking. We could remove that bait. Which has now ceased to exist entirely. We can add the caterpillar. There we go. Like, we're not on the good hours for fishing or anything, but, like, we're struggling. And I need to get those levels in fishing, and I believe we only get levels in fishing, I think, if we catch fish. So where we got that bait fish, that counted. But where we got that tin can, that didn't count. Come on, man. We are just gonna starve to death. Have you read Fishing 1? No. With our loot settings and all that, and the population settings, the chances we have any book read is going to be pretty close to zero. Our opportunity to get books is pretty non-existent. So it will be slow boating leveling on that. That said, it seems like the XP in Build 42 is very generous than I remember for Build 41. A lot of my skills have been leveling way faster than I'm used to, and we did not buff anything on the server. Hey, Sim, how's it going? It's good to have you here. Can we get a shout out for Simcopter 1, by the way? Absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Something I highly recommend. Check it out. Plays a lot of like simulation, strategy games, that kind of stuff. Good times over there. Friend of the channel and all that good stuff. Just got here. You ready for all the Project Zomboid tips and tricks? Apparently, I'm not doing well with the fishing at all. I would say multiplayer is more novelty to me, being entirely honest. It's not that I, like, hate Project Zomboid or anything like that. I have played a lot of Project Zomboid over the years. I'm gonna try going up to where we see the foraging come up. Yeah. Mixed chicken and mushroom and veggie tacos? Nice. Seems fishing works now really does not want you to get into it. That's what Yo-Yo asked. Oh, trapping seems like a lot of a hassle. It's fine, like they can go. Oh, you're never here seeing the Project Zomboid roots? Yeah, no, very much like, Project Zomboid's an excellent game. It's just an excellent game that I put thousands and thousands and thousands of hours into. So, I still enjoy popping back in once in a while for a little while. But, it's pretty difficult for me to jump in and, like, just put in a lot of time. So I'm gonna go until we see the foraging come back. Okay, that's not promising. To see if maybe it's related to where the foraging breaks. I don't mind fishing taking a while, but when you're sitting there for like literal in-game hours and not even so much as a bite, it feels a little weird even at low levels. Because normally you just get a bunch of garbage, like, you know, soda cans, that kind of stuff. Okay, so what are the things you always do with a new run? So normally when I'm playing at like sweaty tryhard settings with like extremely high zombie pops and that kind of stuff. So usually the way I approach the early game is first of all just getting away from the immediate zombies. So getting out of town. Lower pops, you don't really have to do that. But then, you know, it's kind of the assessing like what are the things that are going to be immediate problems first. So stuff like, okay, you're going to need water as your second need. So where can you get water? So I'll try and move to some place that I'm going to have access to water, whether it's a river, a lake, that kind of thing. A well is really good if you can find one. Sometimes you can get by if you just have a house that's got like a couple of bathtubs and sinks and all that. Because eventually the water is going to get turned off and you're going to have to sustain water. After that, it's food. And usually for my early game, food is just foraging. So just go off, find like fields and all that. Turn on the foraging mode over here and just wander around. That could also be a source of weapons that are okay. Once you get past there, it's some place to sleep. Whether that's you just find a bed someplace or whatever. And so it's kind of that early game. Also try to make sure to grab a watch right away at the beginning of the game so you can see what time of day it is and that kind of nonsense. But once no canned frozen food? I mean, if I can find it. Usually on my settings, I get bullied away pretty early. And a big part of it is making sure I can start pursuing sustainable stuff. Because, you know, the canned and frozen food, once the power goes off, the frozen food's all toast. And then the canned food works perfectly fine. But, you know, it's a finite resource that you're going to have to keep pushing to more and more areas. And low pops, you can do that. You can literally just move neighborhood to neighborhood to neighborhood to survive. But usually on the higher pop settings, that's not really a long-term solution because me moving into the next town is a multiple in-game month commitment of fighting. And that whole time I'm burning calories. And then also long-term you've got high-calorie and low-calorie food whether you need to gain or lose weight. And for gaining weight, that's going to be stuff like making butter, fishing, trapping. One moment. I believe I have a hatchet in here still. And then a lot of it is, once I have an area that I'm like, alright, here's what I think I'm going to be holding up, I'll spend a lot of time just going around the area, killing all the nearby zombies. Even if you have respawns turned on, it's always good to, like, the start of every morning, once you've gotten, like, your basic food and water and all that done, is kind of just do the lap around your neighborhood and be like, okay, do I see any zombies nearby? And any zombies in that immediate proximity need to go. And then part of it for like me is just kind of widening that perimeter. Because the wider I make that perimeter respawns on or off, the less likely some random zombie's gonna pop in and catch me by surprise. I usually don't focus on any specific skill too much. Like I don't sit there and start my day being like, let me grind my carpentry, let me grind my whatever. I kind of do stuff as I need stuff done, and that usually will give you the skills over time. And it tends to be more fun for me to do it that way as opposed to trying to slam something out real hard. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and drink half a container of milk real quick. Deal with that hunger. Yeah, no, exactly. Pretty much everything I'm doing, I'm assessing, being like, for the goals I want to accomplish, what can I do to be the most risk-averse? Well, usually my goals involve defeating a bunch of zombies as is, so it does mean I'm not going to be able to just not fight the zombies, so there's always be some risk. But, you know, not going into areas where I know it's going to have bad visibility and lots of danger there. You know, I will take, even when I am going someplace dangerous, I will take an approach to be like, alright, let's slowly, methodically move in from one side and gradually clear my way in. You know, let's not fight too close to trees if we can help it. Instead of, like, just jumping into a building for loot, I'll, like, circle the outside of the building, make sure I clear all the zombies around the building before trying to go in. When I'm on one of my marathon runs, I'll even sit outside the building and make a whole bunch of noise to try and draw the zombies out. And I know it's the thing that bothers so many people who like to loot goblin, that I get to, not even that, like, I'd say, like, early mid-game, and I stop looting buildings entirely, a lot of times, unless there's something I'm missing specifically. Because buildings are dangerous. So there's just no need. You get those handful of items like the generator magazine and everything, and once you have them, sure, you can hop into a building if it feels very safe and maybe you'll score a weapon or whatever. What are ultra server settings? So we do have the zombie population pretty much to its highest. That's the one sweaty setting. We have nerfed loot a little bit. So it's not as bad as it gets, but it is knocked down a peg. I don't think I got enough weapons to get through more than like one more rally group, if that. But fire doesn't work, because that tends to be one of those things that you start fires and you ruin the entire map. Let's see. We give everyone a bit of a, like, kind of a starter kit. So you start with a nightstick, a can of soda, I think a granola bar, and a bag of chips. So it's not enough that you're going to be, like, carrying through the game with it, but it is enough that, like, once we start looting the areas nearby, and it's getting a little skimp loot near the, where you spawn in, you'll at least have enough to be able to get to the rest of the people, to, like, group up or whatever. You know, you're not going to get killed by the 1 or 2 zombies that got missed or moved in the area. But it does have a large number of zombies. We have not made the zombies any stronger than default. They're just standard zombies. The helicopter does come back. It's set to quote-unquote sometimes, which is about once every, I think it's like 10-12 days. So that's the lowest, or the least frequent. That isn't just once. So it's definitely like the zombie pop is the one sweaty setting. But otherwise it's nothing. Are sprinters? God no. Absolutely not. Sprinters are a meme. You can be successful with sprinters, but that takes Project Zomboid from a strategic and, you know, methodical game to a reflex game. And it's not that you don't plan for sprinters, like you put stuff to slow sprinters down. My joke with sprinters is 90% of how you fight sprinters is doing stuff to make them not sprinters, like making them go through windows and over fences and have to, like, navigate paths and all that. all of which is to try and split them up into smaller groups, and then to force them to not run at you to get over the obstacle so you can fight them where they're not running. Because with sprinters, if you get 3 on you, unless they're really well spaced out, you're just dead. You have to run. So yeah, I don't do sprinters. It's no fun to me. It's no longer a game you can kind of learn and overcome in a lot of ways. A lot of it is just reflexes at that point. And to me, the charm of Project Zomboid, it is a absolutely masterable game. Let's see, 1% prison. The only problem, because that usually comes up role-playing, is the only big problem you run into with the percentage is in Project Zomboid, the percentage does not mean 1 out of every 100 zombies is a sprinter. It means every zombie has a 1% chance of being a sprinter, which does mean, in theory, you can just get unlucky and have you, like you roll the dice, and you walk up to that group of 20 zombies, and all 20 of them are sprinters. The odds are insignificant, but you will have those situations where you walk up, and out of a group of like 5-10 zombies, like 6 of them end up being sprinters. And again, your counterplay there is to just run away. But yeah, and then like I said, for me one of the things I dislike is the counterplay of how you fight sprinters when there's more than like 1 or 2 of them. Is it's usually using some means to effectively make them not sprinters. So again, fences, fences, windows. There's a couple other options, barricades. You get the idea. And for the record, I've done sprinters. I used to play on Mr. Lamprey's like sweaty tryhard permadeath server, and I can absolutely be successful as one of the characters who tended to live the longest each cycle and get the highest kill counts each cycle. Not the highest, but it's usually pretty far up there. But it's just a very arcadey game at that point. It's no longer the slow and methodical and strategic Project Zomboid. It's the Twitch shooter Project Zomboid. Range weapons? No. No. You keep in mind, for one, normal loot on Project Zomboid, you don't have enough ammunition to make ranged weapons viable. Like, unless you're massively boosting your stats and loot and all that, that's just not going to be a thing. And the other thing is, people will joke that the ranged weapons are just dinner bells. You fire that off, and you just got every sprinter in the neighboring block closing in on you from all sides. So yeah, no, it's ranged weapons are not really a viable thing for that kind of stuff. It's not that ranged weapons are bad. They actually be one of the highest kill rate things in the game. They're just not a sustainable thing you can do. And you have to be very careful about when you're using them. Hey, Ultra, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, by the way? You want to say hi? Gotcha. No problem. Nope, RX does not have much steam left in it. Well, I had hoped to get way up here and maybe see if, like, I was running into a problem with that. But again, check out Ultrasaurus. Is the one hosting the server and everything. But, you know, really do appreciate all that stuff. It's always good to have you. Let's also check... Okay. I was checking if Ultra's being sneaky and on the server as well. Let's see, you want to try this game, and maybe it's because your high pop settings. Yeah, my settings I play as are not indicative of normal gameplay. So if you're looking at this being like, man, I don't think this is for me, there's so many zombies. If you turn it down to like normal zombie pops, it's nowhere near as much. Oh yeah, Wojess, absolutely. Absolutely 100%. We'll get a shout out for Wojess once the cooldown's done as well. But yeah, so it's very much one of those things. But yeah, check out OJS, another fantastic content creator, fellow member of the House of Frequency Stream Team. Been playing some Super Fantasy Kingdom recently, which is absolutely a great game. A roguelite, I guess I wouldn't call it a city builder. It's kind of its own thing. It's got some like sort of settlement building things, but it's more resource management in that regard. But it's more like an auto battler, settlement builder, not exactly what to call it. Yeah, it's old twinkly blob of a game. Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of those games where it's like, I almost feel bad for the devs being like, okay, describe your game. And you can almost feel the devs sweat, and you're like, look, man, how much time you got? But yeah, so this is very not, like, in a normal gameplay, if you're out here in the woods, you might see a zombie, singular, maybe two, on normal zombie settings. When you go to some random farmhouse in the middle, instead of running up and seeing like 100-something zombies like you're seeing on the server, you probably see 10. So you get the idea, is like, there'll be zombies. I'm not saying there's not going to. But it won't be what you're seeing here. Yeah, so plan of walk up there and clear the way to see if it's like with this foraging bug kind of thing. That was kind of a bust because of how far I got up there and we were still seeing zombies. And not a small amount. At least on the bright side, we probably cleared out 30 plus zombies along the way. 30, 40, 50 zombies. That should alleviate a little bit of people trying to go up and down the shore. You have only one question, and it's an important one. Is the Springfield, Missouri cheese bowl still... I have no idea. Why would I know that? Oh, I actually have something cooked. Okay. I was like, why are you still doing stuff? I'm thinking it's just bait or trash, but you know. Hey, we got an actual fish. It's a little one. It's a little baby fish. But it is, in fact, a fish. Yeah, I'm going to kind of almost have to keep in mind, like, when the peak fishing hours are, and we're just going to have to make an effort to fish. You know, when Drongo and Allison are on and could chip in, like, they could do a lot to help that cause. Can you still fish in a pool? So, what's changed is there's these bubbles here. You won't really catch much of fish if you're not in the general area of the bubbles. I can't remember how sensitive. I don't think you have to be, like, directly on them. I'm gonna actually shift over because I'm pretty far over on the right. There you go. But it is a thing that you get like fish in the bubbles and all that. But yeah, because they changed fishing a lot. Because it used to be, for those who don't know, is you used to just get a stick, you'd sharpen an end, you'd right click on the water and say fish. And you would stab the living bejeebus out of the water. And you would succeed in fishing. Like, you would just mass-produce fish. And it was the thing that during the winter, there was a pretty hard nerf on how many you could catch. But as long as you took the time to do some fishing during the year, to get yourself like a good 6-7 points in fishing by the time winter showed up, which is not that hard, you would just be fine. Do you have power refrigeration already? No. We have, our power has failed. It failed last stream. And we're just kind of in that situation now of we just need a bunch of fish. To be fair, what we're also dealing with is because they adjusted fishing in Build 42 since I last played, your lower level fishing skills, you're just not going to get any good fish. So you got to get some levels in it. Water went out too, right? Yes. Now that said, one of the things that people don't realize is you can just go to the river and drink from it. It's fine. Like, you'll just be fine. It's only a danger... Oh, did you rage quit? I thought you were just done for the night because you were tired. Oop, it's fighting back. That's definitely an actual fish. Probably not a big one. It's not fighting that hard. Fishing 1. It's a bluegill. So when I used to, my grandparents used to have like a cottage in Walaka, which is like just kind of north central Florida. If I'm not mistaken, I could actually be totally wrong about the way that is. But so I used to have a cottage, and bluegill was one of the things we caught the most of around there. We used to catch that, the occasional mullet. I don't know the actual thing. People would call them toadfish or croaker fish, because when you picked them up, they make like a sound like a frog ribbit, like a frog like croaking thing. Oh, I know where I am. Okay, because we got to get back before it's dark, because I still don't have that. Yeah, so just down the road, one more house should be Drongo's. Just down the road, one more house after this one should be Drongo's. How do you make a basic fishing rod? I believe you need a sapling. You need some twine. And you need either a nail, a paper clip, or a fishing hook. And you could also have like an actual fishing pole itself. But then there's also a recipe to it. Alright. Let's check here. So it's too dark for me to craft. You're surprised you can drink the river water? Yeah, it's always had the label that, like, it's tainted or whatever. And there have been times that it's been dangerous. But, most of the time it's actually been safe. Like, for a little while you'll get mildly queasy. But, you know, that's not that big a deal. The big thing that you'd run into is you'd make a mistake, you'd eat a poisonous berry and get, like, a little nauseous, and you'd be like, yeah, that's fine, no big deal. And then you'd immediately drink some water, and that's when you got yourself in trouble. Because you can kind of tank your way through both those mild poisons. But then when you do them back to back, that's when you go, oh, I have messed up. And then you die. Excellent. Okay, so I can't actually slice these, that's fine. Okay, so let's put these here. Let's see. Oh, there is a notch plank here. There's 5 hours of fuel in that. So we're making ourselves some quick dinner. Cool. And then we'll be kind to everyone else and make sure to put that notch plank and branches back in the ground so someone else could start a fire later. Okay. But yeah, We're gonna keep working in this. Yeah, so we're getting some little fish, little green fish, little bluegill. We're missing good cooking time. But we did get our first level in cooking, which is good. Or fishing. And every level we gain in fishing it'll be that much easier to level after that because we'll catch fish more consistently and better fish. So it is kind of one of those ones that where the amount of XP you need to level gets higher as you go. Some skills, because they make it easier to then get XP at all, can ultimately speed up as time goes on, and fishing has been one of those historically. Foraging is also one of those ones that generally speeds up until you get around to like 5 or 6, at which point then you can get stuff fast enough you don't need to worry about it. Okay, we can put out the fire. Save the fuel. And enjoy ourselves some nice fresh fish. We'll probably want to use that bait fish pretty early. Because I don't know about nowadays, but catching stuff with bait fish gave you a much better chance of getting a bigger fish. So you're sacrificing a small fish for a big fish. There's no guarantees around it, but still. Okay. You'd love to join us, but you don't think you're right for 16? Yeah, so if you actually see what Drongo's been up to, generally speaking, you're not going to run into that many problems. Usually the 16 times pop, the only thing that's going to get really wild is if you start exploring on your own a bunch, like out in the distance, or if you push the town. Like, obviously, I'm not trying to, like, pressure you one way or the other. But, it is a thing that it's not as bad as it looks on paper. Let's use that bait fish while it's fresh. But yeah, no, absolutely do whatever makes you the happiest and all that. Don't let us pressure you. But yeah, like, Drongo's jumped in, and I think Drongo's been having a pretty good time with it. And Drongo also had reservations around 16 times pop historically. At least that's what I've heard generally. But where you see, like, me pushing in towards the front lines of town, yeah, that gets sweaty. Is this game hard to learn for new players? You never tried this game. So, I would say, like, the very basics aren't too terrible. There is a lot to learn. So it is kind of one of those games that you just kind of expect to take a lot of deaths as you're figuring things out. Because there is, like, a certain, like, learning the rhythm of combat kind of thing. Getting a better feel for, like, am I in actual danger, or is, like, this something I can handle? Stepping outside your comfort zone, that kind of thing. And we're already fishing too. Okay, let's go. Yeah, no, that's actually, I would actually say that's one of the harder lessons to learn in Project Zomboid, is you reach a point where you feel comfortable with the fighting, and being able to, like, assess going, okay, this is a fight I should stick in and do this, or no, this is, like, knowing when it's time to, like, cut your loss and be like, this base doesn't belong to me, I'm leaving, I can come back and recover it later. It's learning to not be stubborn about that, and kind of know when it's time to cut your losses, and just walk away. Because that is one thing in Project Zomboid that a lot of people don't realize, is outside of sprinters, when you're playing special settings, you can walk away from any problem. You may not like what you're giving up to do that, but you will live. Like, the helicopter and meta events are the only ones that shake things up that can kind of really throw you for a loop. Because if you're in the wrong place when they happen, that can get spicy. Otherwise, it's like, you know, if I'm standing here and I see like 20 zombies rolling up and I'm like, hey, I don't got a weapon, you know, the correct decision in that is to just walk away and be like, I will see you tomorrow when I have a weapon. Like, this is yours for tonight. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. But yeah, no, obviously if you're not comfortable, Sim, like, don't feel pressured. But if you do want to give it a try, I am happy to hang around with you and like kind of show you the ropes and all that, and like help you through all that. Because I know you've played this before with Drongo and everything, and I remember like you doing pretty well. And obviously when you're like, there's like a beginner where everything kills you because you just don't know anything yet. And then there's, like, you've gotten to the point that you can mostly survive and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, every once in a while you open a door you shouldn't open and you get grabbed and you're like, all right, in the future, bang on the door first or whatever. Ooh, you yanked away immediately. You're used to standard things? Yeah. Yeah, really the only big difference with standard and, like, high pop is the fight stays the same. Like, in very honesty, the fighting and how that works stay the same. It's, what you can get away with so far as overextending gets a lot less. Usually kind of my rule is once I start seeing high exertion, I'm thinking about my exit. Okay. We don't love that. Okay, so that appears to be a gunshot from west to east, which is fine. It just means all the zombies are going to smack into that river and stand there and stare at me angrily, and I can just keep fishing. The worst case scenario would have been east to west, because then they would have slammed up against here and probably not overrun Drongo's place, but we would have had to fight a bunch of zombies in the area. Probably not that bad. We're pretty far from any of the major population hubs, but we would have likely had to fight 8, 9, 10, 12 zombies, give or take, all depending on where things line up. Potentially more if there's just like a rally group nearby I'm unaware of. But yeah, and if you're used to standard settings, I mean, if you hang out here where Drongo is, you can kind of pick your battles. So, like, if you notice where I was fighting my way up the shore up there, I probably killed 40, 50 zombies, but they're in little packs of like 5 and 6 and 8. It was kind of when I got up there and I started seeing a big area of 20, I'm like, alright. You know, and the reason I backed off on this one is I don't have the weapons for it. But just the same, if you're like, alright, I don't feel as comfortable with that big of a group, you can choose to back off. It can also be a thing that another skill alert is like, when you see that big group of 20 zombies, if you just creep up to a little bit at a time, you can get to a point where a couple of them see you, and then you back off and let them follow you and kill that handful, and then, you know, when you're ready, go in for the next group. And if you pull too many, you just walk away. It's exactly like World of Warcraft in the sense that random mobs out in the world, you can kind of grab them in, you know, 2s and 3s and that a lot of times. But it doesn't work like the dungeons where, you know, you pull one and it just leashes the whole group. They are all independent thinkers. But yeah. Because it's, like, to give you an idea, usually when it comes to difficulty arc, I will say 6 to 8 times pop is the hardest the game gets. Once you go harder, like, once you go higher than 6 and 8, I would argue the game doesn't actually get harder, it just gets slower. Because ultimately the zombies will still ball up into groups of 20, and you're going to be grabbing them kind of at the most in a group of 20. Unless you make a really bad call and you just accidentally aggro 2 or 3 groups, of which the solution is still, you walk away. We're actually doing pretty good. None of these fish are big fish, but it's a lot of fish. What's the best strategy for breaking away? Kind of depends on where you're at. If you're out here in the wilderness, it's just walk. And then once you feel like you're probably like half a screen to a screen away from the zombies, breaking line of sight is not a bad idea. If we're in more of a dense urban environment, then it can be a thing to zigzag a little bit. So like to give you an idea, let's say, you know, I pulled 20 zombies right here. There's a lot of trees here, so I could kind of maneuver through it. But most than likely, I'll try and get to about a distance of this far away from the zombies. And then I might do something like this, you know, the zombies, they see me going up here. I cut this corner, I'll probably run a step or two just in case a zombie there. So they saw me stop here, and then I cut a second corner. So the zombies saw me there, they'll go to that spot, and then they don't know what to do. So because I've broken line of sight of where I ditched them, I can now probably just walk away just fine. The big thing not to do is to then walk right here, where, you know, they may have lost sight and stopped there, and now I've just walked right into them again. But yeah, so you can do the breaking line of sight, but very genuinely, if I have a big group of here, and I just don't have good cover, or there's lots of space, I can literally just keep walking. And I do mean walking, not running, just walking. I can literally just keep on walking. Now in this case, I wouldn't walk the trees, I'd probably walk the road. But, you can just walk away, because until you hit, I think it's excessive exertion, or exhausted, you are faster than the zombies, you will eventually get away. Do you ever run? The places you'll see me run is if I'm walking like through a threshold like that, I might just run a step or two. And the reason I'm doing that, say there's a zombie here, I can't see it. I don't have line of sight on the zombie there. If I walk here, I just get grabbed. So what you'll see me do is every once in a while do something like that. Just kind of like across the threshold if I'm not comfortable that it's clear. Because if you do run and you bump into a zombie, instead of it grabbing you, you'll kind of shoulder check it. And your character will go off balance, so if you hit another zombie, you'll trip and fall. But it can get you, like, just tapping shift or holding shift when you bump into a zombie will get you away from a lot. But generally speaking, I don't tend to run very much. Because the way I kind of look at it is you've only got so much stamina before you have to start recovering it. Would you rather use that for fighting the zombies bearing down on you, or getting to the zombies faster? Like, you've got that finite energy that, yeah, it recharges, but it recharges slowly. And so I want to make sure I got energy for a fight. Now, if it's something like, oh, I'm far from home and it's getting dark, I might run to get home before it gets dark. It's kind of trying to do that assess, you know, is it better I have the energy to fight, or to get home while I can still see? But you usually won't see me run very often. I know a lot of players run a lot more than me. Don't. There you go. I was like, don't break this line. I can't make a new one. I don't have the magazine. The fish just wanted to put up a fight for that last inch. But yeah. Now, very, very much. And also, running is louder. So you'll see a lot of people break line of sight, then run, and then just make so much noise that they just pick up the zombies again. But yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. Like, it's if you're being careful, it can be a very slow, methodical gameplay. A lot of how I play is, what are the things I could do to mitigate risk? Because that's just what you have to do. Well, I mean, a plastic bottle's not the worst. I can still put stuff in a plastic bottle. But yeah, no, if you do end up hopping on and I'm on, I'm more than happy to, like, hang around you and all that. And it's not like, oh, like, don't do that and, like, take away from itself. I'll enjoy it. I think people also enjoy, like, there's when you see someone learning a game, like, to, like, get to the more advanced ways of playing and all that, there's definitely an appeal to that for a lot of people, too. Because it's kind of one of those things that, when you've played a game long enough, you kind of forget. Like, there's some of the mistakes that you made yourself that you'll remember, but there's a lot of things you just kind of assume because you've played it for so long. You're just, that's where your brain goes. Ooh, that's actually a pretty good fish. Like, Like, it was a thing in the community that there was a whole lot of us that for years and years, you know, would clear the glass from windows with tools and all that. And we had a player who was, like, brand new to the game, just went up, ripped their sock, and then removed the glass of the ripped sock. You know, like, they put in their hand, and, you know, a bunch of us who had had, like, hundreds and thousands of hours, like, you can do that? You can do what now? You could just, like, rip a sock and put it in your hand and, like, take the glass out? What is this nonsense? Has this always been here? You know, and then people reassessed and they realized how the mechanic actually works, and it's like, oh, cool, like, there's actually, you can do a lot more with this than we thought. Like, it doesn't have to be a tool. It's just, you know, you learn from our people, and it's just kind of assumed knowledge at that point. Zomboid, you wonder how it's going? Look for the Moodles. Yep, character wants to die. It's fine. Oh, my Moodles are doing alright. We're just hungry. I actually have food on me. How are you going? How are you cooking us our food? Fireplace. We're just throwing it right on the log. That we can get extra fiber from the, whatever these trees are. I actually don't know, because there's, like, the pines over here. Yeah, Ultra got into, we've had some weird stuff when we're actually pushing the town. Out of the 4 times I've gone and done a proper push on the town, with or without people, 3 of those times I started walking to the town and the zombies came out at me before I was even making noise. I'm like, okay, hold up. I'm gonna back up and deal with wherever these zombies show up. And I'm assuming that's exactly what happened to Ultra, as I'm assuming she started walking towards town, or was in town, and, like, the wave of zombies began to overtake and backed off. Oh, I don't want that. Get this out of my inventory. Alright. But yeah, that happens. Like, you run into that. But that's kind of the other thing with super high pops. How do you fish net? How do you net fish without a fishing net? Well, I mean, one, that's a broken fishing net. You can make fish traps. I think I used them, like, once, and they were okay. Like, trapping is legitimately not a bad choice. Like, if on the server you wanted to, like, go up to one of the areas away from where people are spawning and all that, and just chuck down a whole bunch of box traps. That could actually be something if someone doesn't want to do the combat heavy side of things in Project Zomboid. Having someone take the time to get their trapping skill up enough to be able to build the box traps and start catching a bunch of rabbits. Because right now, the pain point we're running into is just getting high-calorie food. That's why I'm out here, is I'd rather be pushing the zombies. But I'm already at like 70 kilograms and dropping. And while we do have multiple people working on it, can the game recognize when all the zombies are off? I don't think the game has like any actual recognition that you've killed them off, but there are, normally if you have respawns off, there is a finite number of zombies. You could wipe them out. That said, unless you go into like debug mode and start looking around for the zombies, you could always have that one zombie who's just chilling in the woods, being like, man, I saw what happened to everybody else. I'm not leaving my cabin. This is my tree. Go stay right here where it's safe. That's the real Project Zomboid. It's the one zombie just trying to survive the zombie apocalypse. And by that I mean the apocalypse put upon zombies by you, the protagonist. But yeah, no, we do have respawns off. Generally speaking, when you play the game, you either want respawns off with high pop or low pop with respawns on. Because it can become a thing where once you start knocking down the number of zombies, you end up having to like commute to find more zombies. And it can get pretty rough if those commutes start to get like real far from base. You end up having to have this like weird, like regular base, forward bases and all that stuff, and that can be a bit of a chore. You're another stream talking about how they thought there was a change how zombies migrate the last patch. It is causing strange behavior. I haven't, so there's always been a couple things that move zombies. One, your player actions are you're driving through and you may not realize it, but you're getting the zombies' attention, dragging them across the border between. Because for those who don't know, the map is broken up into a big set of grids called cells. And when a zombie goes into a new cell, it becomes a member of that cell, and they will try to roughly spread out evenly with some waiting for like around buildings and all that. So if I'm driving along the edge of a cell and I drag like 100 zombies across that border, those zombies are then going to try and spread out. And that's always been that way. There's also migration, and the migration comes into two different slices, but both of them kind of work the same way, where if we look again at that cell, you might have a city that says, okay, this city's supposed to have 10,000. Alright, this farm next to the city is supposed to have 200. Now, if I take the time and I kill off half the zombies out of those 10,000, because I now have one cell that has 50% of the population it's supposed to have, and the other one has 100%, a bunch of those zombies from the farm will work their way over to the city to try and, you know, equalize them a little bit better. And so there's that kind of thing going on as well. You also have the meta events. That's kind of like a chaos monkey kind of thing, where it's not a lot of rhyme or reason. It's just the helicopter shows up, it makes a bunch of noise, that noise just kind of throws zombies all over the place. You also have like the meta events where you just hear a gunshot out in the distance or a dog barking, and it's just kind of like just playing a noise over here just for a second, and the zombies, a bunch of them will start working that way. And that's kind of your one that is the rogue variable type of migration. Whereas the other ones, there's a certain predictability around it. That there's almost thing. What's the hardest scenario? I mean, you could spawn into Louisville on 16 times pop and watch your game crash. That's pretty hard. Product Zomboid doesn't really have scenarios, like missions, if that's what you're asking. You just have your basic server settings and all that. And then it's a matter of you can spawn in high and low pop areas and all that. The helicopter can be rough, especially if you increase your day length. It is one thing I constantly try to discourage people from, is the temptation is to increase your day length, because the longer you make your days, the more you can get done per day, which is the temptation, but increases the length of everything, including how long the helicopter is hovering over you. And if you make your day really long, it can be literal in real life hours that helicopter hovers over you, which needless to say is hard to survive. CDDA, Cryogenic Winter is coming. Well, Winter is coming is, I believe that's a mode you're just intended to die. It's a matter of seeing how long you can hold out. I also don't think that one's been updated in, I couldn't tell you how long. So I would be surprised if it doesn't have any weird side effects or issues. I probably wouldn't mess with Winter's Coming. I'm willing to bet it's pretty out of date. CDDA is very front-loaded difficulty, where the first, 10 seconds is extremely rough. But once you get to the point where you get over your cold, it's effectively just a normal run with slightly more aggressive respawns. So I would say, as far as front-loaded difficulty, CDDA is extremely hard, but it is one of those things that once you get over that first hill, it's just a normal run after that. For the most part, there's variations on the settings, but it's mostly a normal run with slightly higher respawns and whatnot. Cryogenic Winter, low key, is actually easier than normal running. You have the early game where you have to worry about freezing to death. No, don't break my line. Don't break my line. Son of a. Okay, the good news is we didn't actually lose the fishing pole. We had something big on the line, and I backed off trying to reel it in, but it just stayed in the red. Research crafting it? Research crafting it. Oh. I forgot this is a mechanic. Oh wait, weird. I'm research crafting it while I'm fishing. Cool. Thank you. That way if I do accidentally break it, I forgot they changed that. That didn't used to work that way. I mean, all my maggots are starting to go stale. But, So Cryogenic Winter as well as ones that people are like, oh man, it's going to be so hard. And it has difficulty settings, and you can crank it up to make it harder. Is there a way to let the line out to reduce it? I believe so. I'm just very rusty. But yeah, so with Cryogenic Winter, the reason it's easier is because normally in Project Zomboid, you can't wear very much protective gear because it's just hot. Well, that's the thing. When you turn Cryogenic Winter up to, like, the harder settings, it's not really a very fun or entertaining thing. It's Hug the Campfire Simulator. And so you just end up doing this thing where you kind of, like, hug the campfire, and then you fish near the campfire, and you kind of run from one place and then back to your campfire. So it's not that it's hard, it's just tedious of just building one campfire after the other to move around so you don't freeze to death. Either way, it is still bundle up. But there's a certain point when you make the game cold enough, you just get stuck hugging campfires. And I wouldn't say that's a very enjoyable hard. It is just bringing materials with you everywhere to build campfires constantly whenever you start getting too cold. And just moving around the map slowly that way. It's a very unsatisfying way of doing it. But the problem is if they do anything less than that, you just get enough clothes and then you win. You find your like your thermal underwear or whatever. And you're like, cool. Sorted. Alright, let's probably be one of the last ones we get before we start heading inside. Because we did get a lot of fish. They're mostly small fish. But considering this is our first day of fishing and we're already fishing level 3, that's helping a lot. What we're kind of trying to hold out for is it'll probably be around level 5 fishing, we'll start catching stuff like pike. And that's where you catch the fish, and you just struggle to drag it home, it's so big. You know, you get 8 giant fillets out of it. Yeah, so it's right-click, you're right. Yeah, because we're starting to catch these bass, which are a bit better than what we were catching. Alright. But I know we haven't gotten anything big, because like I said, the big fish were so big historically, I would struggle to even move with it. So we're just getting a lot of little ones and a lot of medium ones. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But this is just getting her to level up enough so we can survive. Because while we are managing our hunger pretty well, even though right now we're really hungry, but we've been managing our hunger pretty well so far. But the issue is you can eat a bunch of stuff that just doesn't have much calories, so you can fill yourself up on salad, and you'll just keep losing weight. And so while you're not hungry, you are like starving, as in malnutrition starving. But yeah, no, Cryogenic Winter is really, like, I've turned it up to its max and it's fine. But a lot of the environmental challenge kind of things. Oh, once you get used to insanely rare loot, each house in CDA feels like a loot pinata. Yeah, I can believe that. That's oh man. There used to be a challenge. It comes up like once a year, called One Painful Year. And it's not this last year or so because I haven't been playing much Project Zomboid. But historically, when I was playing lots of Project Zomboid, it'd be about once a year it comes up. People are like, oh man, you gotta do the One Painful Year challenge. It's so hard. It's so brutal, that kind of thing. And when you actually look at it, you know, I'm sitting there in the middle, I'm playing in like super duper nerfed loot, 16 times pop zombies and all that stuff. They're like, yeah, you gotta do one painful year. You gotta play on, I think it's like 8 times pop, or it's like 6 times pop. Dark nights, or like perfect black nights. And like the only rule is you need to move between towns. I think it's like once every 3 in-game months, and then you weren't allowed to go back to that previous town. And I was kind of staring, it's like, other than the pitch black night, this is literally easier than what I'm already doing right now. I'm already moving every 3 months or so because I run out of zombies to kill here. So I go to the next town to kill the next town. Like, this is genuinely, like, literally an easier one. And I finally reluctantly agreed to do it at one point. And I did it for like a week and I'm like, you know what? I'm stopping because I'm bored. Like, I'm 1 week into this game or whatever. It's like 2 weeks into the game or whatever. It's like, and I've already fully cleared one town. And I'm already halfway through the second one, let alone talking about the 3-month move around. I'm going to run out of towns to clear before the year's over. Like, this is ridiculous. That's an exaggeration. I would have not gone through all the towns in that time. But you get the idea. Alright, we'll just go ahead and bring that back in. That was weird. That made a very loud crack noise when I put that away. It didn't damage it or anything. Like, it took it out of my hands. Alright, and the reason I wanted to stop is I wanted enough time to, cook all this fish before it gets dark, because we're pretty hungry. We're going to overindulge on the fish, because I am trying to stop my weight loss. So if you look right now, I'm at 68 kilograms. You want to make sure you stay above, like, 75 to avoid a damage penalty. So, obviously I've got the damage penalty. So we're doing what we can. Oh, you know what? Start this over here. So I need a knife of some kind. Do I seriously not have a knife here of any kind? Let's check to see if they got a knife over here. No, the maggots are poisonous. You don't want to eat maggots. They will kill you. It's gonna be a bummer if I can't fillet the fish or anything because of thing. Can you cook the maggots? I don't believe so. Even then, it'd still only give you 1 hunger, and it is extremely hard to survive any length of time with 1 hunger at a time. And the reason I'm taking the time to slice them all is because this qualifies as cooking. The more levels we get in cooking, a little bit more mileage we'll get out of our food. Not a lot, but a teeny bit more mileage we'll get out of each thing. And as you get your levels higher and higher on cooking, you do get a tiny bit more hunger and a tiny bit more calories out of it. We did manage to get those all handled before it got too bright. Oh, good. We can eat the fish guts, too. That's a new thing. The fish guts used to not be their own thing. Now I have a couple of fish that are probably too small for me to do anything with. Alright, maybe I had a lot of fish that were too small to do anything with. Okay, I think we broke the branch and did not... Guts for bait, maybe? I didn't even check. Maybe. We can look while it's starting to cook. No, it doesn't look like it's a bait option. Fish fillets make great bait? Yeah, right now I'm going to eat them, though. Go ahead and snack at some seaweed while we wait for that to get done. Alright, these are going to be real hard to keep track of. Alright. It says dangerous uncooked. But they're also not marking me as making progress cooking them. And everything else finished cooking that was in that batch. I'm going to assume that those just don't work correctly. Yeah, it's dangerous uncooked. I'm going to probably just leave those there for right now. And grab all of this. And dump those in my bag. Dump you into my bag. Put you into my bag. Because I got that out of the flint I had brought myself. Dump you on the ground. And now to fix my watch alarm. Because my watch alarm I like to keep set to 7:50 every morning. And the reason I keep it set to 7:50 every morning is that enough time for me to pull out my radio, tune into the weather, and check to see if there's like helicopter or anything else dangerous going on. So first thing I'm going to do before anything else is we're just going to start shoveling these smaller fish we cooked into our mouth, one after the other. We're not going to be worrying much about our hunger here. We are literally trying to get as much calories into our body as possible. Because we're not worrying about hunger, we're worrying about weight. So we are going to be greatly overindulging on the local fish. No, this is normal. Product Zomboid Build 42 has massively increased how dark night is. Or not even night, where things are dark. I'm also not running Cat's Eye, and normally I do. Alright, so we woke up, we slammed down like 4 more fish, and then we went back to bed. As you do. You just unhinge your jaw. Throw a bass down into your gullet. Oh, there was an empty bottle. There we go. Much like bass, really? Yeah, we're just showing the bass what it's like. Does the fish need to be cooked? Yes. If you don't cook the fish, it's considered dangerous. And some things you can eat that are dangerous, you can get away with a little bit, but I say, stop trampling my crops. That does destroy them. Well, look. Well, the hatchet head is fine. So he just broke the handle, so he can get a replacement handle. That does mean my weapon situation is pretty rough. But yeah, no, a lot of your meats and all that, if you don't cook them, they will give you food poisoning. And like I said, it's one of those things that you can get away with very small amounts. You can't do like the poison berries where you can just, you know, very lightly graze on them and manage. If you're eating like raw fish day after day, you're going to die very quickly. But so you do just want to cook them. Yeah. Yes, many a run has been lost. There's just a VHS tape of fishing. Right now, those I believe are bugged on multiplayer where the VHS doesn't do anything, which is such a tease because that would actually give me a couple skill points in fishing. Ohio River sushi. Yep. But yeah, no, it's anything that the game dictates can be dangerous eating. It just means it gives you poisoning. 1 second. I gotta listen to the weather. It can't wait. You gotta understand. I really need to listen to the weather. It's my morning routine. Don't disrupt it. Where's my radio? Can't miss the weather. Whole day will be off course. Okay. Alright. Cool. We'll have ourselves a nice listen to the weather. We'll go ahead and have ourselves our entire perch, which will chase up with another entire perch. So it looks like no rain or anything today. Honestly, pretty warm weather. We're going to be getting into the mid-80s. That's not like you're going to get heat stroke warm, but it's definitely unpleasant warm. And it seems like there's no rain, no storm, no fog, no helicopter, nothing like that. Pretty benign day otherwise. So put that back in our fanny pack. And now it's been a couple minutes, we can go ahead and slam down another perch. No need to bundle up. To be fair, we're currently running around with no shirt on, our ripped leather pants, and a pirate hat. We are living our best life. Everyone here wishes they were that cool. In the 90s, ripped leather jeans, or ripped leather pants. I mean, we're basically Freddie Mercury if you ever decide to wear a pirate hat. Pretty much what's going on right now. What did I get? Oh, there we go. Oops, went 10 minutes. Oh, you're right. I have not eaten a fish. Okay, do not eat the sashimi. Okay, so that's our last fish that was cooked. And I wish we had the, Normally you get up and down arrows to show you if you're gaining or losing weight. Those are apparently also broken right now. Like, supposedly we are gaining or losing weight appropriately for what we're doing. It's just, you don't see the little arrows up and down being like, hey, you're good. Once the mods start getting supported, if they don't have that fixed, that would be something to potentially grab a mod as a stopgap. So that you can take a quick look at the mod and be like, okay, my calories are over a certain amount, I should be gaining weight. But all those things are going to be broken for a little while, unfortunately, with how much changed. I would like to get my mod that has all the bars that shows like how much actual stamina and all you have. Just because with some of the funkiness going on, it's really hard to get a feel for where you're at. I mean, the good news is we are pretty reliably getting fish. The bad news is I'm going to run out of bait soon. You're already at almost 4 skill. Oh yeah, you can do that to like double and quadruple dip on the fishing XP. There's always been stuff like you can do that with carving too, where you take a sapling and you cut into a long stick, which you then cut into handles, which you then could cut into other handles. Did you check to see? I did not. I'm pretty sure they aren't, because most of the bait stuff... Oh, I think I tried to right-click on it, and it didn't show the add bait. I'm pretty sure I'm getting low on maggots, too. Or not? How many maggots do I have? Yeah, I've only got 6 maggots left. And then, unless we start making fillets to fish with the fillets, then we're gonna get stuck. That might actually be something we end up doing. Is to keep trying to get our fishing up to get our bigger fish. Because basically with the fishing and gaining weight, a lot of times, you're pretty much holding out for a big fish. Like, all the little fish help and all that, which is fine. But if you can manage to snag yourself, like, a pike or, you know, a sea bass or whatever, then you're just set. That fish will feed you for, like, 2-3 days. Like, genuinely, the concern is the fish rotting before you can get through it all. Did I rebait you? I don't think I rebaited it. No, I did. Foraging for more bugs then? If we don't get the fillets, that's ultimately what we'll have to do. It's just right now in multiplayer there is a foraging bug, which does mean I will have to walk outside the area we've been logging in and out of, which isn't a big deal, but it does mean, you know, pretty much dedicating a day to hiking away to getting bugs, which is fine. I'll probably have to do that regardless. But for the time being, I'm just trying to get my fishing up enough that I can start sustaining my calories. Once we can get to the point that, like, at least once a day or so I can catch, like, a pike or a sea bass or something big, then survival becomes easy. Because you can survive on the go without ever having a generator. It's not too awful. It just means once every, like, 2-3 days you gotta stop and do a bit of fishing till you get something big. Or you set up traps and, you know, you revisit your traps each morning to grab what's there, and that's your food for the day. The trick with the traps is you gotta have bait. And that usually depends on a lot of foraging or farming. The farming right now is pretty rough. Yeah, you can collect maggots. It's actually, I wasn't the one who collected them, so I definitely should, you know, make sure to resupply. I could probably go to the areas down by the house where we've been fighting everything, and do a pass and collect a bunch of maggots. Wonder if I fished in this one spot too much. Let's see if we get more information if I right-click on fishing now. As you gain fishing levels, you'll start learning stuff. Yeah, so the time of day we only have a normal. We don't have the other information. We know we can catch all these small fish. So let's move out the river some. Because I know it's a thing, if you fish too much in one area, you won't catch things there for a while. I don't remember how exactly any of that works. I was right about to give up. I think this might be trash. It's not fighting back. You'll have a little sip from the water. Because it won't be too long before we'll sit there and look at our stuff. It'll be like, okay, you are getting a plus from this and a minus from that. I'm guessing more, maybe like a bait fish. Was Zig gain a little bit? Seaweed. All right. What I really need, though, is I really need big fish. They also have a thing where it's like depending on the temperature, like if it gets way too cold, you can run into problems where like there won't be, like, you'll have a penalty against your fishing. It's not as bad as it used to be. It used to be when you hit winter, if you weren't like super high skill, you were just not going to be catching anything at all. Now you can still manage. It's pretty rough, though, until you start getting some skill. Alright, so I think we're going to take a break from the fishing. Interestingly, it keeps pulling that out of my hands. Look at that. Rose up that seaweed for low calorie, but I need high calorie. That's the problem, is I need high calorie food. We need to go full chunk. Okay. It's my too not a cruel way. Yeah, no, it's the reality. Our character, we don't have the weight we need. Alright, so I'm gonna put the fishing rod back where we found it. We borrowed it to help us for now, but we are gonna be moving around. I did use a lot, all but one of the maggots. Literally all but one. So we are going to make sure to return the favor and whatnot. Oh, there's 5. We're gonna return the favor and go get all that. We're gonna take the rotten fish guts and all that, because they don't seem to be cooking, nor do they seem to be usable as bait. So chuck those all on this corpse. Those maggots aren't even fresh. Alright. So we're gonna work our way over here. Do you think farming is useful anymore? I haven't had a chance to really experiment with it in this version. But since Build 42 has come out, I've found it pretty worthless. That's interesting. That I found an acorn on the ground in an area I'm supposedly not able to forage. Those maggots aren't even fresh, just product zombie things. Hey, Kildrix, I hope you have like fun for the rest of your stream with Valheim. Definitely check out Kildrix, another friend of the channel. Plays like a lot of RimWorld and Valheim and stuff like that, but doing a no maps, no portals Valheim definitely never gets lost. It just goes and takes nice detours and gives you scenic views of the wilderness in Valheim. Definitely knows exactly where they are at all times. And do not let anyone convince you otherwise. Even if you see the same detour a couple of times, I guarantee you it's all just a meme. It's just a bit. He'll never arrives early or late. Arrives precisely when he means to. Exactly. Exactly. You get what's going on. Oh, I probably should have dropped off those those watches. Nico's having a lot of, there's nothing here. Would you like to pick things up? Oh, like Nico being a, being another content creator or something? Am I missing that? I'm unfamiliar. Alright, let's also check. See if anyone's snooping around the server. Nope, just me. On the server? Gotcha. Yeah, no, there's definitely some weirdness going on. Again, and it's not on this server. There's weirdness going on multiplayer-wise with the foraging and whatever. I'm also low-key trying to be good about being on the server. That way, for others who want to play on the server, you know, there could be stuff going on. Because I know it's one of those things, like, you can run into situations where people just aren't logging on the server because everyone's waiting for the other person to log on the server, so no one logs on the server. Because I know that's a very regular problem with like anything. Like, doesn't matter, product Zomboid, farm sim, whatever. He and Nelson? Yeah. No, I know, like, there's been a lot of chatter that, like, obviously that shows question marks. And normally the only time you saw that before this update is when you went way out in the fringes of the edge of the map, or, like, very specific areas that just the foraging data wasn't right there. You would run into problems where there's just parts of the map that just didn't have information. So, like, back when the fort was around, you could go out to the fort, and it'd have the question marks, and you just couldn't forage around it. You'd have to, like, go back in towards Louisville before you'd hit where you could forage. But that's because you were in, like, the not yet developed part of the map. Okay, we must be near the bridge, because that zombie is walking down the shore, which means it found a path to reach me. Yeah, there's a bridge. And my hope is that this is the edge of a cell here, roughly, and I'll be able to cross that bridge and start foraging over there. I need to be searching for maggots. Okay. All right. So how far out do we have to go before we start seeing the ability to do much of anything? Go ahead and finish off that milk. Oh yeah, I've got a carving fork. It's pretty terrible of a choice of weapon. But it is, in fact, a weapon. Because that's the other reason I need to be foraging, is we're depleting our weapon supply. It means I need to get back out here and find tree branches and all that, which all depends on foraging. That's actually not true. You can just look at the ground, like I could right-click there, gardening, remove log. There are tree branches. I remember always having problems noticing the tree branches. Like, the flint and the stones weren't that bad. Because, like, that is stones there. But I remember the tree branches always gave me a little bit of grief that they're harder for me to notice. Search focus isn't going to matter one way or the other for me right now, because there's nothing here. That's the only reason I'm keeping it up. Like, I shouldn't be worrying about it at all, but there's a possibility that, you know, someone will have dropped, like, an axe head or something on the ground. But I also want to make sure I am seeing bugs, because I'll need those to do more fishing. I'm going to want tree branches and all that. You can also just get lucky and just straight up find the generator magazine on the ground or stuff like that. Or find, like, a wrench. This is going to be a problem if we can't forage. It's just like feels like we have to keep going farther and farther abroad. But again, I think it's a bug with the current version, not like a server information. So, you know, what do you even do about it? I don't think it's like you reboot the server and it changes anything. We could potentially do that, like, tonight or something and see if it resets stuff or something. Kind of troubleshoot. Well, okay, so going close to the building, we do get the urban zone thing. So let's do a little walk through here. See if we find anything in the urban zone. Guess it's glasses in the corner. We already previously looted this building. So there's nothing here for us. Nope. Not worth it. But because our looting did show up as, at least being available. Because we did notice that, when we're walking around in the roads... And, thank you, let's see, it's Rotenmod. I really do appreciate that with the Prime Gaming sub. It means a heck of a lot that you'd support the channel that way, so thank you. Alright, so we've got foraging stuff. Let's also see if I start working my way back, where we clearly previously were without, without having access. Later on, we could also make, crude fire, or crude wood axes. That's actually a thing I probably should start doing, is we have a wood axe at the main base. I probably could grab the wood axe and start clearing a bunch of trees. Because we start clearing trees, they will drop logs and branches. And those logs and branches... Like, there's stuff we can do. We can make logs into planks. We can make branches. We can make twine. Yeah, pig tusk doesn't mean anything to me. Alright. Like, we're finding all the stuff for rope and twine, which is cool and all, but not... I'd rather not fight them without a weapon. Well, I mean, I do have a weapon. It's just, it's really a garbage weapon. It'll only be good for a couple of zombie kills, then it'll break. Sugar beets? Alright. Okay. I got the materials on me to make some axes. What's your napping skill at? I think it's at 1. I'd like to be able to start making the knives soon, but that's going to take a little bit. Or maybe it's 2. Either way, I can't make the medium handles yet. Branches actually don't count as weapons. You don't get maintenance or weapon XP for them. You can hit a zombie with it, but you won't skill up other than, like, a little bit of strength and a little bit of fitness. I shouldn't try and do this while standing out here in dangerous places. Okay, so there's an axe. And a spare. That's at least something. We got nothing else we can work with right now, but that's at least something. Okay, when I went down this way, around here is the cutoff. Yeah, so right around that rock is the cutoff, that when I go any farther east of that, I cannot forage. Let's grab a little bit more real quick. Cauliflower. Thank you, random gunshot. You're gonna make my life hell, aren't you? Thistle. It is all fine, it's food, but, like, not solve my immediate problems. Animal teeth. Maybe we're making those foraging border, marking those on the map. But the problem is every time I relog, the map loses what I've marked. It's again, there's a lot of multiplayer bugs going on right now. It is what it is, for better or worse. That is the thing. It's one of those things that people are like, oh man, why is multiplayer not out? Why is multiplayer not out, like, for a while? And just think of how much time has passed, and we are dealing with these bugs. And none of the bugs have been, like, super awful. There's definitely some rough ones. Oh, hey, a squirrel. Is it at least I mean, it's a fresh squirrel. I'll eat that. Here's a question. If I pick up the large branch, can I do anything worthwhile with that yet? It's a large branch. Let's drop that on the ground. With the saw, we can make large branches into planks. I thought so. I just couldn't remember what the actual recipe was. Oh, yeah. No, the rubber banding between cars and trailers has always been a thing in multiplayer. Build 41 had it, Build 40 had it, Build 42 has it. There's been times it's been better or worse, but it has pretty consistently been a thing in the game for long term. It's one of those things that if everyone has a relatively good ping, you're probably not going to notice it. But if anyone in your group has a pretty rough ping, it can escalate pretty quickly. A hand drill. That's actually a really big win. There's stuff that you need a drill for. Alright, looks like we're about to hit our limit on what we can carry. Yep, and that'll probably be that for now. Let's go over to the stone. Can I make anything else worthwhile? We can stack stuff and all that. Make rope and twine and whatever. Alright, that's fine for right now. Then you can start shoveling all the remaining fish into our mouth. That's partly because the fish is heavy. So if I eat it, I'll be making room in my bags. And again, we were trying to keep our calories up as best we can. Don't do this to me. I want that. I don't want to push the weight to a point where I'm going to get myself killed trying to get home, because we need to be getting home soon. Worst case, I can sleep in this area right next to me, but it is not the greatest choice. Okay. I keep thinking about to run out of those and all that. Well, that fish weighs like nothing. Did they change the weight of the fish fillets? Because these fish fillets are like 0.04 weight, and I was expecting it to be more like half a unit each one and every single time. Okay, so we're too full. Alright, well, I am going to pick this up. We'll see how bad it gets. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Do we not still have my flint on me? Is this a no-trait run? We don't have much in the way of traits, but no, it's not a no-trait run. There's no challenge going on so far as traits or anything like that. You turned flint into axes? Okay. It's what weapons I was able to make. Oh, right, I see what you're saying. I made the flint into axes. That's why I don't have it as a knife. Right. You can keep your watch. I can't afford to put it in my hands. But yeah, no, the only challenge we got going on is just the zombie count. And then the loot's lower than normal. All right. Hey, Retinaru, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good rest of your stream. I know you're playing Project Zomboid with Milk and Allison and everyone else, Claire and all that. I hope you had a good time over there with all that. But how was your stream? How's it going? We're just struggling to keep those weight up, doing what we can. Also trying to work around the whole forging's not working quite right now issue. Alright, so let's make a normal salad now. Because we don't have the fish. I need to be home. Alright, we need to not be distracted by trying to get all that done. I just need to get back to the house and all that stuff. When you do 0 to hero, is it no traits, or you can just have no starting skill? I do no starting skill. Different people have different versions of 0 to hero. Kind of the one consensus everyone seems to agree on is you shouldn't start with strength or fitness. But past that, some people it's like, oh, you have to take all the negative traits. Some people it's like, oh, you just need to have no skill points, or like what people qualify as 0 to hero does vary a little bit. But the general premise is that you are using a character that's in like really bad shape. I need to not be fighting that overburdened. It'll slow my movement too much. Alright. Yeah, for those who don't know Retinaru, absolutely worth checking out. Another fellow content creator on the platform does like a lot of Project Zomboid, Vintage Story, stuff like that. A lot of good times to have over there. They got moved around by that meta event earlier. It's fine. The sapling's gonna be too dangerous. We gotta get rid of that. That's not what I was hoping for. It's fine. Okay, so we're gonna split here now. I hope we can snag a bunch of them on the bridge. So that mini event definitely moved the zombies around over there. Hopefully not too many over by Drongos. It's going to keep getting darker and darker until I can't see. Being on this side of the river should help me a lot. We'll go ahead and hide my inventory for now. I cannot see hardly at all. Welp. Risky sleep time. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Because we're not getting all the way back there without event. And thank you for the follows. Welcome to the stream. But it looks like we got away with it. All right. Able to do that? No one else online? Not at the moment. If others were online and they happened to be at the bed, they could also go to sleep and it would be fine too. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Just checking one thing real fast. Okay, also. Alright. How many deaths this server? I don't think anyone's died on the server so far. Not that I can think of. I don't think anyone's taken so much as a zombie injury that I'm aware of. I know it's myself, Allison, Ultra. Yeah, many zombies died, but I'm pretty sure characters-wise, I don't think anyone's died. That's not this server. You're thinking a totally different group. So far on this server, we've had Bloody Drongo, Ultrasaurus, myself, and Allison Adventures. The other server with Milquetoast, Retinaru, and Allison Adventures is a different server. What? Why would you say it that way? Why would you say it that way? Yeah, no, you mixing up the servers is fine. It was the person who had referred to being on multiple servers just chose a very interesting choice of wording that I'm not going to repeat. Automod jumped on it, and I do believe that was the appropriate thing for Automod to do. What? Am I not remembering how to cut down trees? Do we just hit it with the axe now? For those who don't know, Retinaru, absolutely fantastic content creator. A lot of what we know about Project Zomboid's like inner workings have come from Retinaru over the years. For genuine. Gotcha. I was curious about that. But yeah, no, the raid did go through. Alright, we can go ahead and take that. Maybe. Oh, I expect them all to fail as well. Yeah, weirdly I'm not getting the... Oh, there it is. Yeah, weirdly it didn't give me the cut down option when I clicked it the first time. That's fine. I actually looked up a spreadsheet. Yeah, to me, that's actually arguably one of my things I think is a big problem with the current implementation of farming. Is one of the steps to succeeding in farming is to use an external tool just to tell you what the heck to plant when. I definitely am not... I'm not a fan of the changes from it. I like that they added more crops. That part's fine. But, like, the amount of effort to get so little payout on the other side, it feels like they just basically deleted farming from the game as far as beyond doing it to just be like, hey, I did the thing. Come on. Yeah, it's when it came out, I even went to the devs, I'm like, this is not an improvement. I was like, this is... I like that you're adding depth. I think that part's fine. But very genuinely, like, this has made farming, like, borderline unusable. Like, you forgot at the end of the day, your game's gotta be playable. Hey, Bees, how's it going? I hope you had a great rest of your stream and all that. Bees is also playing some Project Zomboid today. So, go check out Bees with the knees and have good times over there. Alright, I don't need to drink the water from there. Another day with no real weather. How's your run going? It's going good so far. Playing on Ultra server and everything. So far it's been a quiet day, which there's nothing wrong with that. But just trying to make it work. Dealing with some issues with weight loss and hunger and all that. Drop off some more of the bugs. Oh, I did catch some fish yesterday. That's right. Yeah, no, we did. So on the server here, we have a spawn point that everyone spawns like right here. Actually put a star on it, even though it'll probably disappear. It's fine. We got a spawn point like around there. And then so far, like we've been trying to base from here, and then Drongo's got a base there. And then the goal is to push into that city. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's worked out pretty well. So like Drongo's not too far away. Just like a field or two away. And it's worked out pretty well because Drongo's over by the river, so when it comes to managing stuff like water and all that, it's worked out pretty well for that. Being able to have someone able to fish and everything. That's kind of where we're at right now on the server, is we need to be solidifying high-calorie food so we don't just die of malnutrition. But, it's taken time. Alright, so let's keep dropping this off. I'm going to need to work on that. So we can go ahead and drop... We'll probably cook the eggs and eat those right away. Also, probably eat all of that right away. We'll drop off the bugs again. Drop off the seeds. Put the hand drill in the other room. I'm going to need to grab myself a piece of flint. Or find a piece of flint. Oh, someone made a stone knife. That works out. Are you playing at People Specialize? I mean, we haven't stopped and been like, hey, you deal with this, you deal with that kind of thing. That usually has a tendency to happen over time on its own, as like there's some unmet need kind of deal. But we'll worry about that when we get there. For right now, we're just basically trying to survive. Usually that kind of thing, like people specializing, is if you want someone to get into doing the mechanics and all that. Kind of depends also on like how many people stay active on the server and all that. That's always the catch-22. Because like, for example, if I'm on the server very regularly, and we have like Ultra popping in where it's mostly just me and Ultra, we probably won't specialize that much because both of us will kind of need to be able to do most things. Whereas if we end up with like 5 or 6 people logging on any frequency, then there's a lot more reason to specialize and all that. Oh, we can actually make an owl. Was that... Oh yeah, we got our napping skill up? That'd be good. Because of their napping skill up, you play this game so poorly. I mean, so I don't know how new you are to the game. I am assuming relatively new. But pretty much everyone goes through the time where there's lots of death. There's lots of death. So I can make... Can I not make... Alright, let's check our napping skill. What is our napping skill up to? Is it 2 or 1? It's 2. And I believe... We'll do... And I believe for the stone knife blade... That's the long one. The stone knife blade. Ah, I don't know the recipe. I see. Okay. Well, for right now, let's go ahead and make one of the owls. Because we will want one of those for making stuff for blacksmithing and later and all that. And that'll give me a little bit of points. And then we can go ahead and we'll just need to get a bunch of materials to do stuff with that. Unfortunately, that means I can't make the knife blades, which is where I'd go and start crafting a bunch of the handles, and then make the knife blades, and then make the knives, and give me a bunch of weapons that also work as tools. So we're gonna drop that off. I don't think there's anything else to add here right now. Make myself a spare axe. And then we can cook what we got. But yeah, it'll definitely be one of those things that I'll have to, depending on how active, because it's also those things I'm worried about being active on. Like, there's a balance. So, like, you need people on the server for people to have a reason to log on the server. At the same time, you don't want to be playing all the time on the server if no one else is on the server, because then you're doing all the things on the server, taking them away from everyone else. Like, if I've been deliberately, like, not going to the town that much, because we haven't cleared out more, like, I haven't been doing any of that while other people aren't on. Just because if, for example, I clear out the town and no one else is here, like, you know, no one else gets to contribute to, like, getting the magazines and all that kind of stuff. It'd be a real big bummer. Play in the multiplayer server and make your own base, don't interact with the other. GG's. That is, a lot of servers will actually tell you you're not allowed to do that. And there's reasons for that. If you go and run off on your own, the farther abroad you're getting from everyone else, it actually makes the server need to use more RAM to have more of the map loaded. And that's fine if, like, naturally you're having to go farther and farther abroad and all that kind of thing. Like, sure, makes sense. It's just the way things are. But it is one of those things, like, if you just boot up the server and then just book it out into the trees, now you're adding a bunch of load to the server for effectively playing a solo game on a server. And there's a lot of people who do that. Which Drongo didn't do that. Drongo's still interacting with. Just got his base set up relatively close. That's totally fine. It'd be basically if we started and someone was like, well, I don't want to go to this town. I want to go to that town. So they started going up and, like, started clearing Riverside by themselves. It's like, then why are you why are you playing this game on multiplayer if you're playing solo, you know, for all intents and purposes? Like I said, there are people like that. I've definitely been on more than one server that we've had to, like, kind of go to some and be like, hey, you know, you're actually making the server worse for everyone because you're doing all stuff that's, like, increasing the memory load on the server, and that's fine, but you're doing it just doing your own thing. Like, either kind of get with the group in some manner, or just play solo if you want to play solo. There it is, light fire. Dude, some of the servers you've been on and people play 12 hours a day and loot all the gun spawns on cooldown is enough to have boxes already kind of weird. Yeah, we don't have nearly enough people on the server for that kind of thing, and plus the settings we're playing on, it would be very difficult for you to just sneakily make a run at the local gun shop. We are just north of Lake Fallis. Most of the problems can be solved with the use of more guns, except for the fact that there's not enough guns. Like, that's the classic one. Everyone's like, you should just roll around and do guns. It's like, right, but unless you got generous loot and loot respawn, you'll just run out of guns, and then you've got no guns. It's not to say guns don't work or anything, but they're a very limited option. Because keep in mind, we're playing on maximum zombie population. You're surprised I didn't make ammo making to the game? I'm not. All in all, the game historically has not been about surviving forever in the past. You were expected to eventually die. Like, people living for an extremely long time kind of came as a bit of a surprise to the devs. And then, you know, like, it's been a while since that's come. But, like, it's kind of ultimately expected that sooner or later you would die. So, you know, people like myself surviving hundreds of thousands of kills and all that, we are not the expected behavior of the game. Pull the clip where we're like, yeah, that's the, what was it, 5.56, the assault rifle ammo? The assault rifles themselves are so rare and don't last very long that usually the whole thing was be like, oh yeah, you could just, you know, you should grab all that 5.56. It's so important that you have that, you know, for when you get your assault rifle. And sitting there being like, yeah, but it's like, you'll clear out an entire base and find one, and it'll last you for like 2 boxes of ammo. And you'll be sitting at like 40 boxes of ammo by then. And during the clip, I found 2 of the assault rifle back to back. It was like, alright, come on, game. It's still, like, the statement I was making was still true. It was just, definitely that clip was a very extreme outlier for just finding those rifles. Yeah, now generally speaking, you're not going to find enough guns to use them primarily. Not unless you're playing on really low zombie pops, or very, very generous loot, or probably both, honestly. Probably not an or, it's probably a both. Alright, there's a knife over here. Okay. So we can carve some long sticks. Guns degrade that fast? Here's the first thing, is there's this thing called realism, and there's this thing called video games. These do not cross in any meaningful capacity. It's the same thing like the people always bring up, is like, yo, what do you mean the crowbar breaks that fast? It lasts a long game relative to other weapons in the game, but is a deliberate decision for it to not last a very long time. Like, that is a conscious choice they've made, because if you could just get your crowbar and then you're just set, then what point does pursuing any other weapons have because you've got your crowbar? But it's the same thing with guns, that generally speaking, you are expected to get down and dirty and fight with the zombies. You're not expected to just stand back and go blasting all day. If you want that, there's these games called Left 4 Dead, there's State of Decay, you can kind of do that. You've got 7 Days to Die allows you to do that okay-ish. Those games do exist. They do their thing really well, and I actually recommend pretty much all of them. But Project Zomboid is not those games. Project Zomboid, you are expected to get down into the crowd of zombies and just try and keep yourself alive, get bullied around, and then sooner or later ultimately fail. Like, this game doesn't have a win scenario. There's only one ending to the game, and that's your death. And so everything around the game is built with that in mind. So you're, like, even the setup of the game, which is, it was the end of the day, it was something like, yeah, it was end of days, there was no hope of survival, this is how you died. Puts you in the past tense. You've already died at the time. Like, right now, this character is already dead. We are telling this character's story. And our goal is to make that story as long as possible. Or whatever thing you're trying to accomplish in your run. You brought up realism because bad game decisions often are justified like this. Guns are already severely limited by the lack of ammo. I would... Oh, the water's off. I would actually argue the counter in this particular case, that it's actually good game design that the guns are as limited as they are, both from the fact that they wear out and the ammo constraint. Because some guns, the ammo is very easy to come by, 5.56. You go to any of the military places, you'll have plenty of 5.56. So the limiter there is the fact that the guns are both rare, and it's not like you fire one bullet and the gun suddenly just implodes in your hands. It's just, you end up finding a lot of ammo, and the gun is the limiter on that one. And it's actually true of a lot of the guns, honestly, that the gun is the limiter more than the ammo. Yeah, and if you really just want to go shooty shooty bang, there are mods for that. They don't work right now, but there are mods for that. You can get your shooty shooty bang gunplay. It's just not what the game is designed to be out of the box. Out of the box, you are expected to just get down and dirty with some zombies and just try and make it work. Eat the rodent whole. We gaining weight. I think we're just barely trudging water. But yeah, there's tons. One of them, what is it, burritos? There's been tons and tons of mods that give you that. My whole thing is every time I've seen a setup where it's like very run and gun kind of gameplay for Project Zomboid, it's just not the same game. It goes from being a slow strategic kind of game into being like a far more arcadey shooter kind of game, which is fine if that's what you're looking for. But that's just not what Project Zomboid is. That's just a whole different game. You know, when I boot up Stardew Valley, I'm not expecting Call of Duty. Almost like I'm making a legit salad here. Not even like kind of a salad, but like a very legit salad. Well, now you want it. I mean, you might be able to find a mod that at least does something like those. Those would be a tricky one to find the gap between. And there are certainly a lot of good crossover games. But it's, you know, or if you want another example, it'd be like booting up Discovery Channel and then seeing a bunch of garbage on there about, like, aliens and all that sort of stuff. Oh, wait, that already actually does happen, doesn't it? It's not a good example. Or it'd be like booting up MTV and expecting oh, right, they do that too. That's right. They stopped doing music on MTV a long time ago. Oh, I've got a bunch of junk on here. Yeah, when everyone has a boatload of guns and ammo, it feel makes melee useless. Oh yeah, no, exactly. Stardew Valley Black Ops. It's exactly like the normal game, but occasionally some dude shows up in like Navy SEAL gear, just like pops out of the river and kidnaps someone, and you're like, no one really knows why it's going on. Like, are they the good guys? Are they the bad guys? Who really knows? But otherwise, the entire rest of the game works exactly as it did before. Oh yeah, I have these too. Turns out Willie knows. Willie would know. Okay, so just wanted to drop off that junk. Alright, I got these uncooked eggs. Well, I'm not going to start up the fire again to start cooking right now. We'll chuck the eggs in here. If someone ends up wanting to cook those, they can. You're going to eat some more fish. Let's see, once made a primarily gunplay work and build for one of the default settings. Started Rosewood, hit pretty much every gun farming military surplus store on the map, and remember it being fun, but you had no desire to repeat ever since. Yeah, no, that's kind of been the experience I've seen with a lot of people, that when they do that run where they grab like the Burritos mod or whatever, and they go like a full run and gun play of Project Zomboid, they usually do have fun with it, but it is one of those things that, you know, they do it once, they kind of get it out of their system, and then they're like, oh, but it definitely doesn't have, like, the staying interest of what I was doing before. Is plumbing still broken? I have no idea. There's a bit of fun in the power fantasy, but it's not interesting. Yeah, it's just every encounter's kind of the same. You just walk up and you start shooting. And, like, don't get me wrong, the gunplay in Project Zomboid's fine. It's not great, it's not terrible, it's fine. It's serviceable. But it's nothing that you're like, oh man, I'm super excited. It's amazing. It's everything so happy. It's just like, yeah, that was fine, that's whatever. But like how much lower risk it is and all that is just kind of, it gets boring quick. It's kind of like when you do the zombie burns. There's a certain amount of fun being like, haha, I made a lot of them die. But after that, you're like, I'm really just walking in circles all day. And then you tune into someone who's got, like, their combat skills up, and they're killing more zombies in a day than you are using fire. And you're like, okay. Like, I'm having to spend all this time, like, grouping them together and drawing them to the fire, and then trying to make sure they don't burn the surrounding town because they actually do want the loot and all this sort of stuff. And then meanwhile, this person runs down the road. They've got, like, a backpack full of axes that they've crafted. And they're just slapping down zombie after zombie, like 1-2 tapping every single one of them. So in just the time it takes you to rally like 50 to get them to the fire, they've gone through 75. And don't get me wrong, that's comparing, you know, a character who's got no stats likely, or very low stats, versus a character who's been alive probably for 6-8 months and has gotten pretty stacked on their stats. But if you kill stuff with fire, you will never be stacked in your stacks. Let's see, you really loved the world you played with loads of mods. Super easy settings, but you're terrible at this game, and mostly want to collect stuff and decorate. You get you're not the typical player. Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Absolutely, that's totally fine. There are individuals who just don't want to fight the zombies. That's fine. I do feel like if you completely turn off the zombies, it does take away a lot from it. Not, like, don't let me yuck your yum if you're having a good time. Like, that's the whole point. Keep doing it. But my fear in that regard is because of the lack of threat, you would kind of get bored of just grabbing stuff. So you'd be grabbing stuff for the sake of grabbing stuff, but you know, there'd be no, what's the word I'm looking for? You'd be getting the reward just like hands down. You keep going that. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like enough thing. Your house junkie and Product Zomboid multiplayer. No challenge. I mean, there's no challenge, but like the reward from it. You can let that one through. That's fine if someone wants, one of the all mods wants to allow that through. Yeah, no, like the house junkie or base mom or that kind of thing. A lot of people use different terms for it, but you know, the person who kind of just sits back. Yeah, no, junkie as a thing like that is fine. I don't mind that one. That one just gets caught because some people will call someone else a junkie, as in, you know, like they've got a drug problem or whatever. And, you know, it's fair for that to get caught. I don't, like, choose to make that specific word there. Most of the time, people use it in what I would say is not a particularly problematic way or anything like that. You love building and farming? Yeah, no, that's totally fine. It can actually be kind of a fun thing, though, when you're playing multiplayer, and you've got that person who just really prefers base momming and they don't want to fight. And it can kind of be kind of a fun thing where everyone's off doing their stuff to help out, and then this person, you know, they're at home and they're like, oh no, the zombies are showing up, and it either becomes this thing where the person who really doesn't fight much has to kind of hold the ground, or, you know, they get on the call and be like, help, the base is under attack, I need help. And it can create that fun because you got that weird pressure going on. That, to me, that's the reason why I keep the multiple helicopters on, is you can get Product Zomboid into a very methodical and predictable situation, and those things like the meta events and the helicopters are just a little bit of sand in the gears. You know, just enough to just throw you off your balance every once in a while. So you'll be on your way home and you won't have been paying attention to the radio, and you'll be like, okay, like, things are looking good, I'm in a good spot, you know, had a nice long day of fighting, cleared that area, got into that loot, I'm on my way home, and then you hear the helicopter start and you go, crap. Because now you realize you've kind of already spent your character, you're pushing to tired already, you're pushing to exhausted, you got more stuff than you know what to do with, so you're trying to like figure out where you're going to chuck some stuff on the ground because you're overburdened, and you're trying to decide, do you keep going on your way home, or do you like just keep on going down the highway and just go to sleep in the car at some point? But like, it's throwing you off that balance, you got to kind of figure things out. That reminds you, was basing and roaming Horde of 70 popped outside? Had to call them home? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And again, that could be like the fun chaos where it's like, no, they're hitting the walls and all that. So at one point, you know, fighting may not be the thing you focus on, your forte or whatever. But now you're kind of put inside your not comfort zone. You gotta like kind of make that assessment. Like, all right, how much am I going to be fighting? Like, how much am I going to be the one getting involved in dealing with this? Because if I do nothing, there's going to be a bunch of holes punched in my base. At the same time, like, I got help on the way, but, like, how much damage will be done by the time they get here and sort it out? Product Zomboid, late game feels like you're only threat or your own arrows. Yep. Once you get to a certain point, pretty much Product Zomboid boils down to how long you can go without just having a lapse in judgment or lapse in attentiveness. Like, the zombies are no longer your threat. You are your threat. The zombies are just the means of which your threat is realized. All right. But that's also reasons I tend to... Or gravity's the threat. Well, I would still say that's you are your threat. You are your threat. Gravity is just the means that threat is executed when you just walk off that second story on accident with a backpack full of stuff, and then, you know, if you're lucky, you're limping around the map and trying to figure out how to fight zombies while you're moving at half your normal speed. Or if you're unlucky, you just straight up plant the ground and that's the end of it. Lamprey's world record run ended because he drove down a street that wasn't straight and he was swarmed. In place everyone knows Muldrow was always like that. Oh yeah, no, like, I remember when Lamprey lost the record, it's kind of one of those things that was like 2 or 3 compounding things. Like, that was ultimately what finished it. But he had like 2 or 3 mistakes. And these are things that he called out himself, so this isn't me being like trash-talking him or whatever. But it was one of those things that you had that, like, that lapse in judgment, and that was bad. And it kind of took to the next step, and that was bad. And then eventually just got in too far. Because I remember his car was, if I remember correctly, his car was in, like, really bad shape. Which is because his settings, he was having to, like, put his car together from scrap of other cars because of his settings. It wasn't, like, a failure on him. It was the settings he gave himself. Half the time, his cars were duct tape and bubblegum and dreams. So he got into the horde, and his car immediately failed him. And then on top of that, like, he got swarmed, and then he misplayed getting out of the vehicle as well. Which, again, it was just one of those things that, like, you just have that lapse in judgment. That's like, no, because, again, with all this, it sounds like it's a bad thing. It's like, nah, man. The dude was 1.5 years in the game, and that's how long it took him to just have 5 minutes that his, brain clicked off and just threw himself into a bad situation. And that's the way my characters die. My record run ended because there was a zombie wearing all gray on a gray road and just didn't notice it and just gave it a big old hug. Got bit in the face, and that was that. That's also how my third longest run died. Was I was clearing the prison. It wasn't even the inside of the prison where, like, the real scary part is. It was just outside. I had killed so many zombies that everything was just a sea of orange. And I didn't see a zombie standing still on top of the pile of all the other zombies. Trying to grab some of these, so I replace some of those maggots I used. One-sided decision? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And that's the way most marathon runs go. Like, almost all marathon runs go that way, where it's just one mistake. And that's after, like, living for years and years and just one simple mistake. Yeah, like I said, trying to be good. Wouldn't you hear zombies? Not necessarily. The zombies can be loud sometimes, but every once in a while you'll have a zombie who just doesn't feel like making a bunch of noise. I've been gotten more than once by a zombie that just silently rolled in up on me. The broken knife, we'll just chuck that in a body so it disappears. Like, that's the thing. A lot of times, things will work out where, the zombies will be loud, and even if you don't see them, you hear them, or, sometimes you'll have, like, all sorts of, like, different ways it can go. But then there's just times where things line up against you, and that is just the end of it. I'm wondering if the forging thing is strictly multiplayer. I think it is. Okay. Expect there's some RNG to them not hearing stuff that goes into the house after yelling one and chilling. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's like a deliberate, like, oh, this is designed so that sometimes they just don't make noise or something like that. But I would definitely agree there's some, like, RNG around just how much people know. Alright, well, there's the satchel we can use with the backpacks now. So I will grab the satchel. So I can throw that on the ground for someone else to use. Okay. It's weird to think that I hope the, Oh, hey, a knife. It's a weird thing to think, being like, I hope these maggots, you know, last a while. I wouldn't want them to go bad. It's a very, very weird feeling. Seems normal on single player, but you get crazy amounts of XP. Oh yeah, no, that's just with the current build that there is a bug related to the XP with foraging that is just, it's not supposed to be as high as it is. But again, it's not like you're breaking anything, exploit or anything like that. It's just weirdly high right now on this build. I do think it is going to get nerfed because it should be nerfed. Like, very genuinely, the fact that I hit level 10 in it without really focusing on it before any other skills were at like 5 or 6 that didn't start that way. What skills do you typically work on first? So, oh, and don't forget to drop a follow over at Soulspire. Also plays like RimWorld and all that stuff. Good times. Definitely recommend and all that. But yeah, so for me personally, I don't actually advise working on skills, which sounds weird. Generally speaking, I do whatever needs doing at the time, and eventually I'll get the skills I need. And that's not being like, aha, do these like pro strats or whatever. It's when you sit there and choose like a skill like, oh, I'm gonna work on carving, and you just start grinding carving, it can really take the fun out of the game. So what you do is go, oh, I need whatever. Okay, well the way I do that is XYZ, and you go and grab those things and you work on it. Because otherwise you get into the thing where you just sit there for like 8-10 hours just fishing, and you're like, this game sucks. I can't stand it. You're like, I bet you sitting there for that many hours just fishing, I too would feel the game really sucks. Well, that's kind of fun. So, because it's a pitch black room, the foraging distance dropped to nothing. My situational awareness became non-existent. Oh, you know what? I might be able to sneaky get a couple things more done. Alright. At the end of this game, you really do like foraging, but you agree with Rual. Locking yourself into a corner can really suck. Yeah, locking yourself in the closet, apparently a really mood killer. Okay, you can drop you two back in here. Oh, wait. I can't sleep in here. Did I have any more fish left to eat? Throw it in the body so it gets disposed of. Okay, so we ate all the fish. Do have a hatchet head. In the morning, I'll have to check. I'm pretty sure I have a hatchet handle. Oh, these are all fresh. Well, okay, maybe they're not all fresh. A bunch of those are fresh. So next time we go up to drop off stuff for fishing, we do actually have a lot of stuff in there. There is some that's unfortunately rotted. But not as bad as I'd think. There's a bed here somewhere. Oh, nope. No, there's not. I'm lying. That's a bathroom. No, that's a bathroom. What? Still no fuel? We found fuel, but we can't hook up the generator. And also check out Simcopter and all that stuff. Yeah, let's see. The game, you never know what to do. Yeah, no, it's, usually you set whatever yourself, like, a couple of short-term goals. So, like, right now, my goals might be to clear the way to get into the town that's south of me, Lake Fallis. That might be one goal I'm working on. So the way I accomplish that goal is I kill zombies. The second one here is I am gradually losing weight. It's bad. It's going to get me killed. I also just don't want to grind fishing constantly, so, you know, we're kind of in this weird equilibrium between the two that there's all that. So I do have a hatchet head. I thought I had a medium handle in here. Yeah, I've got a medium handle. Let's try putting those in my main bag, because I believe with the medium handle and a hatchet head, I should be able to make a hatchet. Assemble medium implement. Ah! I need an actual hammer. I can't use a... Oh, I can use a stone hammer. I see. So I need an actual hammer, not just a stone. And then I can assemble it. So what am I missing from the stone hammer? I'm missing a tree branch. We can solve this problem, potentially. Because I do have an axe. So I'll make sure I'm not immediately about to be grabbed by a zombie. I'll chop down this tree. And I can use my stone axe to give me what I need to make a stone hammer. And I can use the stone hammer to put together a hatchet. So we're doing a convoluted way of trading a stone axe into a hatchet. Plus getting rid of a tree from the front yard. Also, stone axes suck at cutting down trees. And I am remembering we actually have a wood axe inside the house here somewhere. Let's break. Alright. So I can grab this. Grab those. Grab that. Grab you. Hey, Joey's gonna be all over you cutting down the tree. Fact. Alright, so we can pop in here real fast. We're gonna make ourselves a stone hammer. Yep, nope, and the channel is sponsored by Fractal, who makes a bunch of like computer cases, cooling solutions like water cooling and air cooling and all that stuff. Really cool chairs, headsets, bunch of stuff. They're kind of a premium brand where they try to have like the highest quality stuff, so you're paying a little bit extra sometimes for it, but you are getting your quality out of it. And generally speaking, for like all of my computers historically, for like the last 5 computers I used Fractal cases and whatnot. Alright, so assemble medium implement. We're making ourselves a hatchet. Okay, the hatchet does need to be sharpened. Oh, no, it doesn't. The head is only at that condition. That's fine. We can toss that in a bag. Toss you into a bag. Toss the sapling into a bag. Toss the flint into a bag. Or into a box. We're tossing all this in. And I'm just keeping, like, most of my stuff here in the corner. You want a practical case, but you need to be able to afford a GPU and put some in the case and RAM. Yeah, no, the price on RAM is rough. Yeah, and I cannot wait for this AI bubble to pop. Now, hopefully whatever the next thing is, isn't just another thing that's just GPUs and RAM and all that. Pull out your radio so we can listen to the weather this morning. We'll go back to eating our salad. That way we can be truly happy once more. Because we're a little bit sad and now we're not. Yeah, where I was popping over in your channel as being like, no, really, salad is how you get happiness. That wasn't even a meme. That's very genuinely true. Salad is the secret to all happiness. Try to keep an eye on the weather. Clear skies tomorrow. And nothing else eventful in the weather. It has been a couple of days of no weather whatsoever. Just roughly normal temperatures. We'll toss the hammer in here. Put the radio in our fanny pack. Put that in the fanny pack. And the reason it makes you so happy, if people don't understand what's going on with it, a good salad, I can get behind a good salad. You give me like a good, really delicious salad, like a good Greek salad, I am on board. If you give me a wedge salad, it does fill my heart with sadness. I shouldn't say good. If you give me a boring wedge salad, it does not fill my heartness with salad. I've certainly had some excellent salads, and I've certainly had some salads that are like, wow, this is a very depressing salad. There's a lot of places around here that like you get the salad at like your local Chinese place or whatever, like your sit down Chinese place, and it just straight up like someone took some iceberg, hacked it into a quarter, and threw some peanut sauce on it and nothing else. And you're like, this salad hurts me on the inside. But yeah, so to give you an idea, if we look at the bar on that salad, it's got a really, like that bottom part there, it says unhappiness, and it's like halfway filled with green. Behind the scenes, the way cooking works in Product Zomboid is for every different ingredient you put in food, it gives you a little bit of happiness. The more you repeat an ingredient, the more it takes away. So if you're gonna make like a salad and all you've got is lettuce or cabbage and nothing else, you just have cabbage, literally make your salad where it's just you make a bowl of lettuce one time, eat it, and then make another bowl of lettuce one time. It will give you a tiny bit of happiness each and every time. Versus if you do like 3 rounds of lettuce in one, it'll actually make you unhappy. It's just, and it's not only salad. You can do that with like roasts and stir fry and all that. Oh. And thank you, Joe Deere, for gifting 2 tier 1 subs to the community. I do appreciate that. So for the recipients of those, I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for gifting those to the channel. I do appreciate it. I was going to say, if you end up popping on, Drongo, I did end up using a lot of the bait. I did collect some more, but I think I did leave you at a net loss. I think they would have rotted anyways. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But the fridge down here, I must have 50, 60, 70 bait in there. And the way between the two is pretty clear. So if you do decide to do more fishing or whatever, I do have bait for you. If I end up that way, which is honestly pretty likely, because I'm losing weight fast, I did a binger on fishing because I'm losing weight. We have fuel. I actually know where we can get a full can of fuel. But we haven't cleared to the gas station quite yet. And we don't have, like, at least I don't have the ability to hook up the generator. We'll have to find the magazine, or someone has to, I don't remember if it's electrician 3 or 5 or whatever it is. Or if someone starts as an electrician, any of those will work. But we have 2 generators. Oh, no, we don't have power. No. I was saying, like, a bunch of the stuff was going bad out of the fridge, so I cleaned out the rotten stuff out of the fridge that you had up there. And I used a bunch of the bait since it was going to go bad anyways, because I'm trying to keep my weight up, and I'm losing that battle. But I do have a lot more bait down in the fridge down here that, you know, some's the good and all that. But yeah. I'm juggling between where it should be working, because I'm trying to also not do too much while others aren't. So just kind of doing tidying up, cleaning up, long-term survival, just general stuff like that. But trying to avoid, like, pushing the towns too hard. So far, I haven't pushed the towns any farther than we've already gotten. But I'll be forced to in not too long, because we got to get that power sorted, or malnutrition will be on my future. Because this foraging bug that's in multiplayer is pretty rough, where a bunch of the zones just don't work. It'll probably also be a thing that when I go to properly push for the gas station with the generator, I'll probably want a second person. Come on. Probably want a second person with me. I can do it solo. It's just walk and stop and rest, walk and stop and rest kind of nonsense. Because I'm going to have to just drag the generator by hand. Versus if I have a second person, I can have kind of a second person spotting for me. And no pressure, none of that needs to be happening like the next 5 minutes or anything like that. Yeah, that weapon supply is also getting low. You forget how important foraging is for your everyday. So we got a shotgun down in that one. I'm gonna try and get a peek at that gas station. If we're really lucky and I can score a car, then we'll be able to take the car, load up the generator into the car. That's pretty rough. I believe that's not the gas station. That's okay. There's this side of the road, and the next side of the road will be the gas station. Because a bit to the north, we found a gas can. Didn't grab it because it couldn't carry it, but it was full of gas. And that's enough to start a generator. But we'll want the first generator to be hooked up to the gas pump so that, you know, we can start the generator, fill up the gas can again from the gas pump being run by the generator, and then we can just carry the gas can wherever we need it. Alright. Alright, so we'll back up and rest for a minute. Well, it's interesting that you can actually sleep on the hay bales. I didn't know that. Alright. Yeah, I want to say the gas can's up here. Yeah, I mean, so they nerfed muscle strain pretty shortly after 42 dropped. I think a big thing going on here is because they have slightly better exertion recovery, that we're not spending as time with, like, crappy damage because of exertion. And so it doesn't have that compounding effect where you're exerted, so you're doing less damage, which means you're swinging more, which means you're causing more muscle strain, which means you're doing less damage, you know, like that feedback loop. It's a thing that gets you so much, like, off balance in this game, is that your exertion has a feedback loop with your fatigue, and your fatigue has a feedback loop with your exertion, and then your muscle strain has a feedback loop with both. And sort of a quasi, like, double the worse on the feedback loop, because the amount of pain you get caused by having really bad muscle strain means you have problems sleeping. So it's a feedback loop that also prevents you from solving one of the feedback loops if you let it get too far. Yeah, no, muscle strain is still absolutely a thing. And you can adjust it, being like, hey, I want it to be, you know, harder or weaker. I actually felt like muscle strain was a mechanic I appreciated. It definitely felt like it was very new player unfriendly. It felt like, as well as things, it basically, it felt like a mechanic that was great for people who like to do, like, the 0 to hero stuff like I like to do, where you have to, like, climb that mountain to get going. But if that is anything but that is your preference of gameplay, it was more against what you probably wanted to do than for. Because it was just another layer that gives you another hill to climb. But it's a hill that can feel pretty bad. Especially when you're, like, struggling to have any decent weapons. You're just breaking them all because you're doing no damage because the muscle strain is just doing you in. Yeah, no, these days I don't feel like you need to nerf it. It got nerfed pretty hard. On all the 0 to hero characters, killing like 6 zombies and having to rest from strain is ridiculous. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It was a thing where you kill a zombie or two and you'd sit down for a minute, and you'd kill a zombie or two and you'd sit down for a minute. And that was always true, but the muscle strain did exacerbate it just a bit. I think that's probably part of the reason it didn't bother me quite as much, is because I was pulling 1s and 2s and was having to sit down because of being exhausted the whole time anyways. So I kind of unintentionally gave myself time to get over the muscle strain. Versus I could imagine if you had a character who was like, you know, really well set up for fighting a lot but didn't have any weapon skills, you'd still be getting all that muscle strain. Like if you went like, I think it'd be like a max strength build or really high strength build, but not that great, not that great of fitness, you would do the damage so you get through zombies fast, but your muscle strain would way get advanced before your exertion. And I could see where that'd feel absolutely wretched. Either way, like I know muscle strain is a pretty unpopular mechanic. Yeah, so that driveway there is the gas station. We can get there. We can get the generator. Well, if we can find the magazine or someone gets electrical. Like I said, I can't remember if it's 3 or 5 or what it is. I do know at a certain point, even if you don't find the magazine, you can learn to hook up the generator. Which, I've been collecting watches. I know Allison's been collecting watches. We do have the Electrical 1 book, which means levels 1 and 2, we can knock that out real fast on someone. So we could have someone be our electrician for at least short term to just take apart all the watches to get Electrical 3 or 5 or whatever it is. to then run over there, hook up the generator, run back, hook up the other generator, and then it'll be, take a gas can, top off the generator at the pumps, turn it on, turn on the pumps, top it off, that kind of thing. You like that multiplayer servers watches our currency? There have been servers who've operated that way. Like different servers that they have whatever kind of the difficult thing to get a hold of for the week becomes kind of a currency. Most of the servers I end up being on tend not to have, like, a real economy to it. People are just kind of all collectively working together. But yeah, no, the servers where you end up with, like, 20, 30 people on at different times and whatever, where people, like, trading things and all that. Yeah, no, there's always something that becomes the currency of the server. Whether it's something that has, like, actual function, so it's sought after, or it becomes kind of a fiat currency. Like, way back I saw it being stuff like friendship bracelets. Because there wasn't a real way to, like, quote-unquote print them. You could fight the zombies and get some here and there. But you'd have to kill a lot of zombies for it to be enough to matter. Alright, so this axe or hatchet is pretty close to done. Yeah, that axe is mostly done. The handle's in great shape, but the head of the axe is, like, on its last 10-15%. Let's see, it's a trope that ammunition becomes a currency apocalypse, but never seen in a multiplayer game. Yeah, because one, a lot of people don't like to use the guns, because they can be pretty dangerous. Another thing is, those who want to use the guns are going to use it, and then the ammo just doesn't last. So as far as a currency, it's just the desire to consume the currency for reasons other than money just tends to be too high. Yeah, no, the stuff I've seen is stuff like friendship bracelets used to be a pretty popular one. I've seen stuff like paper clips and that kind of stuff be popular. Just anything that you can get a decent amount of. But not be able to, like, just readily print bunches of it. That way the desire is to trade it, not just consume it. It can be a useful thing, but it needs to be a useful thing that you don't consume in high volumes. It also needs to be something that you can't make lots of it quickly. Because if you did something like made like, say, for example, rags as currency, you would just effectively be able to, like, mass produce it. And as such, you'd effectively have, like, not just an inflationary currency, you would have a wildly inflationary currency. Because inflation in itself isn't necessarily bad. But when it's at, like, that degree, it's a problem. Where every time you turn around, the total money in the world has, like, doubled and quadrupled because people can make it so fast. Now, granted, in the long run, all that would happen is you just have, like, it would stabilize. It would just be, everything would have a fairly large price of rags. So it'd be an impracticality of just carrying your money with you. Alright, I can use a garden trowel. That works. It's not a good weapon, but it is it's usable. The reason I'm confused there is when we were watching that, it was slowly getting ruined. Okay, there it goes. Okay, so it lied to me. the axe head was wearing out. And I was like, okay, so the axe head's wearing out. It's going to break, and then this axe is going to be no good, which is fair enough. That's how it works. But when it fell on the ground, it had perfect condition and perfect sharpness. And I was like, wait, what? That's not how this works, because the handle was in great shape and ultimately broke. So I think it's just a UI bug. But once I picked up the axe head, it gave it the actual stats that it was a broken axe head. Alright. Because I know I should probably be clearing all these groups. This is not how to approach this, not the way I'm going. I am hoping I can kind of just shove through and get kind of an assessment of the gas station situation here. There's a car in the lot. It looks like it's it's okay shape. The window's busted out, but otherwise the actual rest of the car looks like it's alright, so it might be a serviceable car. Alright. And we got just the last one here. Alright. It's okay, we got her with the evil trowel. And we got a friend down here we'll take care of. There's something that's very kind of upsetting in like a disgusting way about the idea of doing the execution animation with a trowel. So taking a trowel and like shoving a trowel underneath, it's just like, come on, man. I know that works, but dude, could you tone it down just a little bit? I know we're trying to survive the zombie apocalypse, but like there's gotta have some standards here, man. Hey, friend. Okay. Ooh, when I actually cross into town, I have the ability to forage again. That might be what I work on for the time being. Yeah, my understanding of what's going on is areas that people are logging out and logging into, the foraging stops working on certain tile types. So, like, you can still forage on, like, roads and that in those areas, but like the regular old woods, like that kind of thing, stops working. But once you go a little ways away from it, where you go to the next cell, it starts working again. It's a pretty bad bug. But it does seem like that is just a bug with the current multiplayer build, not anything like server specific or whatever. So it's pretty rough, very genuinely. So what I've been doing over here is I've been going way to the north, because that's been where I can get to a new cell. Now, if down here, like just in town, is just one screen south I can forage, if we clear this area up, we could just try to avoid logging out here. And maybe not that helps. Whereas over by you, I was trying to see where a good spot was. I had to go pretty far west to get a spot to show up. The shorter distance might be north, but I don't really know what's north of you off the top of my head so far as, like, zombie situation. I started clearing that way a little bit. I just didn't have the weapons to keep going at that time. But I did clear maybe 30, 40 zombies, because I was trying to fish, trying to solve my weight. And I was having no luck right there, so I was like, alright, maybe this is a weird thing. Let me try going north farther, and then fought a bunch of zombies and went, you know what? I don't have the tools to deal with this. I'm gonna go back down. And I believe that over there is a different cell. If memory serves me right. It's been a long time. Alright, this might be the last rally group before I can get at this car. And you might notice, like, while I'm fighting, as I start picking up speed a little bit here and there and being able to maneuver better, instead of walking straight back, I'll slightly go to diagonals from time to time. That's when I'm getting too much distance from the zombie that I can't land my hits. So I will slightly go, a little off of straight back from them so they catch up a little bit. That's kind of a big part of fighting really big groups, is learning to do the wiggle. You kind of manage your range to keep the zombies roughly where you want them. Alright, we are exerted, so I overextend a little bit. We're pretty early into this group, so that's not great. Not like we're in danger, I just might have to walk away from this group before it's done. Because that exertion means half damage. Well, minus 50% damage. It's not actually hash damage. The math is a little complicated. The point is, it's a real big penalty. Alright, parrying knife. What's your nimble skill at? 0. It's currently bugged in multiplayer where you can't gain nimble XP. It might be a UI thing, because I could have sworn the other day I had gained a level in Nimble, and then Ultra had pointed out that, she wasn't getting any Nimble XP, and then I had looked and I saw that my Nimble was showing at 0 still. So I don't know if I don't have it, or it's just like the UI's not showing it, or what's going on with that. But the point is something there's busted. Because they buffed Nimble a while back. Like low-level Nimble. The idea was they were going to buff low-level Nimble and nerf high-level Nimble. Because high-level Nimble was like broken levels of silly fast. Like you could be in Nimble and literally outrun the, like, you move past and you could like jog kind of thing. It was really kind of comical. Now, granted, getting your Nimble that high was ridiculously difficult. And thank you, Soulspire, so much for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 4 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that continued support. And I'm glad, you know, I've been able to offer you a good community and all that to hang out. Yeah, no, we're winning. Food's a little rough right now as far as, like, calorie-dense food. But generally, we're doing well. So we got all that. I'll rest until that's recovered. You know, it's going pretty good. I'd like to check out that car. And obviously if the car's good, we'll deal with it. If not, what I might try to do is do the slow move of the generator down here so that I can plunk it down between the pumps. Yeah, now where you are, Drongo, right now, it's around there that I was able to forage. But I think we'll try and make it a point to not log out there if we don't have to. Obviously, if something comes up and you gotta run, like, you know, cat goes out a window or something, you know, it is what it is. But I'll try and make it a point to not log out in that spot or directly north of us. And like I said, if it happens, we deal with it. You don't need to respond if you're trying to stay alive or whatever. Ooh, actual farmland foraging. Get in my pocket. Oh, is this just straight enough east? Oh, okay. What we might be able to do is, instead of where I keep going north, just go straight east of where we spawned. Or not spawned, but where we were basing at. Then we go straight east of there, we might be able to snag some farmland. Because that's usually good for food and seeds and stuff like that. Alright, let's put that away. Because I'm running out of time before nighttime, and I would like to check out the car this in-game day. And then next in-game day, like I said, we're going to do a very slow drag of the generator. Basically, I'll grab the generator, I'll drag it like a screen, or whatever I get to like the first level exertion. I'm going to put it down, I'm going to rest, and it's just going to be a cycle of that. So it's going to be a very slow, painful day. But without having a working vehicle, it's what I can do. On the plus side, it won't be noisy. So even if, for example, there's too many zombies that we couldn't drive a car through here and do that, if I can get the generator over here, we would potentially be able to hook it up later, turn it on, fill up a gas can, turn it off, and run away, and then clear out whatever zombies show up in the future. There's also a possibility I just go in here, and I find gas cans and all that. Can't look at that car right now. Alright, we're going to ignore the car. That's a bathroom. Large knife. Heck yeah, that's an actual weapon. Wrench. Beef jerky, chocolate candy. Empty gas can. Another empty gas can. Huh. That's neat. A rotten burger. Some ginger ale. Stick of butter. Some seltzer water. Hey, Anandar, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Hope you've been enjoying yourself, the streams and all that. Radio wouldn't happen to have batteries, would it? Give me them batteries. Those are my batteries. Keep my pocket. It's the second time I removed batteries and they've not worked. Alright, so I need to stop removing batteries from stuff. They seem to be bugging out. And another fanny pack. Alright. So we did successfully get into the bathroom, so I'm just going to have a quick sip of water out of the toilet, as you do. Alright. Let's close this blind. What city should go next to after Rosewood? I don't really know enough about what you're doing in your run to give you good information. Like if you're doing a high pop run, like it depends on your goals, I guess. There's lots of good choices, all that stuff. Now let's go ahead and eat this salad. And we will add some violets to the salad. We'll add some thistle to the salad. We'll add some beef jerky to the salad. We'll add some leeks to the salad. And now we're going to go ahead and just eat an entire stick of butter. Weirdly, that didn't make us really upset. I was actually expecting to eat the butter and then need to chase the butter with the salad. I'm assuming Drongo is probably close to a bed. Just for the fact that they're inside chilling by that. If not, that's fine too. But I'm not going to want to move around in here. Not till the morning, because it's getting dark, and the zombies didn't see me go in the building, so as long as I don't walk around and make a bunch of noise, they shouldn't notice me. Can you remove negative traits like underweight if you keep enough weight on? Yes, so most traits are permanent. Like smoker is a permanent trait, you never get over it. Claustrophobia, you never get over it. But there are a couple you can. So you're weak, unfit, slow metabolism, high metabolisms. There are some effects of those that are permanent, but the overall like being under and overweight and the penalties from that, you can fix those. That's the reason why I consider those traits the 0 to hero traits, because you can start with no fitness and you can fix it. You can start overweight and you can lose the weight and that kind of thing. Versus if you choose a character who's like, you know, a smoker who's claustrophobic, who has, you know, motion sickness, those are unsolvable traits. They just stay forever. So it's kind of one of those things that, you know, you can be like, hey, it's an all negative traits run. That's not to say that's not a bad challenge. It is a good challenge. It's a frustrating challenge. But it's just the whole thing that, you know, in those cases, it very much is kind of one of those things that, yeah, I'm guessing. Is Restless Sleeper default on or and hidden currently? So yeah, so when you look at stuff like the sleep related traits, those are, where's the bed? There it is. The sleep traits, those aren't supposed to be missing. It's just a bug. The devs have confirmed that was unintended, and they are going to fix that. But yeah, so like the wakeful, restless sleeper, a bunch of those are all missing. Pretty much all your sleep-related traits are broken right now. As in not existing broken. Aww, it was a melted popsicle that also happened to be rotten. Your character only sleeps like 4 hours? Oh, that door is toast. I shouldn't do this. Okay, I rescued the door. I took on a completely unnecessary risk because I didn't want them to break the door. So the goal for this in-game day is to get back to where we have our generator and to lug our generator here. I can't actually use it yet, but I want to get it in position so that as soon as someone has a high enough skill in electrical, they can literally just roll up here and operate the pumps. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these empty gas cans and I'm going to just place them down here by the pumps, because they're going to do us no good over here. But if I have them here just kind of staging for when we have the generator, then we can just get the generator, immediately fill up all these gas cans. They'll already be here. Then someone can lug the gas cans home. I don't know. I don't fully intend to basing here. I've based here before. One of my longest runs, if you see this gap between the driveway and that lake, one of my most actually, not even one of my most elaborate base I ever built, I did tuck in that spot. That way I could put a generator along the sides of the pumps, so it could operate the pump and it could operate my base from one generator. And I built the entire generator piece, or the entire base piece by piece. It had like a whole... It had like a whole storage room in the back where it had shelves, and all the shelves had like what was inside the shelves staged on top. It had the infamous katana bed that had, I can't remember what it was like 2732 katanas laying on it that were the katanas I used during the run and broke. We had our 4 doctorates because that was Dr. Ellen Ennis, because she got her 4 doctorates. You know, and most people when they go to get multiple doctorates, you know, they go to university, they pursue their extracurricular program, or not the extracurricular, their post-grad programs to getting their doctorate. We walked into the local pharmacy with a crowbar, and then we walked out with some doctorates. It's a way, way more cost-effective way of getting doctorates. Like, and it's way shorter, too. You don't have to put, like, years of education and study and all that in. You don't have to, like, go to any of that. You just show up with a crowbar and, you know, you leave with doctorates. Yeah, so it's just the East. And the price of a Sharpie is way better. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, you're not wrong that gas station, the gas station's mostly good news. Positioning, the gas station's great. It's also great for if you want a base that has easy access to gas. Like, it works extremely well. You can actually get a decent amount of stuff in there and have a pretty nicely organized base. The one negative about that gas station is it is kind of a one-way in, one-way out kind of situation. With stairs that go around a corner. So if you do draw attention while you're at home, it can be a pretty spicy place to try and defend where it's easy for you to get cornered kind of thing. But that said, if you're clearing out the area, that's kind of a nothing burger. Alright. And we should be nowhere near the next helicopter yet. We should have a good at least like 5 or so days would be my guess. Alright, this is going to be a rough day. Oh, we'll grab those maggots. Yeah, it's stuck in my inventory until I relog. Because we got a generator right here. I don't know how to hook it up yet. Alright, time to check on the weather. See what kind of weather we're doing. Because it is a thing, like, if we're going to have a rainy day or whatever, that is a really good day to drop what you're doing in fishing. There are bonuses for different times of day and what the weather is and all that. It's not that you shouldn't fish outside those, but there's just some days you're like, oh, this is going to be a particularly good day for fishing. You know, if it's something on my list of things to do, it's a good time to kind of go out of my way to try and make it happen. Clear skies tomorrow, that's fine. Or, sorry, clear skies today. Cloudy spells tomorrow. Light fog tomorrow. Heavy rain tomorrow, starting in the morning. Okay, so we got... So basically, tomorrow's probably going to be a good day for fishing. It's going to be raining most of the day, so it's not going to be a great time to be out and about. Oh! Well, I'm sorry, whoever this Alan Lilly is. I took your fanny pack, and it looks like it still had your driver's license in it. Here, I'm going to drop it on this random corpse. You're now Allie. I grabbed a lot more watches than I thought. It was, what, 34 watches? Yep, gonna be good fishing tomorrow. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get something like a pike. We'll hold on to all that. For right now, I'm gonna chuck those seeds over. That's all fine. Chuck those over. Keep these, keep those. Alright, now it's time... Well, actually, let's get a sip of water first. Alright, now it's time to break her back. What do you think of very thick fog of the game, and how flashlights and vehicle lights do nothing about it? I mean, in real life, if you use a flashlight during fog, it makes it harder to see. Because your light hits the fog and it just makes it harder to see in front of you. So that's fine that it doesn't do anything meaningful. That's always been a thing in Project Zomboid, that the weather can be that wild card that you're going through your day and just, you know, you're like, I'm gonna go do this. It's like, all right, by the way, you're gonna have a nasty thunderstorm tomorrow. Like, all right, never mind. I'm not doing that tomorrow because that's gonna be real messy. Any Rolexes? I'm not sure you've seen Rolexes. They do have like a bunch of watches that have a bunch of like different names that they're like, you know, copyright safe brands. You know, like when you play a game and they talk about Disneyland. Or Milton Mouse. This is actually not as bad as I thought. I was honestly expecting to really struggle with a generator. I'm probably still thinking 0 to hero nonsense. What do you weigh in my arms right now? Because I'm sure you're like 20 or whatever. Encumbered 30. So why am I only seeing 16? Alright, so we gotta drop the generator. Unless they change it, because it used to be you grab that poor generator and you'd be like extremely encumbered. And you'd basically just watch your endurance just drain. Like, don't get me wrong, over-encumbered's pretty bad. but it's not like you're going to die bad. I mean, if you're, or overloaded, yeah, like if you're in the middle of like a big fight and you're fighting overloaded, it is very dangerous. I don't recommend it. But just being overloaded by itself isn't dangerous, versus being extremely encumbered is, because you'll just obliterate your entire endurance before you realize it. And then, you know, a fight happens, and even you can get whatever is heavy out of your hands, it's just kind of too little too late. You've already spent all your energy. So this might actually go very smoothly. If that's the case, then what I'll probably do next is I'll run up to that gas can I mentioned, and I will empty the gas can into the generator between the pumps. And then basically it'll be a matter of as fast as someone get the electrical skill or the magazine, we could run down there, hook it up. We've got 3 gas cans. That's plenty to top it off, do all that stuff, and then run those gas cans back to where Drongo's at to run that generator. And we'll have to do a trip every N number of days to bring it back and forth, but, you know, with that much going, we should be able to make a car happen. Like, someone might have to put a little bit of work into getting mechanics up enough to do it, but that's not that big a deal. Especially since we might get lucky. I didn't get a chance to look at the station wagon. There is a chance we're going to get to the station wagon and it'll just be in good shape. Pop in, drive it on out. Because we could do that. Yeah, every time I drive the station wagon anywhere, we're going to pull all the zombies from the surrounding area, but that's not an undesirable thing. Okay, drop the generator again. Okay. It feels kind of out of place in the game in terms of the Silent Hill once a week. You never saw real life fog like that, but apparently it is a thing that might be part of it. Yeah, no, it is a thing when you get like a proper thick fog that it's actually considered bad. Like, there's a catch-22. You want your headlights on so other people can see you. You do not want your high beams on, because genuinely it does not help your business. Okay, so we only need electric skill 3. It did say electric skill 3. So if we have someone grind electric skill 3, monkeys. So no keys. Grab all this. I appreciate that I mentioned I need electrical skill, and this car's got like 3 CD players in it. That's fine. Overall, that car's fine. Alright, so let's get back out of here. There's nothing else I need here for right now. I know Allison was working on electrical a bit. I saw the electrical scrap, and I know Allison picks up pretty much every watch she sees, which is a good habit to have for this kind of thing. Because once you hit 3, you don't care about electrical after that, because you can just repair the generator and slowly climb your skill up, and there's not really anything significant you care about after that. But I have 20-something watches. It takes a lot to get the electrical skill up. That said, we did have the electrical book 1. Drongo had that up there, so I did read it while I was in the neighborhood. Which does mean we've got, what is it, double or triple XP. The thing here in California, especially Central Valley, radiation fog, especially turtle fog. Yeah, no, right, because the fog, if I remember the valley you get, or the fog you get in the Central Valley, it's not so much like the humidity or whatever, or not humidity, it's not like that kind of thing. It's, whatever gets over the mountains gets stuck there, and then, like, all the farming and all that kicking up the dust and just staying in the air, which still becomes fog. But yeah, no, every once you don't get it so much in Florida because of how flat it is. But you go north just a little ways in places like Georgia, there are places that are like little pockets that the fog kind of settles in. And yeah, the fog can be thick to the point that it's just not safe to drive. You can't see 10 feet in front of you. We used to get that occasionally, like it'd be either like really early morning or really late evening when it's really warm and humid. You'd sometimes get that heavy fog in the wetlands area, and you just can't see anything. You'll have an area where the speed limit's normally 55, and they'll be going like 20 miles per hour because all you see is like a couple of taillights vaguely once you start getting with like 20 feet of another car. Otherwise, it's just fog as far as you can see. Because they used to get school canceled, the fog was so thick all morning. Yeah, we didn't get that. I mean, honestly, we probably should have. But yeah, there's definitely times where it's just like, how long's this drive? Oh yeah, this drive's like an hour. And then you see how bad the fog is, and you're just kind of crawling along because no one can see anything. And so you're like, all right, well, this is going to be a 2-hour drive. Because I'm going 20 and just hoping there's not someone, with utter madness flying by at 100 miles per hour who can't see anything. I mean, honestly, you probably wouldn't have to worry about that because they'd be in the ditch before they got anywhere near you because they wouldn't be able to see where the road was. That's also where you're driving, and the way you navigate the road is you're just watching the reflectors in the middle of the road, and that's all you've got to go by. You can't see off either shoulder. I've only had to do that like twice in my life, and both times if I didn't absolutely have to be to the other side, like if it's just visiting a friend or something, I've been like, no, sorry, another day. I want to hang, but I'm not willing to die for it. And if you ever notice how I'm like inching up when I have one zombie with a short blade, if you watch my character model, when it's one zombie, I'll walk up and you'll see my character, you'll have the weapon hand, but you'll have the other hand, they'll kind of lift it up like that. That's basically telling me I'm in range to be able to do an execution animation, which is where you instant kill the zombie. It's not a guarantee. It's an RNG thing. And if you have more than one zombie aggroed, instead of executing it, you'll just shove it away kind of thing. Alright. So let's try and go get this gas can, because it's on the opposite end of everything here. But then we can drag the gas can back down. Guessing where the road is based off telephone poles are after a blizzard. Yeah, we haven't had to deal with that one. And around here, like the closest we would get would be flooded roads, and you don't want to take your chances crossing a flooded road based on any type of landmarks. Because when you have that kind of stuff, that's where you can get like sinkholes and all that you just can't see. And then, then you got that problem where you just see a car drive down the road and then just disappear into the abyss. And it's real dangerous to do that. So when the roads flood, everyone just, unless you absolutely have no choice, most people will stay the heck away from the roads. The scariest one I've ever dealt with wasn't anything like that. I was crossing a bridge from out towards the Space Center towards Merritt Island. And all you need to know is it's a big bridge. Like, all the rest is irrelevant. It's a big bridge. That's the important detail. And there was a hurricane coming, but, it's still a little ways out. But we were starting to get some of the squalls and all that, and I had to go to work. Because out there, I used to work out the Space Center, and that was the route I took. At the time when I lived over there. And I was driving an Oldsmobile, as my parents' car, because I was, like, 17 or whatever. And I was driving an Oldsmobile Cutlass, like the old steel frame. This thing is basically a big lead weight on the road vehicle. And I got onto the bridge, and the gusts were strong enough. It lifted up my car and turned it the wrong way in its lane. And I got to the other side, and I'm like, you need to close this bridge. If I'm getting knocked around in this big heavy metal car, some poor little Honda Civic that's mostly aluminum with like a little teeny tiny bit of steel in it is just going to get hucked right off the side of this bridge. Which I do think they did end up closing it, not because I said something, but, you know, it was clearly getting too close to the storm. I was pretty pissed off that day, because I was already of the mindset of, like, okay, I don't have work tomorrow, like, you know, the storm's going to be here, and they were like, no, you have work. And it was one of those places that, you know, they've got, like, points, you don't show up for work, it's very corporate, there's no flexibility around anything or any rhyme or reason or whatever. So I showed up. That was pretty close to when I ultimately ended up quitting. That wasn't the one I quit. The one I quit with that job is I had scheduled the day off. I can't remember, it was like midterms or exams in college or whatever, but it's coming up on one of those things, and all you need to know is it's something you cannot reschedule at school. Like, it's college, it's on that day, you be there or you fail your class. Is pretty much the way it works. And so I scheduled the time off saying, this day I cannot be there. And they're like, cool, you're approved, you're good, don't worry about it. And they had called, being like, because it's just a thing that happened, you know, someone would call in sick in work, and they'd be like, hey, we need someone to come out to, like, fill this job, you know, can you come out? And, you know, they called, and they got me on the phone, they're like, hey, we need you to come out today, you know, such and such called in, or whatever. And I'm like, I can't. I scheduled the day off because I've got exams. Like, well, company policy is if we did manage to reach you on the phone and you answered, if you do not show up, it will count as an absence against you. And I was like, the what? And it ended up I actually was able to go out. Like, I went, took my exam, finished, you know, in plenty of time, and was able to make it to the shift and everything. And I turned in my notice right when I got there. I was like, yeah, this is my 2-week notice. I'm not coming back. I was like, what the hell do you expect the response to this be? No one's going to answer your phone ever again. Like, this is the dumbest policy. Like, I'm also not surprised. Like, I would not have been surprised if someone challenged that if it was found to be, you know, either illegal or something of that nature. It was such, like, a thing. It's like, okay. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I need to be north farther. But yeah, no, it was a very weird company. It's unfortunately, it's a company that runs a lot of the national parks here in the U.S. What was it, Delaware North? They got a real patchy track record. Huh. Shortly after I had left, they ran into a big problem where the union went on strike because they went to use the health insurance and it didn't actually exist. That they were promised a bunch of health insurance and someone went to actually use it and they didn't actually have the policy. Which, I can't imagine why you would do that, because someone is going to put a claim against that insurance. It's why it's there. So, that was a whole debacle. I think they almost lost their contract there, too, because of it. That was, like, big news in the area at the time. Because they're not a huge employer over there in the Space Coast, but they're not insignificant. But yeah, that was a mess. You know, at that point, I wasn't with the company already. Lose the contract? That's enough to lose the company? Yeah, I mean, in their case, they are in a little bit of a different situation than you'd expect, because, like, oh man, I'm gonna get a park. I think they also operate Yellowstone National Park. There's a good, like, 8 or 9 pretty big national parks in the US that they operate. And so it's kind of one of those things that one of the things working for them is because they have all those tied up with a bunch of bureaucracy because of, you know, working with the government and all that. Even if they were to lose those contracts, it's not as easy as just, okay, you lost a contract and you did a terrible thing, you're out. There's a lot of stuff that has to happen to get there. How far north did I go here? Because I thought the gas can was... Oh no, there's still ways. Oh yeah, it's probably farther north. But yeah. I think they did ultimately, I can't remember, I think they did ultimately leave the Space Center, but I believe they still operate Yellowstone. I think the company's also improved over the years, because after a couple of black eyes from that kind of garbage, you know, they started getting a bunch of threats of shape up or ship out kind of thing. I want to say is up the road here somewhere, there was a van, I believe it was, that the gas can was in the trunk. And at the time, both me and Allison had our inventories absolutely chock full. So grabbing like a 5 encumbrance full gas can was just not a thing we could do. And it's just going to sit anyway. So it was just kind of like, all right, should we grab this now? Probably not. Oh, right. And that one, because we don't have the keys, I can't pop the trunk. That's fine. I'm running more than I should because I'm looking at us losing time of day. This whole area should be clear, so it's kind of a calculated risk. It's probably the wrong play. I probably should be being more patient about it. But I'd like to get back home before it's dark. And we are pretty high fitness. That's another one we can't get into. I think it's just up the road here that there's a van. Because I think it also had like a, it had a jack in it, but we've already got a jack, so I don't need it. I think it did have a tire iron. I think I grabbed that. And I believe I ultimately left that at, over with Drongo's stuff. Because that's where we happened to head, because it's just so far north up here that it was easier to get over there than try and get back home. Because I want to say there's a turn up here that leads to a couple of farms. But yeah, where people are asking about overheating earlier, right now, I'm wearing pants and a hat and nothing else. Well, and boots. And we are pushing to mildly overheating. That's because it's like 85 degrees out. Alright, I'll keep checking north. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. I know we had a gas can that was full somewhere. Ah, there's the van. Okay, there it is. I was about to be like, but we saw it. I remember. Because I remember looking at the van being like, wait a second, I might be able to get this to work if we have keys, and then we just didn't have keys. So we can equip that onto our secondary. I'll grab the screwdriver. Yeah, my inventory was super full, so I started chucking tree branches and flint and all that stuff wherever I could find a place to put it. I had the sack for moving gravel and dirt. I chucked it into a random seat. Yes, unfortunately. Aw, you teased me there. Sometimes if you go foraging nearby cars, you'll find their keys. But, when I popped out and it instantly put up the arrow, I was like, ah? Yeah, and there's the keys I have, but neither of which are that. Alright, so we got our gas can. I'm going to start running back home. Because it is a full gas can. But we're going to bring it down over to where that generator is and plunk it down. And then what I might do from there is it won't be this in-game day because I'll have to get over to where Drongo is. I've been grabbing watches everywhere we've been going to, you know, support someone getting the skill. If Allison ends up popping on, we can have Allison work on the electrical. If it ends up being just, like, just me and Drongo, then what I'll probably do is just start tearing apart every electrical device I can get my hands on. To try and get that electrical 3, because if I can get that, we can turn on the generator. And then we'll probably start the process of trying to move everything. I do think if I do manage to get that generator set up, where I can hook it up, I might try and recruit whoever's on the server to help me carry the gas back, because 3 gas cans will be more than I think I can handle by myself. Because when we turn on the generator, it'll be one of those things that the zombies will probably show up relatively quick. But we get 2 people filling up gas cans real quick, and as soon as the one gets 2 filled, just book out of there. The other one turns off the generator. That should be fine. Gotta find us a car. I got one. Well, if we get someone able to hotwire, I've got 3 cars we could potentially use. None of them are good, but they're not wrecks. Otherwise, if we can find a tire that's any good, I do have a car. I've got a key that it is, again, it's not in good shape. It's not in terrible shape. It's a more of a mixed bag kind of situation where some of the stuff is in really sorry shape, some of it's not. Okay, so I gotta sit down for a minute. We'll make some jerky. So I don't have any good cars that I've found yet. I got the station wagon by the gas stations, okay. There's the car full of bonds and cash and a gold ingot just north of Lake Falls, like right above it. It's missing a wheel. And if we can get that wheel, it should be alright. I am not willing to cook with berries I don't know. Like, I will danger eat a potential poison berry. Okay, didn't die from it, so we'll go ahead and take another berry. I'm weirdly feeling like none of the berries are poisonous in multiplayer right now. Because I am slamming these berries, and that is not a thing you want to do in single player. Like, you can eat berries, like, I eat poison berries all the time in single player, but, you know, you take a little nibble here and there, and you use them to kind of help you across the finish line. But I'm straight up just munching these things, and it's going fine. Oh, also for those who don't know, there is actually 2 different speeds of jogging. You've got jogging, and you've got sprinting. There is no reason to ever sprint in normal Project Zomboid. That is just deleting your endurance for no real gain. With sprinters, there is a reason. But, yeah. That said, there is a fun meme you could do by sprinting. If you sprint face first into a wall, you will ricochet off the wall. And it is pretty comical. Oh, here, I'll pop in here for a sip of water. It is pretty funny to watch your characters go plonk, thud. Okay, so we're going to stop sprinting for a minute. How are the chickens doing? They're probably not doing well considering the amount of poop I'm seeing laying around in there. That's not poop. Give me some of them eggs. Give me some of them eggs. Ho ho. Gonna be some eggs tonight. It's actually not as bad as I thought. There's definitely some bird droppings in there. Let's see. Getting all the eggs. You wonder if we get Curly into multiplayer Zomboid? I'll be down. If Curly wants. Yeah, no, I know she mentioned it a couple of times. All right. So how many eggs did we all... Are you really... Look, I know chickens have lots of eggs and all that, but like, seriously, how many eggs were you dropping? I was just through here and you dropped 35 more. Like, are each one of you chickens just like casually holding on to like 30 eggs in your body and just going honk, and a big mass pile of eggs falls out of you? Because that's 97 eggs in my secondary bag. I got another 12 eggs in this bag. Yeah, so we got 109 eggs. Now, technically, that is enough that I could counter my weight loss for about a day. And probably manage to find lethal amounts of cholesterol. Just straight up you slam down 97 eggs and you die by cholesterol. No one's really sure how the science works. You just don't live through it. I mean, realistically, it'd probably eat 97 eggs and rupture your stomach or something, but, you know, it'd be a volume problem, not even a nutritional problem. The protein farts might kill you. It would definitely, at a minimum, you're having a real miserable time. Like, what goes wrong is not really the important detail. Something's gonna go wrong. Your body is going to handily reject it in some manner or another. That's weird, Darth. There'd be a lot of egg salad. Yep. But yeah, I know we've had a handful of people in the circle of friends mention potentially joining us. Been like a good 3-4 of them. The world record for the most boiled eggs eaten in one sitting is 143. You're gonna have to pump those numbers up. That is deeply upsetting. Like, that is a deeply upsetting. I am not a fan of eating contests. Ugh. Where you see the people like wetting the hot dogs and like shoving them in their mouth and everything. You're just like, dude, just no. Just no. And honestly, I feel like the hot dogs would be more manageable than that many eggs. I like an egg. Like, I like a good egg and all that. Way more than a hot dog. But at least the hot dog has, like, multiple things going on for it if I'm going to be slamming down a lot of them. Just eating one after another is going to be eggs. Well, I would assume they'd have to be unshelled, fullness. If you're talking one sitting, if you had to shell, like, deshell all those eggs, the sheer amount of time would be completely unreasonable. Yeah, okay, like I I can get down with like food challenges of eating all sorts of weird exotic food. I can get behind eating or like food challenges of like cooking. It's strictly for me when it is volume. That the whole point is eat this ungodly volume of insert name of thing. And that's a challenge. Would you eat ballots? It's off the top of my head, I can't think of what it is. I'm probably mispronouncing it. I'm down to eat some weird stuff. I do have some limits, and there's definitely stuff I would go into with not high hopes. But that's... I feel like I've been told this one not too far back what it was, and I don't remember what it is. Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, that came up... I think that came up on your stream. Like, 5-6 months ago. No, that's... nah. Like, don't get me wrong, if I'm starving to death and that's the only option or something, which would be very weird because it's a very specific thing to be the only option, then, you know, it is what it is. I'm not gonna die. But also... though... Alright, so we've got that. We got the battery that's stuck in my inventory. Which that's just till I relog. How late are you going? Probably pretty late. I didn't realize it's already midnight, but yeah, I'm definitely going at least 4 more hours. And then after that is going to be, you know, kind of depends. Like for example, if we have other people jumping in here, like Curly or yourself or whatever, and we're hanging out, I'll probably go much later. But if it's like mostly me chilling, and then, you know, if Drongo's here as well and we're hanging out doing stuff, I could see myself going longer. Like, you get the idea. You might join. You need to try and say, oh, are you trying to do the thing where you reset your clock by just going full degen hour binger so you can crash out properly the next night? I've done that kind of reset before. It used to work so reliably for me when I was younger. Now it's sometimes not. Wait, tripe is what? Alright. Okay, so it looks like Drongo's inside the house over there, so probably not far from a bed. Oh, was already in bed, ready to roll. Okay. Alright, there's a bed here somewhere. There you are. Finally got 12 hours sleep last night after you dipped from your stream. Well, that's good, because I know you've been dealing with that. We've had the conversation, insomnia and ADHD co-occur practically aggressively. So, very relatable, struggling to sleep. Very relatable. I probably get like 1 week of relatively okay sleep, followed by a week of absolute garbage tier sleep. And kind of just all over the place. Like, there's definitely sometimes I do stuff that kind of helps, and then the next week it stops helping out to come up the thing. You had no idea that ADHD was related to sleep disturbances? You learned recently that if you're ADHD, you're more likely to be awake during the night? Yeah. And there is a heavy amount of argument within specialists who work with ADHD on whether the being nocturnal, you know, is the thing that aggravates ADHD, or ADHD aggravates the thing that makes you be more likely to be, like, which one is the one that causes the other one more? Because it's the thing, if you're ADHD prone, you know, during the day you've got your parents who want you to do stuff and school and all these things that you may not be your interest. And so a lot of the interest things you do in the evening and you hyper focus on them, i.e., you just got your new Star Wars novel and you want to read it and you're into it and you don't want to go to bed yet, and you got this really cool thing called a flashlight and you can't see it from the door of your bedroom. You know, sometimes you might just stay up really late reading your new novel. Or later on, if you get a Game Boy. I mean, the Game Boy, you had to get, like, the whole thing, because the original Game Boy, if you didn't have lights going, you were not seeing anything. Flashlight under the covers, the classic. Oh yeah, or or drawing, or whatever the thing was you wanted to do. It. The key was finding something you were really interested in doing that didn't make noise, so that you could get away with it. So you kind of become nocturnal by the fact that during the day you're kind of forced to be frustrated and muscle through things you didn't want to be doing, which is very difficult if you have ADHD, because there's a whole thing about hyper focus and all that, and it can be very difficult to get yourself to engage with activities that don't interest you. And there's hacks and all that you can do once you realize you have ADHD to make it more manageable. Nothing's perfect, but, like, you know, understand how your brain works and work with your brain versus just trying to be like, well, you just need to focus. What, are you stupid or something? That you'd hear from adults back then, which, yep, that's not great for a person's self-image. But you know, you learn to work with it, and I don't blame adults back then. They didn't know what they didn't know. Like, it wasn't malicious. The one that does irk me is you don't apply yourself, or you're not trying. When someone says that, it's like, kindly go F yourself, because I might not be getting it, there might not be approaching it correctly, I might not be doing a lot of things, but it's certainly not a lack of effort. If you think it's a lack of effort, you ain't paying attention. You were told you're being disobedient till I believe them. Pretty much. Yeah, just get better. And again, it was one of those things that, like, ADHD pre-existed when we had a term for it. But, you know, by and large, needing to be successful in academia is a relatively modern thing and all that. And so it's kind of just one of those things that, you know, again, people just didn't know. Alright, so we're going to get this gas can down here. Then what we'll probably do is grab the giant mountain of bugs I've collected, because they're just going to rot otherwise. And I'll probably run those over to where Drongo's area is. So whether it's me fishing or Drongo fishing or Allison fishing, so at least someone can put them to use. Okay, so don't need to do with this. I mentioned filling this up. I'm a little concerned. This is the kind of thing where we might fill it up, then connect it, and then, you know, it updates the state and it forgets what's going on. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to run right there, I'm going to right-click, and I'm going to choose drop. Now I got a full gas can right next to the generator. So that is all staged once someone knows how to hook it up. And then I'm going to grab a whole bunch of junk. Oh, we got berries starting to go stale. Honestly, I'm just going to chuck them on the body. I'm going to eat my seaweed and move on. I'm going to have, like, the blandest nori ever. It's just seaweed. We didn't season it, we didn't dry it, we just grabbed some seaweed and just shoved it in our mouth. And called it a day. Let's go ahead and stage our walkie-talkie. Because I've lost track. We probably have 3 or 4 more days till the helicopter is eligible to show up. But I don't really know. Because I know after the helicopter showed up yesterday, I'm pretty sure me and Alice had put in 2 more days. And I think we're like 4 days in today. Well, actually, we can go... Yeah, so it's 1 hour days, so it'd be about 5 days. So that puts us up to about 7 days. And I believe on sometimes it's between like 10 and 12 days, I believe, between helicopters. Something like that. So yeah, so we're looking at probably another 3 days or so, give or take, for it to be possible to show up. Now, to be clear, it can go way longer than that. I have had them go, like, in the 20 days between. Usually, though, it's in, like, the low teens for kind of a long gap. So there's a good chance, either by the end of my normal stream time or a bit after that, we'll probably have a helicopter. That's, like, most likely during my stream time, but kind of on the later part of it. Now, that said, I could have absolutely lost track. Because normally what I do is I record when every helicopter happens. That's nothing, don't worry, that's flavor text. Alright, we're good. But that's the reasons why, even if I'm like, oh yeah, I'm a couple days off, it's fine. I just train it as a habit to every single day check the weather. Yep, and again, definitely check out Ultrasource. Absolutely fantastic content creator. The person who is actually running the server and everything, all good stuff. Can the helicopter happen when no players logged in? So, it depends on your server settings. You can have your server continue running while no one is there. In that case, the answer is yes. But you can also have it where the server pauses while no one's there, which is what we have set up, which is what I also recommend. In that case, because the server is literally kind of frozen in time, it can't happen while no one's there. But I would highly encourage that you have the server pause when no one's there, because otherwise you'll just come back and all your food will be rotten every single time, and that'll get pretty annoying after a while. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a annoying management thing, so you're all for the... Let's just grab literally everything in there. A lot of it's rotten and stale. So I'm going to grab everything, we'll take the rotten stuff, we'll start chucking it outside. Oh, it must have been a lot of maggots. Okay, this is like, I'm seeing my weight go up, but I'm not seeing stuff go in my inventory. Gamble all? Gamble what? Oh, is that like there's, you know, people have like a bot thing that you can gamble? Yeah, I don't have that here. Here, you can have a rye sheaf. And a slug. And a snail. And some worms. You have 1 egg that's stale. Alright, let's also check for watches. Got a lot of stuff here I could craft weapons out of, but I won't be able to carry those weapons and the other stuff I've got. We got a nail for making a another fishing pole. I should probably bring that with me. That way, if both me and Drongo end up needing to fish at some point, I'll probably bring the hacksaw, and I'll bring as much as we can. Okay, maybe we won't bring the hacksaw. Well, so the saw would allow us to do a lot more crafting over there. Okay, slight change of plan. Can I go to dismantle? Let's just start taking a bunch of stuff apart. I don't need to bring these with me. Because I can't carry it all. Alright. So we need to hit electrical 3. And each one of those is worth a couple of XP. Realistically, to get this, I'm going to have to go find some radios and televisions and bigger things to take apart. Generally speaking, and this is very broadly speaking, when taking things apart that give XP, for the few skills that still works, the bigger the thing is so far as how much space it takes, like tiles of space, the more XP it's broadly worth. It's not 100% true, but like, for example, these things I can pocket, they're not worth very much. A television takes up 1 tile of ground. It's worth a pretty okay amount. If you get, like, the really big, you know, like, commercial oven kind of things, you take those apart, they're worth a whole lot because it's a really big thing. It used to be, like, that was true also of carpentry. So what you would do is you go to picnic benches, you would take apart picnic benches, it'd be worth a ridiculous amount of XP. That's not the case anymore. But, that was that way for a long time. We're doing pretty good. I'm just scrapping a whole bunch of electronics because we've got everything set up to be able to get power back on for at least a couple places. We got the generators and all that, but no one knows how to hook up the generator quite yet. So I'm starting to work on that. So what I'll probably end up doing is popping into some of these other houses and tearing apart their televisions and whatnot. That's, it is low-key. I know a lot of people are upset when they stopped giving you XP for disassembling furniture. I am very happy they stopped doing that. It bothered me when I hopped into a server and you go into town and every single building had, like, all of the furniture just ripped out. So you'd go into a bunch of these hollow buildings with just, like, bits of wood all over the floor and just nails and all that everywhere, and you're just like, come on, man. Bunch of random metal pieces everywhere from people trying to get their metal working up. And it was just like, it would devastate entire towns as people were leveling up, especially multiplayer that die, that lose their skills, and then go to another town and do it again. And it's what you did. I don't blame them for doing it. Trying to get the skill up, building walls and all that was painful. And this is with the multiplier from reading the book as well. Okay, drop off that scrap. And pop on down here. There's an R20. I mean, make it an option, off per default, and people can run their servers to turn on. I believe you can turn it on. I can't remember, actually. Honestly, there's enough ways to get those skills. It's not that big a deal. It makes it more in line. Bringing fix. Well, no, it's still true of single player as well. That again, you would want to do all that work. But again, you would trash the town. You just come back to the town, and the town, you know, looks terrible because you basically ransack the town. It doesn't like bother me too much either way. But I can definitely see the arguments to be made there. Oh, I should probably bring the axe. Especially with Drongo having the RP that his parents were killed by a tree, and so he's a tree doctor who cuts down trees. I will give him the single best item in the game for cutting down trees. Because it's all it's good for. The wood axe, it hits like a truck, but is so obnoxiously slow that trying to use it in a fight will utterly kill you. But for cutting down a tree, it's only like 2-3 hits on a tree and the tree pops down a lot of times. Electrical 1. Let's go. It's not actually 1/3 of the, I was gonna be like 1/3 of the way there. It's like, no XP wise, it's closer to like 1/4 or 1/5 of the way to go. Like a 1/4 or 1/5 of the way through. But yeah, It's also one of those things that just ripping one thing apart after the other and being able to become like a master carpenter by just taking a ball peen hammer to a bunch of beds. You're like, okay, you know, getting your first 2 points, sure. You know, oh good, I learned how to make a makeshift radio and all that kind of stuff. All right. Cool. So that takes care of that. Let's grab. How heavy you are. Do I have something on my back? I don't. So I'll put that on my back. Yeah, we're basically full on these things. And I could grab a bunch of other stuff, but we're pretty full. I'm gonna focus more on. Let's try and get these over. Because we get those over to where Drongo is staying. I got a decent amount of bugs on me. A lot of them are unfortunately stale. I've got a giant mountain of eggs that can be wolfed down in mass. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But you can eat all the eggs as like one giant pile. And that should be enough to start trying to counter the weight loss. And then hopefully as people start hitting like 5, 6, and 7 fishing, we'll start grabbing like sea bass and pike and sturgeon and some of these like really big fish. Because one of those big fish will feed someone for a couple of days and get them some weight. Fishing is something you've barely done in Project Zomboid? Yeah, it got a rework in Build 42. When it comes to gaining weight, it's one of the few levers you have to pull. There's like trapping, fishing, you can go after butter. That you can raise cows, get butter, that kind of thing. There's not a whole lot of options out there right now for doing it. But yeah, so Build 41, yeah, no, fishing was my go-to, because you just get a spear. I would trap if I was nowhere near water. I didn't like trapping there, because fishing was kind of you waited until you needed more weight or whatever, and then you'd run over and just do a round of fishing and you're good for a little bit. With trapping, you really kind of had to keep up with the trapping, like keep a regular cadence. So it was a bit more of a chore, and then plus the traps could be attacked and destroyed and all that kind of stuff, versus fishing, you just got a spear, you walked up some water and you started stabbing. Which it's fair that they ultimately turned around and went, okay, let's rework the fishing to be more engaging, interesting, whatever you want to go with. Because prior to that, it was genuinely kind of one of those things you just, you know, you walked with the wire, you right-clicked on it, and fish happened. Let's see, your space engineer's vanilla blueprint modify philosophy is to keep the original substructure, but update distinct systems and change those possible. Oh, so like the idea is you would grab like the military ship and you'd yoink all like the plating or whatever, and kind of revamp it. Gameplay 42. Now that multiplayer's out, some friends are thinking about starting a server. Plus, if Ultra starts, so it could be a server, you'd be there. Gotcha. Yeah, and I know a lot of people, especially early on, a lot of people have leaned more towards having servers that they keep to smaller groups. Especially right now where there's a lot of bugs going on. It's probably better. It's also just one of those things that it's always a bit tricky with these games, that the opportunity for doing some serious harm by trolling, like, there's only so much you can do. You can, like, Project Zomboid, I don't think there's a realistic way to properly, fully prevent trolling beyond just, if someone causes trouble, ban them, and then on top of that, like, be a bit selective on who can go in there. Because sure, you can turn off PvP and you can't directly damage each other, but then, you know, they can still pull a horde of zombies to you. Like, there's always opportunity to cause pretty bad harm. Yeah, at least with people, like, poisoning the food, it puts a big green skull on any food that's, you know, unsafe to eat from being contaminated. But you can easily miss it, too. But yeah, no, I mentioned earlier, people were like, oh, with PvP out, how could someone harm you? And I mentioned, like, where I'm fishing, someone could actually pull up a car next to me, block me in, and just sit in the driver's seat or whatever, and keep eating food. I can't get in because they're occupying the seat, and I can't walk around because the car's blocking, so I could literally just sit there and starve to death. Now, granted, I could also choose to just log out and come back later, but there's that kind of thing. More than likely what you do, though, is you just either go in, mess with people's stuff, drag zombies to their area, and if you put safe houses and all that, there's some ability to mitigate it, but it's still, there's always more opportunity. You know, the classic was start fires and just burn everything down. Obviously, you can prevent fire and fire spread. Gotcha. That's neat, Strider. I haven't played Space Engineers in a pretty long time. Kind of waiting for Space Engineers 2 to be in a better place. Alright, what I'll probably do is the next time we hit a nighttime, I'll probably take a quick break. Because I've been going solid this whole time, and it's really hard to take a break when you can't pause. Especially with half the stuff I've been doing. Like, I'm just not in places that are properly safe. The VS2, though? What... I don't know what VS is in this context. Clearly talking Visual Studio, which is bold of you to go back to Visual Studio 2, which I don't think there actually is a Visual Studio 2. I think they always had the year. Space Engineers Vertical Slice. I'm assuming a mod. Vampire Survivor. Oh, okay. It's, usually the example we go with the acronym thing is, usually I give the example of Path of Exile, PoE. So people like PoE would be like, oh, Plains of Eidolon. Oh, Power over Ethernet? Path of Exile. Oh, what was the other one? We ended up having, like, one night we came, like, up with 8 of them would all be appropriate in gaming context. And we're like, yeah, or just Edgar Allan Poe. It's not PoE as an acronym. Or Poe like our little potato friend. VS2 is a clarity degree of diamonds? Gotcha. I didn't know you were so knowledgeable about diamonds. Pillars of Eternia. Yep. I'm glad you're not the only one who went to Visual Studio. Yeah, no, when I saw VS2, just because of how long I've done dev, and Visual Studio for, like, the .NET languages was kind of the tool of the trade for the longest time. Like, it still kind of is, but there's more options now. You have no idea how much diamond research you had to do after Dunk proposed. The man's like, I don't know what you want. Go with whatever reason. You lived on engagement rings. Oh, I am glad with Tomb it was nowhere near that complicated. Before, when I was basically had kind of decided I was going to be proposing, which, you know, we were both knowledgeable about the fact that we were on board with, like, getting married or whatever. It's like, and for the record, I think that's actually a good thing to do. Is if you're going to propose to someone and you're not sure they're going to say yes, you're probably not prepared to propose to that someone. It is worth feeling that out. Not because of worries of embarrassment or something, but it's kind of one of those things you really want to make sure you're on the same page. To be fair, you're very picky, so dunk right after. Was right to let me decide. Oh yeah, no, like what I was saying, what I did is like when it kind of decides like, yeah, I'm going to be like, you know, I'm ready to move forward with this. You know, it was kind of just one of the things that we had talked about, and so just like took her to like the local ring place and like, okay, like show me like, you know, if things go that direction, like what kind of ring would you like, that kind of thing. So basically she chose her ring. But, you know, it's kind of one of those things like, okay, you know, obviously we've talked about this. If this is something that, you know, later on I choose to do, like if we move forward with that kind of thing, like what, I'd like to know what's going on with it, that kind of deal. So pretty much she chose her ring, and it's like I went by, because like at that point I'd already decided. I went by, I think it's like a couple of days later, and basically bought the ring she chose. And then we went to Islands of Adventure, and we're just having a lovely day. We went, and I ended up proposing at Margaritaville, which seems like a very weird place to do that, but that is where we went for our first date. Hence why I went to Margaritaville and proposed there. But the entire day, every ride I went on, I made sure to have like the zipper closed cargo pants, so I had like the ring in my pocket and the zipper pants. Every single ride I got off, I was checking that pocket to make sure it was there. Which, you know, she definitely caught on. I was being paranoid about my pocket. So she knew something was up. Whether or not she knew specifically that I was going to be popping the question or something was going on. I tried really hard to have our actual wedding on, because it was the anniversary of us, you know, of our first date and everything and all that. I tried to make it so the wedding was also the same date, but sadly I had a close friend who beat us to getting the date booked. Oh, I still have a sack in my inventory. Because that would have been very easy for remembering. It's like, what date did this happen? Oh, it's very clearly that day. So I only had one day to remember. But sadly, you know, it didn't work out that way, which is fine. Let's put this in the other room. Let's see here. So let's see, I might have what I need to make a fishing pole here. I probably actually need to make a thing of twine. And then I think everything else I've got. Maybe. I know I saw twine here. There you are. Create twine. That's fine. The Ultra's like, did you tell them about the painkiller confession afterwards? Let's see. Your partner broke their leg and you're about to propose. Hospital painkillers are funny things, and you learned they knew I was going to do the thing, and they felt so bad. You did it again when you were out of it. You weren't out of it. Yeah. You're not married, so you can give you can only give your partner's parents' story. Your father was in the Navy at all times, and he did what you did what you did while he was on leave. Had to get your grandpa to get to pick the ring up for him since he was back at the ship. Yeah, no, I think it's a good strategy, because like obviously if you're talking with your partner about like, hey, maybe we might want to get married at some point, is that something that would interest you? Like, what are your thoughts? I mean, navigate that how you want. But, you know. Okay, so I need a wooden rod or a sapling. No, a wooden rod. Okay. So we can go and carve a wooden rod. Let's see, is this one of the new house that came out with Build 42? It's in the woods with 4 or 5 others? Yes. Of the people on our server, this is where Drongo has based from. It's a pretty solid place, actually. Yeah, you're all good. No, but I think, like, and everyone, you know, navigate your own relationships, however you navigate, like, what you're going through, all that. You know, only you know your situation from there. But I do think it is a good thing. Like I said, if you're not sure if your partner is going to say yes, maybe feel that out. Because it can be real detrimental to a relationship if you are not on the same page. And one of you is like, yo, I want to do this forever. And the other one's like, you know what I don't want to do? It's not where I'm at, man. Duncan, you had already been dating for 9 years. If it wasn't going to say yes, parents are going to disown me. Yeah, there's a certain point where it's like, look, man. This is, whether or not you know this is a settled deal, this is a settled deal. I do know it added a lot of pressure to my younger brother. Because my younger brother had been dating, you know, who he ultimately married, way longer than me and Tomb. And so when the two of us got married, I basically, she was like, you know what? We need to move, like, this is, you know, it's fine that you want to take your time, but like, get this ship rolling. You know, a couple that have been engaged for like 20 years, never bothered to get the actual marriage. Yeah, I mean, at least here in the US, there's a whole lot of stuff that is beneficial to doing it. That like, you can get cheaper taxes. You have certain benefits that come with insurance, that you'll get better rates, and a whole bunch of stuff around that, which probably shouldn't be tied to marriage, but is, so you know. Yeah, no, if you get married here in the US, you can do joint taxes, and it's not always cheaper, but it is quite often cheaper. Now, it's not like super substantially cheaper. It's not like it's going to save you $500 on your taxes or whatever, but it does bring it down. Now, sometimes it's not the case. It all depends on your relative income and all that. That sometimes filing independently can be better. But more often than not, it will save you a bit of money. But you're only married to Dunk after... You only married Dunk to get American citizenship? He's in for rude awakening divorce when you get your papers back. Suddenly the taxes go up. There was something I was going to bring over here for Drongo. What was it? I mean, it's about to be nighttime. Smile. Yep. Right, the wood axe. The thing I put in the box over here. That's right. I think I put it in here. I can only imagine, like, not counting the fanny packs, we're kind of going for, like, if Freddie Mercury is in the apocalypse and suddenly had an obsession with Pirate's Hat. Because we're running around here in our torn leather pants, no shirt. We're a little on the lean, muscular side. And I got something for you.
Howdy there, Captain. How you doing today?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Mate, it's a bloody miserable day. I've been out here with my bald head getting rained on all day, and I ain't caught nothing but a plastic bottle all day long. Absolutely miserable.
That sounds rough. I have something that might cheer you up.
Oh, what that might be?
For your battle against the trees and all that, I've got the best axe for cutting them down.
Oh my God. Rual, Storge, you old dog, you've made an old tree doctor very happy. I can't wait to murder some of these bastards.
I also brought about 100 eggs to cook, because they're not going to stay good long.
Spider eggs?
Chicken eggs.
Oh. I guess that's better eaten.
Tell them not to use that, zombies. Oh yeah, you might wanna be careful using that axe on zombies. It's real heavy to swing that thing.
Oh, don't you worry, I won't be using this on zombies. This is a weapon of choice for tree doctors like myself. Oh shoot, dang, that is a lot of eggs. Oh, and you're making a fire? You need to teach me how to do that. I've just been eating raw vegetables out of the garden.
Gotcha, no problem. Hey, Warren, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream. Warren also played some Project Zomboid today with, was playing some collaborative stuff with some others and all that. That startled me because I didn't realize those were going to cook quite that fast. Why is it taking both the uncooked and cooked ones? That is not what I would like in my future. We'll deal with that in a moment. But welcome, Raiders. I do hope you had a good time and all that stuff. It's always good to see you. For those who don't know, Warren, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole range of things from, like, Project Zomboid to
Is that
RimWorld.
like 100 eggs in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
Yes.
Hot diggity damn.
Some of those came out a little early. Can it be eggs and excitement? But yeah. First time doing a server Project Zomboid. Yep. That's multiple levels of cooking all at once. Alright, and if you had like anything else to cook, we can put that in there too.
Yeah, I caught a fish the other day. Last fish I caught several days ago. I feel like the fish have got... Wait. Well, I guess there's no fish left. All the fish are gone.
Well, I got plenty of eggs.
Oh, wait, no, here it is. I found it. Yeah, it's getting a little stinky now, but, let me throw that in here.
Yeah, and all you have to do to light a fire is if you just look at it, it'll grab the notchstick and stick, and you can get that going.
Okay, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, and just you'll see a thing that looks like light fire on the bottom of the fireplace.
Well, bear with me. I'm used to cutting down trees, not setting them on fire. I don't see nothing here.
If you imagine if you're looking in the fireplace, it'll be right below where you'd see the fish in the fireplace.
Right below where I would see a fish in a fire. You are speaking in some mighty fine riddles, my friend. Man, listen, this is all a bit fandangled for a simple old doctor like me. I don't see nothing.
Yeah, so just basically if you pull up the inventory for the fireplace, on the actual inventory window, it'll say like take all, destroy for fuel, and then light fire. And if you have anything, you can start a fire.
Oh, okay, so I'm not using the right clicking with my hands. I see, okay.
Yep, all good.
Oh my god, look at me go, Captain.
Yeah, every once in a while you'll break the stick and have to get a new one, but, you know, it happens.
Oh, I think I broke my stick. Oh, did I? I can't tell.
If you did, I think there's like 8 or 9 in your other room.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Meanwhile, I'm going to toss a bunch of these eggs in the freezer. Fridge, I mean.
Yes, sir, Captain.
And you are welcome to as many as you want, because they are going to go bad before we can eat them all.
Well, I don't know if you know much about fishing, Captain, but it feels as though the fish have moved on from here. Man, I broke another stick. I'm not good at this.
Every once in a while, the places you catch fish, they feel not real. So if you fish in a little while and you're not having luck, just go up the river farther, find another set. When you get one that's kind of a winner, that's good. And another thing you can do is if you right click on it and you click on fishing, it'll give you an idea of how the fishing is for the day. Because stuff like time of day, weather, temperature, all affect it.
I understand.
But yeah, Carrie, this is great. Everyone worked well. Yeah, so you're playing Sarah. That's good. Because remember, I think you've played before. Oh man, I can't remember. I don't think you said you had played a lot. But again, low-key, we're going to get ourselves endless happiness.
Now tell me, Captain, it's been a few days since I last saw you up in these neck of the woods. What have you been up to since then?
I've been working on trying to get us power back of some degree.
I'll tell you what, that sounds like a mighty admirable goal. Is there anything I might be able to assist you with that?
Well, I got to get a little bit better at electrical before I can hook up. I got a generator by some gas pumps. But if I get a little bit better at electrical, I can hook it up. And then I'll probably need someone to help me carry the gas back from it.
Right, oh, I'll be mighty happy to help you do some heavy lifting. How do you get better at I don't know what that word means. Electricity?
I take apart a lot of things. So if you got a lot of like watches or other stuff you don't care about, I can use that to gain a bunch.
Oh, I see. Well,
yeah, it's not really a RP server, but Drongo's been RPing, and it's been a lot of fun. I really...
Now, where are you? Follow me, Captain. I want to show you one of my prize collections here. This is my watch collection in here. If you take a look in there, I think you'll see a few. Now, these were passed down from my grandpappy and his grandpappy before him. But in a lot of the circumstances, I think maybe if they would serve your cause, they might be best off in your hands.
Gotcha. Yeah, we'll see how far that gets me. I'll start checking apart tomorrow when I can see what I'm doing.
Well, would you like me to light your fire again so you can see, or do you want to turn in for the night?
Probably turn in.
All right. Sounds good.
But yeah.
Ow. Oh, God. Oh, ow. Gee. Oh, ow. Oh, that's the door. Hold on. Hang on. Oh, I also forgot to eat my dinner. I hope you don't mind if I eat some eggs here in the dark with us.
But yeah, no, it's just one of those things that very, very genuinely, I was not expecting the...
That really hit the spot. Time to turn in.
Immediately followed by the egg farts. Just biological warfare in that room. Imagine just packing away like 100 eggs and then trying to go to sleep and just wrecking everything. It really doesn't want to let us sleep.
Sorry, just had a little midnight snack.
Oh, it's so cursed.
Oh, rise and shine, Captain. Another big day here on the old post-apocalypse.
Yep, I also tossed some bait in the fridge. Some of it might have gone dodgy last night, but some of it should still be good.
Is dodgy? Listen, I ain't no fish, so I don't know. But did the fish care if the bait's dodgy?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I always figured the stinkier the better. Yeah, there's also a CD player, radio, and some such cordless phone, calculator. I mean, just go nuts. Just take it all apart. Learn everything you can. I also noticed if there is some electronics in the houses nearby here in the neighborhood, you'd be welcome to take apart everything you find over there.
Yep, that's probably going to be the plan. I'm going to strip all the neighborhood of everything I can.
Yeah, sounds good. Now, listen, I don't want to be rude or nothing, but I have noticed you have not bathed in quite some time. You seem to be well marinated in zombie blood. I would love to invite you to take a bath in the river.
Can do.
Alright, lovely. I look forward to spending the night with you tonight with less pungent circumstances.
I'm finding it very weird that I keep taking apart the same cordless phone, and it keeps not actually vanishing. Am I gaining XP for this? What's going on here? So we're at 28.54. It's got to be a Nokia. That's the problem. Is I'm trying to disassemble a Nokia phone, and in the 1990s, it's just not possible. It's just too strong. In a full sleep, you're gonna go fish and done? Yeah, no, because I had to start fishing too. The weight is coming off fast. I think I'm in like the upper 60s now. And I started overweight on this character, as overweight as you can. We are shedding that weight. Low metabolism? Yup. And it's nothing wrong with like the server settings. It's, you know, we're a month in now. And there has been zero high calorie. No, I take that back. I ate a stick of butter at one point. That's the only high calorie food I've seen this entire run. Is I got a stick of butter and that got wolfed down immediately. How many days have you been alive? I'm probably 21, 20 something, somewhere in that area. Low 20s would be my guess. Well, this is an interesting one because I'm taking apart the 13 watches. And I'm seeing that bar fill up on that phone up above me. Okay, there it goes. Something is utterly cursed with this UI going on right now. The phone is indestructible. You cannot best the phone. I'm taking apart the other, like, watches and all that stuff. Let's go here to my radio. Because I've lost track of when the next helicopter can be. I think we're still in the clear for a while longer. Okay. It could be an inventory desync. I'm thinking more, there's been a couple of items that haven't worked quite the way they should. I'm thinking it's a thing that something got changed with this, that it's just not, because my character takes it apart and then afterwards puts it back. So I'm guessing it's just a matter of, like, when they've recoded everything, it doesn't remember to delete the item when it's done. So instead they're like, okay, you're done crafting with it. So it's like with the screwdriver. We have the screwdriver in the watch, and the watch gets deleted, but the screwdriver doesn't. It's like they accidentally set the corded phone in the screwdriver stuff. Okay, no panic. What does electrical unlock? Electrical is necessary to hotwire cars and hook up generators. You also need, I believe, a point in mechanic or two for hotwiring cars. All right. Yeah, I'll probably want to hold on to the radio, because I won't get enough XP to matter out of that. It's a shame you can't walk and disassemble. I could... Oh, the phone's gone. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's just being real weird is all. Okay, so turn off her radio. Spare its batteries. The batteries do last a pretty long time, but not forever. Do you use... Normally I would. I have found in multiplayer a lot of time your notes disappear after a while, like when you relog. And that's, again, not a server problem, it's just multiplayer right now in its current implementation. Alright, let's see. Do we have any more watches or anything floating around here? Okay, we're good there. Alright. So it is my time to go, Well, first of all, I gotta go eat a mountain of eggs real quick. Oh, I don't think it's something like that. I think it's literally just a bug that on the client side, it's just not remembering, like, that my map doesn't get saved for the server or whatever. If you catch what I mean. Like, it's just not saving. It's not a matter of, like, a setting on the server. I think it's a bug in multiplayer. Are you gonna get the sound that it takes for eating eggs? No. Alright, well, these don't cause any unhappiness, so I'm going to just start eating eggs. Yeah, they'll probably get all that fixed. Yeah, we had that conversation. That's, to me, for the marathon runs, the map is such a big deal. Because it is a thing that you can kind of watch as things progress. Grab like 10 of these eggs, because they won't last very long at all. I also appreciate Drongo's, like, his character being like, you know, I'm not going to be mean about calling about the fact that you reek, but man, you should probably wash. Because my body is currently more grime than human. Yo, we can get him a coat. Oh, like a lab coat kind of thing? We could probably find those. There's, yeah, actually, if I remember correctly, just one block south of the gas station, I believe there's a pharmacy in town. We'll probably find... You'll probably be able to find that. That went way faster than earlier. Okay. Now we're just, going ahead and contaminating the water with copious amounts of diseased blood that is contagious to human beings. Definitely nothing to worry about. Certainly not long-term going to potentially be a health hazard. Oh, I should probably actually drink the water. Okay, for a moment I thought I drank from a puddle. I am noticing that on multiplayer, I am having zero impact of taking, like, it seems like poison isn't a mechanic. I wouldn't trust that, because if you're wrong, you die. But I have not seen queasy from eating stuff that probably should be causing me to be queasy, like just drinking the entire river and a bunch of stuff like that. That's the welding mask, yeah, that's metalworking. Not doing it. I don't care if this is really good XP. I am not taking apart the jukebox. I don't care if it's not functional in the game. It's a jukebox. It gets to live. I can tell you, if you eat raw eggs, they will still kill you. Gotcha. Yeah, no, because I've been drinking, like, I've been just eating every single berry I get, and I've not gotten nauseous at all yet. And I would have anticipated that being a thing. Now, if I see a second jukebox, it is forfeit. Are you a basement? Oh no, you're just like, the walls are thick. Okay. I was about to be like, don't be a basement. You think you can dismantle wall clocks too? That's right. I remember you had to use that way to do it a lot of times in the past. Because I remember that was the same thing with the hutches over, or the vents over ovens. They used to be, and they might still be, electrical skill, but the only way to get to target reliably was to choose the disassemble thing here, put it on the tile, and then cycle until you got to it. At 114. It's not getting a lot of XP per go. And bougie house having, like, TVs in every room just about in the 90s. I mean, to be fair, bougie house, it's a 3-story house along a river. This is not a low-cost house. Riverfront, like, waterfront property. The only thing that make it maybe not the most expensive thing is that it's definitely out in the sticks. But, waterfront property, 3 stories. It's not gonna be a cheap house. Would be a cool base. There's honestly, I didn't know about these houses over here. I think these are relatively new. Like Build 42 stuff. I hadn't done as much middle map in Build 42 as I used to. So like Drongo got over here and found these. I'm glad he did. These are some cool houses. Because they're definitely using different build designs than a lot of the houses they make nowadays. And so a lot of it is pretty slick stuff. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure they got added in like either Build 42 or sometime along there. There's been a couple places in the middle of the map that they've added stuff that I've just missed. Let's see, you're curious to see how they rebalance electrician now that anyone could get electrical 3 can use generators? I mean, it feels fine to me. It's a bit grindy to get it to get it to level 3. Honestly, electrical is one of the slower skills to level. It's not terrible. It's not like nimble or anything like that. But it is just walk around, take apart everything. You're probably welder. Oh, I'm sorry, popcorn machine. You get a part put back together again? Yeah, we can't though, unfortunately. I can take this apart, but when it's gone, it's gone. I'll spare the jukebox, because the jukebox is really cool. But no one wants their home to smell like popcorn all day. Because you know the person who makes it's just gonna burn it, and the whole place is gonna smell like burned popcorn all day? I'm also double checking the shelves, just because there's a lot of times to assume someone else checked the shelves, that kind of thing, that you can have valuable stuff missed. I've certainly done it more than once in my own playthroughs where I'll be like, oh yeah, I looted that building, go back through, and then find what I was looking for just sitting in the corner. I just missed the one box or whatever. See? This is why you double check, chat. This is why you double check. We now have electrical too. So when I level here in just a second, I have the next book ready. The worst case is we've already had multiple people pop in here. And that isn't judging other people looting. Like I said, I do the same thing where I'll go through and be like, oh yeah, I know I cleared that place out. Oh, and don't worry, Ultra. I got us a plunger for by the toilet. It'd be madness to operate without a plunger. I was looking for a fire extinguisher so hard. I will not lie. I have been low-key trying to watch for a fire extinguisher. They're just really, really rare in the game. You just bought one tonight? I'm so proud of you. The fire extinguisher, I assume? Or the plunger? Or both? Extinguisher? Good. Between the two, that's the more important one. Okay. How are you feeling at this point?
I don't know.
Okay, well... I mean, obviously I'll know one way or the other when I get up in the morning what the plan is, but... Well, I hope you feel better.
I take NyQuil.
I love you.
I love you.
Yeah, no, for those who have missed, Tomb's been dealing with, like, a cold or something for the last couple of days, but tomorrow's the day she has to go back to work, so... It's been kind of like, okay, are you feeling, like, well enough to go back to work or not? And so... We're seeing. She's doing a lot better. It was like 2 days ago, 3 days ago-ish that, like, she was in bed all day, basically slept through the whole day because she was just done. It happens. Being sick sucks. Nothing more to it. And she doesn't get sick very often. I think the entire time we've been together, which is like 15 years or something now, I think she's been like properly sick like 4 or 5 times. The one it was both of us. We went to New Zealand, and thankfully we got through everything we wanted to do but one thing, and then we got COVID. And we spent the rest of our vacation sitting in the hotel, not really wanting to do anything. So we did miss, we were going to see the glowworm caves. That was the one thing we wanted to do that we missed. But all things considered, we were not unhappy, because, like, we got a lot done. As you could say, homesick, that's uncommon in the U.S. So, if your part-time job, yes. Very, very few part-time jobs give, like, paid time off. Tomb is full-time. Full-time job, most full-time jobs in the U.S. will give you, it'll either be sick leave or paid time off. Some of them, they'll be separate things. Some of them, they'll be the same thing. Usually the problem is more they don't give you much. I don't know what the standard is nowadays. It's something like 14 days or 11 days. It's not required to offer it, but that is pretty normal to have, at least in that range. And then if you got like a really nice job, they'll give you more time off. Usually the crappier companies will be like, here's your 5 days or 7 days or whatever is sick time. Here's your 1 week vacation time or whatever. Which everyone just uses interchangeably anyways, because come on, man. And the reason we stopped to read that book is that is a 4.5 times multiplier, but I couldn't use it until I hit electrical 2. So that means we'll only have to do, you can do the math, like less than a fourth of as much stuff I have to take apart to hit the next level, and the next level is the one that gets us what we need. But yeah, so it's not unheard of. The big problem you run into is for a lot of companies doing like your frontline stuff, retail, food services, cleaning and janitorial, warehousing, like a lot of that kind of stuff. Very, very high amounts of that is part-time work. And usually part-time work gets jack-all benefits. So there is definitely a thing to say around that about, not getting sick leave or getting, inadequate sick leave or whatever. Yep. No, the one that used to irk me the most is when I worked retail. We would be understaffed. But what they would do is, like, there would be times that they would be working extra people for, like, prepping for the holiday season or whatever. And I can't remember what the cutoff is. I'm sure someone would know. But it's something like if you have, I can't remember, it's like 2 or 3 weeks where you exceed, is something like 38 hours or whatever. You're supposed to be automatically made full-time. That might be a Florida thing. It might be a federal thing. I honestly don't know. But, basically, if you are working someone full-time hours for any level of consistency, they just automatically become full-time. So it used to be a thing that you could tell when they realized they were pushing someone a bit too close to that, and you would suddenly turn around where they would be getting all those hours, and then the next week they'd get like 8 hours. And it was because they were making absolutely sure that the person didn't qualify for full-time. And I used to get real salty about that one. Or, like, they didn't want to fire people so they wouldn't have to pay unemployment kind of stuff. They wanted you to quit. So we used to have a shift when I worked retail that is basically, if you got the shift, they were getting rid of you. Because it'd be 3 hours in the middle of the day was your shift. Which means most likely it cost you more to drive to work than to actually get paid. So you knew you were on the way out if you got stuck with that shift. Granted, at least at the company I was at there, you were on that ship for a good reason. Like, the only people I ever saw get that shift, I was like, man, you should fire that person and just be done with it. You know, it was people who were doing stuff, they're like, man, this person's getting fired. This person deserves to get fired. Like, it isn't like honest mistakes or whatever. This person is just not doing their job. Were you to learn the game of 32 hours makes you not full-time, so no benefits? Yeah, and if you go over a couple of weeks, they'll tell you you weren't authorized and they'll write you up. But if they do go over it, I think they can get away with it for short amounts of time. But like I said, it was something like 3 or 4 weeks or some cutoff. I need to stop doing that. I'm taking those batteries out and then they're just getting stuck in my inventory and I think I'm just wasting batteries that way. What are you on the corner there? Oh, it's in our satchel. You know, grab that. Yeah. No, it's unfortunate. That's the stuff that gets me really annoyed. I do enjoy a good science pun. So thank you for that. Alright, so let's change our approach with this this radio here. Because the last ones, when I got the battery out, I couldn't do anything with the battery. So I'm gonna take apart this radio, because we got plenty of those now. I've got quite a few, like, fun science shirts and all. I was actually just... I didn't think about what shirt I was wearing today. I was like, am I wearing one of my science shirts? I was not. That's fine. Oh, that's weird. When I take apart the radio using the UI, I don't get the battery out at all. But, when I right-click take the battery out, I get the battery, but it's not... I can't move it out of my inventory. I am curious... Actually, can I put it back in the radio? Okay, what if I switch this to my bag here? Oh, it still says I have 2 batteries. Alright, I have to test. Am I duping batteries right now? Okay, that one did not make a new battery in there. We'll grab the second one on the list. Okay, so just weirdness. That's fine. I think basically what's happening is we're getting like a phantom battery in the main bag. So I think I just need to have one of my other bags open when I go to grab a battery. And that's another bug. That's actually going to be a little bit of an annoying bug long term when we start using flashlights to deal with darkness. Because I was going to use batteries. But I don't think we already went upstairs. Okay, but yeah, as I mentioned earlier, if we can get this point, we've already got a generator in place, we got gas in place, we got everything in place. That literally it's walk over, hook it up. Doodle of a man's face, excellent. Because low keys, it can be some of these ones up here that you just find a magazine that's really good. Not often. It's not the same in Build 42. My trick for finding the generator magazine in Build 41 was I would just find neighborhoods in places like Rosewood and just walk through the neighborhood along the mailboxes. All right, so we've already cleared all those out. And how did we do? I am sitting at about 2 1/3 levels in electrical. So if we were to go and find some more houses, I can probably make some good stuff happen. But I am out of stuff I could take apart in these houses. Considering we only basically ransacked 3 houses, and then have just taken apart watches.
There was once an explorer who was out in the wilderness. He came across a magical frog, and this magical frog lived in the fridge. And if you found it, it would grant you 3 wishes. And if you got your 3 wishes from the magical frog, you would be blessed.
Oh, is it like a genie? Genies are usually pretty mean with their wishes.
No, it's a frog.
So very chill. That's awesome.
Yeah, very chill.
Well, if I find it, I will share it, and we will all have wishes.
Outstanding. Yeah.
You mean like this frog?
Oh my God. Well, yeah, it's kind of. Well, I was just telling Allison about the legend of the frog in the fridge. There's a strange cabin in the middle of the woods somewhere, and just so happens that there is a frog that lives in the fridge that grants wishes.
Hooray, more frogs.
Neat. I
This
also
could be
found,
Bedfrog.
double checking those houses in the north, I actually found the Electrical 2 book in there.
Well, ain't that just a fun little coinky dink?
Oh, just as a side note as well, there are some, zombies off to the east and to the south of the cabin, over beside the path.
I understand.
And if you didn't see, you can probably get the satchel on with that duffel bag of yours. You can have both of them.
Oh, okay. That's new. Yes.
Yep.
New straps on there.
Yeah, I put the satchel on the kitchen counter.
How is weight doing for everybody? Are we all feeling kind of full, or are we?
I'm wasting away. I ain't nothing but flesh and bone. I was once a wide, burly, brawny man, but now I am merely a whisper of my former self.
It's an urban shoulder
I see.
pouch.
So in the field to the east, there seems to be some rabbits. If we can manage to, capture some of those, we can get rabbit farm going. They're much thicker here than they are in other parts of the country.
Oh, I see.
Robust
Love
for their
some
calories.
Sweet,
Yeah.
sweet rabbit meat. I did catch my first big fish today, so that's some pretty good eating.
Nice.
Have the trees been good to you, or you managed to kill some more of
So
them?
so low key,
I managed to kill a tree today.
I actually have. When I brought my laptop, it is a like over-the-shoulder satchel-style laptop case. Is what I used for the longest time. It was like a really nice one that Tomb got me.
It's a sound that'll haunt your dreams.
It was much better than lugging around half the laptop bags they have them. There's so often with like a lot of those things, it's like, oh look, I gotta be manly and lug this really aggravating thing to move around as my strategy. Or I could just get a practical bag with the...
I'm gonna do some fishing.
Well, good luck.
It's about... I mean, it's not about to get dark. It'll be dark soonish.
Yeah, I've got a little alarm so that I don't, stray too late.
The old bedtime alarm.
Yes, it sounds like Drongo got the first big fish. Which is good. The two of them are working on fishing. That'll be good. Because I'm down to 66 kilograms. So we're gonna go from low weight to being, was it like thin or whatever, underweight? Which is as bad as it gets so far as your stats go. If we ever do get down to 35, you start actively dying. Like that is you are genuinely starving to death. Like malnutrition. So you can have your hunger and your weight management are two separate mechanics.
There's a leak upstairs.
There's a leak upstairs. Oh no. I might be able to patch that up or eat it, corresponding to what kind of leak. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I was knee deep up here. Hot damn.
It's crazy. It's like there's no roof.
It's damper than Florida summer up in here. You know, now that you mention it, when you say it's like there's no roof, I actually believe there is no roof. Curious house design, this one.
There are a bunch of these stale bugs. There's not enough time for me to do a whole lot else. So go ahead and knock out a little fishing.
Would either of you care for a fillet of fish?
Sure. Sounds delicious.
Here, just let me lay that out there for you. There's
Thank
a
you.
couple for you each.
Eating that immediately to try and hold off starvation as long as I can. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Alright, I'm not gonna go
I
ahead.
also have some crap pie here if you'd like to eat that too.
Nah, this fish is filling. It's delicious.
I'm so glad you like it.
Okay. Those will probably be rotten tomorrow, but it's fine. Meanwhile, take that fishing pole and I'll put it away. So I don't accidentally get into a fight and switch over to it and then smash my fishing pole on an enemy. Because they suck as weapons. Alright, so I got a wrench and all that.
Now say, Captain, do you have any more of those eggs? Oh, shoot, dang, there's a lot of eggs still in here.
Yep. Make a good salad, too, if you got a bowl.
Yeah, I'm making a fish and egg and salad right now, just like Grandpappy used to make.
Honestly, I could see a fish and egg salad. You'd want some kind of sauce or seasoning or something to go with it. You could see a fish and egg salad. Like, it really depends on how you're doing your fish and everything. I'm not sure about a fish, egg, and thistle salad, though. I'm less convinced on that one. Grandpappy was a smelly man. I mean, the amount of eggs here, you would be fumigating a house. You wouldn't need to worry about the bugs. You would just be gassing the house on a regular basis. And I'm wolfing these away because I have nothing better to do, and they're all going stale. And that's just a waste, because those actually do have okay calories. They're not good, they're not like grabbing a pike or something. But we can use that to hopefully slow down the rate that we're starving. Alright. Alright. So while we wait for the others to get ready for bed, we're just gonna sit in the dark and eat an egg. And that's gonna tell me no more eating eggs. And then when we're done, you know, feeling overfilled, we're just gonna eat an egg. We are going to be dealing with some real rough digestive problems. We are really going to have some digestive nightmares going on here. We're definitely going to need a lot of fiber in our diet to keep us from having a miserable existence. Anyone know if rosemary and thistle is high in fiber? I'm assuming no. Thistle is? I honestly don't know. If I can figure out where that bed is. It's here somewhere. I'm literally running into it. There it is. But yeah, thistle makes you poop. That means it probably is high in fiber. That's what fiber makes you do. Gotcha. Naturally high in fiber? That's good. That means we're fine. We're just chasing our 25 boiled eggs or whatever.
Oh, hello there, Captain. Excuse me. Pardon me. I've eaten a lot of eggs today, so you may not want to put your heads under the covers. It's going to be like a Florida rainforest down in there. It's going to be dank and tropical.
He's not wrong. It's not going to have a strong sulfur smell. Because we don't have that, but it's definitely going to smell... It's going to smell something. Only reason I've not pushed to talking is it'll cancel me sleeping, so we're not able to respond right now. But yeah, no, it's like, don't get me wrong. It gets pretty ripe. Like low key, there's the Indian Intercoastal Riverway or whatever they call it. But it's infamous for being pretty unpleasant smelling, because during the summer months when the tide goes out, all the seaweed gets nice and exposed to the sun and just bakes in the sun, and it don't smell good. It's
good?
I'm currently experiencing a little bit of pain. I may have eaten too many eggs.
They'll do that.
Yeah, sure will.
Getting to sleep is finicky.
I just wanted to make sure that eating just one more wouldn't fix the problem. Just an update, it didn't.
We're trying to sleep to fast forward time. It's so curse sounding.
Apparently that was the trick. I just took another egg. Good night, everybody. Honk shoo, me, 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 me.
It's always refinding where that bed is in the dark. I look forward to having the generator so we can have the lights on. I'm also finding it interesting that it seems to be getting colder more often, despite us going into, like, farther in the summer proper. It should definitely be getting hotter, not colder.
Hello. Luck in your fishing.
Yeah, I'm going to be trying to get some more electronics taken apart. I'm just about ready to be able to do a generator. Not quite there. Very close.
Oh wow.
I'm gonna go do
Really?
some meditation, but I expect I'll be back in about an hour or so, okay? I won't be available for the next little while.
No problem.
Rest
Take it
well.
easy.
I'll see you shortly.
Yeah, so the things we got that I'll probably be working on is I've got the generator by the gas pumps and a tank of gas right next to it. So I've almost got enough electrical to do that. Then you mentioned the
That'd be
rabbits,
amazing.
which would be pretty good.
Yeah. Also, if we go to the east, way further, like northeast, beside Riverside, but not like in the town, there's some farmsteads there that might have animals.
Yeah, no, there's a good couple places we could find animals. It would be worth considering to see if we can't get some cows or rabbits or whatever over here to make it so we don't have to fish for the rest of existence.
Yeah, it'd save us a lot of time.
Alright, in the meantime, I'm going to check out the farmhouses and all that we've already cleared and take apart what I can. And then after that, I guess it's the city or the city.
It sounds good. I'll be here. I'm gonna be doing as much fishing as I can.
Yeah, that's at least making sure we get some food path coming.
Working on food economy.
Is
Luck.
this actually a safe place to put a generator? It feels like this would be considered indoors.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it would be considered indoors, but we could maybe put it a little bit further down. I don't like generators near doorways, anyways. It's well, you know why.
Yeah, the zombies come directly inside and murder you.
Yeah, and also when you go out the doorway, there's like a group hug.
And unfortunately, I put all this back here, because otherwise I could put the generator in the back, but that just means I'll trample all the crops. Granted, if I'm being honest... no, there's windows back here, never mind, it doesn't make a difference. I thought there was no windows in the back of the house, I'd be like, okay, well, I can't get in there, so it's a good spot. I guess it doesn't matter. Just not front door.
Yeah. So like maybe we'll put it offside a little bit, like to the corner there.
Yeah, probably put it roughly maximum range so we can reach whatever's on the other side of the house and maybe
Yeah.
cut whatever tree it's next to so we don't get surprised.
I think the best place actually for it, in my opinion, would be the southwest corner, like bottom there, because that way we guarantee that at least the kitchen, like we can encompass the whole thing, but like kitchen priority.
Yeah, by those two like littler pine trees. Yep, and that sounds good to me. Let's see, how do you deal with food in the winter? Fishing seems kind of nice to not have to depend on powered fridge. Usually it's foraging and fishing year round. Like all things considered, foraging and fishing year round. Or trapping and foraging. Or like getting a crap ton of rabbits and foraging. You can actually exclusively fish it and manage your weight, like you just eat the lighter fish only as needed when you're trying to lose weight. And when you're trying to gain weight, you just slam down an extra fish here and there. Because with it being a bit harder to keep your weight up, you don't have to worry nearly as much about, like, everything. Because it used to be a thing you would just put on weight if you ate fish exclusively or ate rabbit exclusively. It's weird that you immediately went to that music. I feel like the game knows something I don't. It's just playing the combat music for the war in my stomach as my character's eating nothing but eggs for like the last day. Just packing an egg away every 10 minutes or so. It's starting to get a little brisker. If we're being honest, you know, that's below room temperature. Like 68's kind of the lowest people would call room temperature. I like those cooler temperatures. But for a lot of people, that's definitely pushing what people let slide as room temperature. Okay, so no helicopter. Oh, let's see, Alright, so I want to cut over here. It'll be a little rough because these woods are getting more and more dangerous as time goes on. The zombies are getting moved around and a couple are getting lost in here. We want to hit that farmhouse and start tearing apart anything electrical inside of there. I could go to some of the cars and start yoinking their radios and tearing those apart. Okay, I heard the zombie. I was like, I don't see it because those block line of sight. Ah, that's the one I heard. Okay. Okay. The whole, it's like, you know, you like covered head to toe in like old zombie blood. Like, please go take a dip in the river. It's like, you know what? Honestly, fair. It would smell gnarly being around that person. Okay. Alright, so as far as stuff we got here, we can put the wrench on our left hand. Drop the handle. Got ourselves a replacement knife. Love to see it. Got our second replacement knife. Love to see it. Dismantle that watch. But yeah, no, like, it's always been a thing that people would stress out about winter way more than they need to. Because you play a game like Vintage Story where, like, winter shows up, you're like, no, this is bad, like, I am not prepared. And, you know, you desperately start hunting underweight animals because it's all you can find, because, you know, all the regular crops are gone, the berries aren't really available. So food is getting a little dodgy. And it's a real struggle. And then there's a lot of other games where, you know, you do like the City Builder, Settlement Builder. You hit winter and none of the crops grow and there's just not enough to hunt and starvation takes hold. But Project Zomboid is kind of weird in that, sure, you can't really grow stuff during the winter nowadays. Build 41, you could literally just farm through the winter and it was fine. There was a penalty, but it was so insignificant, you really didn't care. Alright, so it's over this way. And it used to be fishing you could do during the winter, but in Build 41, if you're going to use a spear, you need, like, level 7 fishing or higher. And if you were going to use a fishing pole, like a proper fishing pole, you get away with, like, 4 or 5 fishing. But you had to, like, get those levels before winter showed up. Otherwise, you just wouldn't catch anything. But that's all changed. There are still penalties for trying to fish during the winter, but they're not like they used to be. Like, it's not the hard, you are just not going to catch anything. It's just like, oh, you got some minor penalties, you just gotta work past them, it's no big deal. Trapping was the same way. That trapping had a penalty during the winter as well, but it just wasn't that bad. The biggest problem with trapping during the winter is you had to have stuff. You know, you had to have stuff to put into the trap. Can you still forage rabbit bait? Yeah, there's still some things you can forage for that work as bait. There are like berries and all that you can still grab, even during the winter. And it's honestly something you can just forage through the winter and accept you're going to lose yourself like a good 20 kilograms from the beginning of the winter to the end. Like, you're going to be way underweight. But then you get to the other side and immediately you can get right back to starting to put that weight back on. Alright. Okay, so you don't have piles of eggs laying around that I'm seeing, that's fine. And they still have food so far. Okay. So we'll go in here, disassemble anything they got. We'll go up to the other houses up north, disassemble what they have. And we'll probably go past the cars. And yoink their radios and disassemble them. Yeah, so let's try our new theory. Which is that I can go to this, take the battery out. There's a dead battery anyway, so I don't know why I cared. But we can yoink their radios and swap them. Because worst case, you can actually put any radio in a car in this game. What's happened? Not much. You know, meaningful progress has been made. We're pretty much trying to get the last little bit of electrical to be able to hook up a generator. And then with that, we could secure gas and, you know, get our fridge running up by Drongos. And I do think that would be the one that we want to set up for now. Obviously, once we start getting into town, it might be worth taking a place closer to the gas station to move on town from. But the house in front of town is utterly wrecked half the time, so probably not worth using that as a place to run the generator. Oh, yeah. No, we found the electrical 2 book. It was in one of the houses to the north of that. And we're at, like, probably getting to be level 2 1/3 in electrical. Actually, we're almost exactly 2.5. Okay, there we go. They don't have any clocks. I'll start jogging a little bit, just because we're way out here. So any of these cars that we can climb in, we're going to climb in and rip out their radio. Well, actually, I don't need to climb in. I'm just going to rip out their radio and take apart their radio. So I can go to the radio, uninstall. Okay, that battery did work. Okay, so those two are phantom batteries. We're just gonna take our radio, we're gonna take out a battery. Okay, so the first 2 times it gave me a battery, and then the 3rd time it did not give me a battery. Now I don't get the option to disassemble it. Now it's got an icon to insert the battery, as if it were a flashlight. Okay, let's try uninstalling it. Yeah, no, I actually gave like a pretty lengthy set of bug reports after stream the other day. There's been a lot of us reporting stuff. Is the indestructible phone? No, eventually the indestructible phone did finally vanish. I'm trying to remember if we uninstall the headlights and reinstall them, if that was electrical skill or not. We should probably be checking this. Okay, is it... Yeah, so that didn't gain XP there. We did gain XP here. So that's mechanical XP. Yep, now I can check after stream. Yeah, no, it's always been a thing that they made it so when you take out, like, headlights and replace those, most of the time with the car, per piece, you can only get the XP once. After that, it stops giving you more XP. Yeah, so all the headlight stuff, that's not giving me electrical XP. So this one, we're just gonna go in here. gonna snag the radio. We're gonna try taking it apart. Yep, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so it's worth about 3 XP. Alright. We can run up here. And I believe it was we take a short left and then north again. Yep, so we cut over this way. Probably should turn on this. Just in the off chance, you never know when you're just going to straight up find a magazine laying on the ground. Plus, I need to craft more weapons, which always means needing more flint and all the other stuff. Now, one nice thing is even the wrecked cars, you can usually take apart pieces. You can use the radios to talk each other. It actually works pretty okay. All things considered, it's not bad. It just, you burn through batteries so fast. I'm honestly surprised how many of these cars actually have, like, one good part on them. I generally remember in the past the wreck cars pretty much everything, but, like, that one's got a really good back tire that would be usable. It's got some suspension that's good. So it's probably a thing to remember is, in the future, to just take a peek at the, take a peek at the cars and, you know, yoink all the parts that aren't utter garbage. Yeah, no, you can. We did have one run that I did take. I think it was a fireman bull driver, so like the big truck. It was either that or an ambulance. I can't remember which of the two. That we found one that was an utter wreck, so it was at like 0% or whatever, but it was a quality 100, so literally as good as it gets. And a solid vehicle as well. And I did over time get it to like, you know, you never get to like 100%, but like 90-ish%. Because it kind of averages all your parts, and so you can never have like maxed out. You're always going to be a couple points shy. But I do remember taking the time to go through all that. You see, like, this one... Where's the quality? Check that in one of the other cars real fast. There's, like, a quality stat on a car. At least there used to be. Maybe there isn't anymore. So you had, like, the condition the car's in, which is basically overall, like, how beat up it is. But then there was also a quality stat, and that's kind of like how good the car is just as a broad thing. And I'm not seeing it. When your favorite mods from Build 41 allowed you to repair glove boxes and such? How to get close to 100%? Yeah. Oh, it was the engine. Yeah, so the quality on that one's a 0. So yeah, you're looking for one that has a quality 100, or pretty high. You may not find 100. But you know, you get something like in the 90s-ish quality, that's a pretty solid vehicle. But yeah, as well as cases, I found an ambulance that was an absolute wreck with a quality 100 engine. I'm like, you know what? It's like, this is a wreck. I can't remember if it's an ambulance or a bull driver. Like a fireman bull driver. Either way, but it's like, this is a vehicle I actually want. And it's got a 100 quality engine. But it's like a full-on wreck. Below 65, it's an extra chance of starting. Yeah. Yeah, when you get too low of quality, your vehicle will sometimes not start, that kind of thing. So we're starting to see zombies coming from that direction. Worthy card to be revived. I wonder how difficult it's going to be with the new crafting system. I don't think car mechanics changed really with the at least not that I can think off the top of my head. I don't think car mechanics changed with the changes in crafting. You still just have to get a hold of the parts and take them out and put them in. So it's finding donor cars, and just ripping stuff out. Alright. You normally run the car in good condition outside of wrecks because the game starts 3 days after the military containment failed. We know people haven't had their cars in this bad of a state. Counter-argument, it's Kentucky. I've definitely been places in the world where pretty close to all of the cars are utter crap. That, like, everyone's cars are rusting out and just in awful shape. I have no idea where Kentucky stands in there. I know it's a thing where living outside of Detroit, even areas that people had some, like, bougie kind of money, that half their cars were basically driving rust buckets because every winter they put the salt in the road and just eat the bottom of the car out from underneath them. Like, you could tell when someone got a new car just by the fact that their, like, exhaust system wasn't all rusted through. We also have a lot of really, like, in where I'm at in Central Florida, it's not bad. When I lived more out in the lower density area, it wasn't like rural, but kind of a little bit less rural than you'd think of, like typical suburbia. When I was out there, you saw a lot more times where there'd be cars that were, real old cars that were in honestly pretty rough shape. Because there wasn't a whole lot of money around the area, so people couldn't just, hey, my car's getting old and worn out, time to replace it, or, I'm going to do a repair to, like, make it nicer. It was, does it run? Yeah, that's good enough. Until it stops running, we're not going to worry about this. This place genuinely doesn't have anything for me to take apart. No television, no radio, no nothing. In rural southeast Missouri, I think that's Missouri's MO. And yeah, there's plenty of beat up cars, but most of them drive fine. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like a lot of them drive fine, but like the radio maybe doesn't work great. The one speaker's out. Like all the stuff that's not really important for the car getting to A to B. A lot of that stuff's kind of left usually to maybe get fixed someday, someday not. But yeah, stuff like, does it stay in gear and does the engine run okay? That kind of stuff. Usually they'll take care of that. Like, and that's not a comment towards Missouri, but usually like people who are, they don't have a whole lot of money to throw around. because you kind of need to make sure your vehicle's able to get to A and B at least somewhat reliably. It's not really a thing you get the choice of, you just got to do it. I would say that's mostly true of the cars you see around here. Every once in a while you'll see one that's like, nah man, this thing's not roadworthy anymore. I realize it's moving right now, but like, let's be honest, that's more a shocker than anything. I still think one of the ones that got me by surprise was one in high school. Someone had pulled this truck out of like a swamp or whatever and rebuilt it. Man, I wish I could remember how it was actually set, because I didn't know the guy super well. But he basically had 4x4s operating as effectively the frame. That like the frame had been just jacked, so it just kind of like attached the front hand of the truck, and it's, you know, what's it? Not engine carriage. Not motor mount. Motor mounts go on it. The thing that for some cars you attach the engine, then they could lift it into the car, and then they bolt that up and all that. It doesn't matter. But the point is, they basically took the pieces of the truck and kind of... Subframe, yeah. So they basically took the subframe and attached it to all this and did all sorts of hackery to this poor truck. Which, granted, the truck was ruined. But basically got themselves a cheap truck that way. And I remember the guy eventually got pulled over on his way to school. And the police officer's like, I never want to see this vehicle on the road. Like, this is not road legal in so many different ways. Like, you're not in trouble right now, but if I catch you driving this and it's not on a private road ever again, I will assure you, you will not have this vehicle anymore. Because, yeah, a pair of 4x4s is not acceptable. For, like, driving on, you know, major roads. But, if you want a car that you're going to go off-roading that you give 0 Fs about, probably a solid choice. Because when that frame absolutely catastrophically fails, which it certainly will, you're not really that upset about it. Because you're like, you know, I got $200 in this. You know how much I care? Not a whole lot. It's probably more than $200, not counting labor or whatever. I knew a decent number of people who would get like someone else's old beat up vehicle and either work on it to try and race it, or, you know, take it off-roading or whatever. Because again, you just don't care. If you break it, who cares? Oh, what's sitting on that box? Did we overlook that? A jar of tomatoes that is fresh. The rest of that we all looted. Okay, so the other thing we're looking at is the railroad. Oh, right, we did sleep up here. That's right, we got separated up here. Let's see, $500 to $1,000 vehicles can be a lot of fun if you have money to spare on a toy you know you're going to destroy. Yeah, I mean, everyone has their budget, so this is the good time money budget. Some people it's $20. Some people it's multi-millions. But that's kind of like people who got a couple $10,000 to throw around. They usually buy themselves something like a Jeep, or four-wheelers, or jet skis, or something like that, or just a boat in general, and then realize the boat's actually probably hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time you get all that maintenance in, because they're just taking a fire and just hucking money over the fence into the fire. That's what boat ownership is. I had my grandparents and my uncles own boats. Like, all of them own boats, and every last one of them complained about just how much money it kept to, like, keep just... And we're not talking, like, fancy boat. We're talking, like, a fishing boat. And just how much they could just eat up cash. Just to keep them maintained and worthy for going in the water and all that. Home ownership can be a money pit, but at least you have a house you can sell on the other side of it. And while it's not like it used to be where they just endlessly produce... Not endlessly produce. where like hopefully your home value goes up, and so yeah, you're probably not making money, but you're at least maintaining most of your value. Boats don't do that. Boats are like your car, their value just keeps going down. Only they still gobble up your money on the way down. Alright, we're about 2/3 of the way to, about 2/3 of the way of getting the generator hookup. You just had screws and all that. Let's actually check, because this is the van that is like, you know what, this might actually be doable. I think it's probably going to be worse than I realized. Oh yeah, this thing's hot garbage. Yeah, I don't mind screwing this thing up. Yeah, it's an engine quality 34. Rip. Let's see, if you had you don't care money, you'd love it to have a PBY-5A Catalina flying boat from World War II. Oh yeah, no, I probably wouldn't spend mine on a vehicle most likely. If I just had a bunch of money to throw around, I'd probably be doing something like get myself some like ridiculous, like not VR, but like ridiculous like simulation setup. One of those ones that's utterly financially irresponsible because it's just gonna be a constant maintenance nightmare. I'd do something like that. Probably get like a whole house setup for a bunch of junk that I don't really need. I'd do a lot of traveling is another thing I'd likely do. Probably do a whole lot of like, going on cruises or whatever. I kind of hate new car stuff full of touchscreen. And they keep making weird gear stick. I mean, the big thing is nowadays, like, you're almost certain... Bob is dead. What? Who is Bob? It's gotta be a bug, because Allison's the only one here. And Allison, I'm pretty sure, didn't die inside the house. Not that that couldn't happen, could have been in the busy in the middle of something and a zombie came through the window or whatever. I don't suspect that would be the case. More than likely, maybe animals? Ooh, trailer. Alright, let's go. Got some keys for me? I'm seeing a sheep behind the trailer. It is not inspiring much confidence. There's definitely a dead animal of some kind. You know what? Where I was saying maybe it's the animals? That could be exactly what it is. It could have been we got close enough to the trailer and it did its update and was like, okay, what's the state of the animal? Oh, it's been like an in-game month. This animal is dead. So it might have loaded in the sheep and then decided the sheep was dead. That's gonna be my guess. I wonder if we could look at Bob, or look at the sheep, and if it will tell me its name was Bob. Now the next question is Bob fresh? Because if Bob's fresh, I'm not gonna let it die in vain. We're gonna at least get some lamb chops out of this. It's what Bob would have wanted. I didn't know Bob, but I assume it's what Bob would have wanted. And I'm the only one here to decide whether or not that's true. I suddenly had a momentary thought from all, like, the past multiplayer releases and all. Well, Bob didn't starve to death, because there's still food in there. Are you Bob? I still don't know. But there is a dead ram. Bob is dead. We got some pretty crap quality cut lamb chops. Oh, no problem. I can check it out here in a minute. We're about to have to, like, run back to, Can I... I'll let you live. I gotta get home before it's dark. There's just a moment it's like, I can eat you. I can get just a little bit of calories. It's not gonna be enough to stop my weight loss, but it will ever so slightly take me the edge off. I stayed out too late. Okay. How far is it to the houses? Oh, that is not close. Well, right here is gonna be good. Gotcha. Then I just saw your message. And I'm down. I was having a brain fart on what I need to do here. Yep, I think I'll have to boot up my other browser, but that's not a big problem. Sooner or later, I'll need to sit down and rest or whatever. That'd be perfect. Yep, no, that's the thing. Yep, no, you're good. Pack the tent. Pull up that window. Catch up to the bottom there. For the record, the ability to, like, attach, you know, sleeping bags to the bottom of your backpack when you got the nicer backpacks has been one of my favorite features. It's like not that big a deal of a feature, but it's just a cool feature. Wait, what are you? Well, I can't do much. Well, actually, we'll probably get the seeds for the wheat, so I'll probably grab the wheat. I'm pretty sure the sheaf I can't eat by itself. We have to do something with it. We got a wild peach. Just yoinked the whole tree, apparently. Oh, how are those eggs? I should probably start slamming those eggs real hard by now. Grapefruit. You didn't know that was a thing, not gonna lie. Which one? Sorry. Missed context on it is all. You can actually find some pretty wild stuff foraging too. One of my favorites is one of the rarest items in the game that you can find foraging. Oh, keys. One of the rarest items you can find in the game is a pickaxe handle. It's terrible. It is terrible. Oh yeah, neither of these vehicles are going to be any good. We can't even get in them. I was really hoping to be the other vehicle, because I don't think we can get in this one, can we? No. I'm going to have to actually hit my my actual water bottle. I've been living off the rivers and all this whole time. Yeah, no, I let the U out, and we had a very long staring contest about me deciding was my desire for the nummy num. Why is there a ram head? It was already dead. When we pulled up the trailer, it was just outside the back. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna let it go to waste. Bob the ram would have wanted it. But we did find a live ewe inside there, and we did let it out, and then I stared at it for a very long time, deciding whether or not I was going to, whether or not lamb chop was going to be on the menu. I did ultimately let it go, though. Animal sinew? I don't even know what we use it for. I'll bring it to. It was like that when I got here. As your lawyer, I need to urgently talk to you about your defense. Sinew is for cord and rope. Yeah, no, I know that you have used like sinew for stuff like bowstrings and that kind of thing. Wait, capital L, by the way? Oh, lamb chop? Oh, man. My brain still went, if anyone remembers the old commercial that there was like, what was it, like lamb chop underwear. And I remember it was a thing in elementary school. People being like, lamb chop underwear, a special pair that they will tear and you people stare from fruit of the loom. We're talking, this is like second, third grade. Oh yeah, no, they had lamb chop underwear. And they had TV commercials for it. And it had like this little lamb chop underwear song. And then, you know, kids being kids came up with alternative versions that weren't necessarily that corporate would not have appreciated. Luckily, we're talking they were mostly kids like elementary school, so they weren't that degenerate of things, because it could have certainly gotten worse. Have some random pieces of junk I don't want. This would be a bad... Well, I mean, actually, this wouldn't be that bad for the helicopter. I was about to say, this is going to be a bad place for helicopters. Like, you know what? I'm away from literally everyone and everything. But... I'll better. I think I forgot to turn off my radio and the battery died. Luckily, I got cursed fake batteries that apparently I can still use in my radio. Gotcha, Ultra. Well, I hope you achieve the amount of sleep you're looking for. I'll explain the helicopter here in just a moment. I want to pay attention to what's going on the radio real fast. Okay, that's flavor text. Okay, we're good. Turn off the radio. Okay, the radio is off. This radio gets disassembled. But yeah, so the way like in multiplayer, the way the helicopter works is it will randomly choose a player and it will follow them around. And eventually it'll switch to another player and it'll follow them around until such time that like it's exhausted how long it's going to be there. Because what happens with the helicopters, it chooses between 1 and 4 passes on normal day length. It could be different if you extend your day length and all that. We'll do like between 1 and 4 passes. And, you know, each pass it could choose someone else, that kind of thing. Oh good, a random calf skull. Just as you do. Oh right, I need to still be just gobbling down all the eggs. But yeah. Little pop around and check a bunch of different stuff. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take the left here, because this will kind of go to the north end of where Drongo's located, so we can see what's like on the other side of the bridge and all that, and see if there's anything worthwhile. So we do know we have an animal trailer over there in a pinch, which is useful. I don't imagine we're going to be moving. Well, no, I take that back. I could potentially see us getting a cow and trying to bring it back, because if we can get a couple of cows or whatever back, that could be really good. One thing I'll probably want to go out of my way to do in not too long is get back where we can get those poorly cut lamb chops to make sure, you know, Bob did not die in vain and that Bob can be properly seasoned and consumed. So do animals have to be moved to dedicate, or you can or like a trailer? So if you're going to move them by vehicle, if it is a large animal, you need the animal trailer. If it's a small animal like a chicken or a rabbit, you can carry it, like physically in your hands. But you can also just get a rope and tie a rope on, you know, an animal and lead it. That is something that does work. You're still waiting for animal semi-trailers? I mean, there's no semis in the game. Oh, cucumber. Okay. That's actually something I can make like a legit nice salad with. Oh good, we can go ahead and hit with some poppies too. Yeah, so let's go ahead and we'll toss some onion in there. Gonna add some cucumber in there. We can put some cilantro in there. Add violets. Can animals attack you? Yes. They don't attack you normally, but you can have the animals get really stressed out, and they will potentially attack you at that point. And they can actually be pretty dangerous when they do attack you. But you can kind of tell when the animal's stressed out because they'll be kind of like running all over the place. We'll add an apple to it. We'll add some cilantro seeds. And we'll add an egg. We can make ourselves a heckin' fancy salad. Let's go ahead and eat the egg while it's in my bag there. All right, I guess we're adding an orange to our salad too. It's here. Why not? That is one fancy salad. And I'm just gonna shovel the entire thing into my mouth because there's zero chance of bringing half this stuff home before it rots. So that's a solid S-tier salad going on. Ooh, I think that might be the Riverside Country Club. We do not want to tangle with the Riverside Country Club. We'll go over here until we start seeing stuff there. The Riverside Country Club has some like really bougie houses and all there. It's got like golf courses and all sorts of stuff. It's also an area that's a bit busy in zombies more than you'd think. So it could get pretty wild in there sometimes. But I'm still walking along here in the case so you can get a loot pinata zombie. Find some more cars, all that kind of stuff. Because the alternative would have been for me to, what did you... Oh, it's Big Stone. The alternative would have been for me to turn into, Lake Fallis and start clearing there. We want to do that. Oh, right, they can break fences now. I forgot about that. It used to be that these were indestructible. But as you can see, all the zombies closing in, starting to bang on those fences. Yeah, no, getting a bull that was like really agitated was always... We're getting stressed out for some reason. And you notice the foraging radius is getting narrower and narrower as they're getting more and more panicked. We're at the breaking point. Yep, banging on doors and windows stresses out the player. I do believe those walls are pretty durable. Can I offer you an egg in these trying times? Huh. Surprised to see it say weighed down. There we go. Go and get rid of that. That doesn't even look like a proper wreck. That looks a little banged up. Let's be quick. I have no idea how durable that fence is under that kind of abuse. It's not a good car, it is the car. Because that engine is red. Surprisingly a silent car. Also, why does the distillery car have sirens on it? Let's talk about this. This is the distillery's car. Not a police car. Oh, we just stalled. So let's take a quick peek at how it is. That is real unfortunate. That is a real unfortunate car. The next time it stalls out, I'm going to check the engine quality to see if I want to actually work on the car, or we just limp this thing along for what we need for right now. Is it the wood truck? Might as well be. Yeah, so I got about 80 more. Now, where it was at 100% gas tank, keep in mind, it was 100% gas tank on a tank that was only at 10% health. Which means it is not... Oh, hey. Oh, we stalled again. Are you a survivor zombie? Okay, that's a fanny pack, and grab that for someone. Grab the digital watch. There's nothing in your backpack, so I won't worry about it. You didn't have anything in that fanny pack, right? No. Alright, so mostly rubbish. So how is your engine? Oh yeah, it says Kentucky Lumber. Why did they have a distillery employee on it then? Engine 73 quality engine. It's not an amazing engine, but it's not terrible. All things considered, that is not a bad engine. That's a drunkard who saw it. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. It's 90s Kentucky. Someone went for a joyride. Yeah, I can understand that. Now, downside is fixing this thing up. I've lost something. It's fine. I still got 3 wheels. Alright, so you had in the trunk a lug wrench. One of these around here somewhere had a jack. If I can find a jack, we can start liberating other vehicles of their parts to start working on it. Because I do have a wrench. Do you have any good parts we can actually try and take? So we're going to go slowly destroy some seats. I apparently don't know how to do those things. Well, we're not going to worry about that right now. Alright. So one thing we'll end up doing is... I guess I'm becoming a mechanic now. We're going to try and limp this thing home. Or at least as far as we can go till we lose another tire, at which point it'll be immobilized. But then I'm going to try and grab parts and slowly get some life into this thing. How close are you to Electrician 3 now? I'm pretty close. I only need about 90 more XP. So if we can get into Lake Fallis at all, like that back neighborhood, I can certainly knock it out in like just a couple houses that back neighborhood if they got TVs or anything. Alright, let's go. I can work with this. Okay. Give me that. Give me this. We're gonna start cobbling together a car little by little. Let me in here. I need... Alright, let's be real. I need a lot of things. But that is really bad. Alright. Gotta start somewhere. You gonna actually do the thing? Okay, we got our first tire. And it's a performance tire. Look, man, those are just upgrades right there. And would you look at that? Does that have no tire pressure? Is that at 0 tire pressure? Is it going to fall off immediately when I move? No, it's got 27 out of 35. It's basically like, you know, anyone who's ever been in college and not actually had a chance to maintain a car at all. I'm gonna grab some spares for no discernible reason. Don't mind me. But yeah, so we're gonna need to be working on some mechanics here, getting us up and running. Well, we damaged the tire trying to get it off. That's good. It's got 2% left on it. I'm sure it's fine. No. It just, these are wrecks in the road, and wrecks are always in terrible shape. Okay, so you're at 26. And you weigh 15. So I could fit one tire in there. Okay. I like how that tire just inflated. Okay, is there anything else I should strip off this thing? Because sadly, I can't take the shocks off. We don't know how to do any of that yet. They need intermediate mechanics for all of those. I can juggle headlights. What's the point of this game? Like every game, is to have fun. See, now it drives like a dream. Not really. We're gonna lose another tire probably before we get home. Why not tow the other one with you? I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, no, we'll just keep stalling. Like, very genuinely, I'm gonna be limping this the whole way home. I'm debating whether we're limping this to the house that me and Ultra been operating from, or if we are going to limp this over to over by like Drongo's area. Because the catch-22 is where Drongo's at is dirt roads. And that will slowly damage the tires. It's not that big a deal as long as you don't go too fast. But when your tires have like no health left to begin with, yeah, I think you're right. Probably take it over to the gas station and just park it up there. And it'll just be a thing that we make a as I go to work on it, when I find a another donor quote-unquote car, then I will bring the van over, yeah, bring the truck over to get the donor parts since they're god-awfully heavy. And that hope... Hello. I was confused why I was still hearing a zombie despite it being dead. And now I understand it's because there was just, you know, another zombie. Okay, let's drop the lug wrench and the jack in here. And just so I don't accidentally use it now that I do want to put this in here, let's put the wrench in here and put the screwdriver in there. That way I have a full set of stuff in the vehicle for whatever repairs I gotta do. Because, yeah, this adds 2 new things we need on our list of stuff we need. We need a welding torch, and we're going to need a welding mask. No, sorry, stalled. Don't mind me, it's fine. Oh, sorry, stalled. Give me a moment. Makes the sad noise is what drives over that. Oh, there we go again. Another stall. You just gotta like make sure you hold it in gear. And just every once in a while you gotta wiggle the ignition a little bit. The wiring's a little loose in there. So you just gotta make sure you hold the shifter up a little bit. Make sure that keeps that connection nice and good. The tape gets loose sometimes. This poor vehicle has no parts in good shape. And to be clear, that 70-something quality, it's not great. It's good. Like, I'm not gonna say it's not good. I would definitely aim for better, but it is a bull driver, which is the model of vehicle I like the most, just because for horsepower and all that, it's really solid. Oh my god, please. You can get home. You can do it. Do I take it directly to the gas station now? It's my turn. Alright. That's not my turn. Hang on. This is the way you walk, not the way you drive. If I try and cut this vehicle across there, I'm gonna lose 2 tires almost immediately. Well, the engine parts is not a concern until we hit, what is it, like 7 mechanics? It's either 5 or 7. It's pretty high. At which point, then every one of these cars is getting cannibalized. Like, what I'll probably do at that stage is I'll start hunting for propane, the welding stuff, and I will disassemble every wreck for parts, which will be good because people will then get a bunch of lead pipes, and, well, not lead pipes, we get a bunch of pipes and metal bars and all those, which make relatively decent short blunt weapons. They're honestly one of the better ones. All right. So we probably don't drive the bull driver to the pumps themselves until that area is cleared, because the bull driver is a very loud car. Loud car. Oh, okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's a very loud car. And then on top of that, that muffler is toast. Where are you coming from? Oh, they're following because, again, my car's really loud. Yeah, what I was going to say is I probably pull it up to the house and we park it. And then as we clear the area and, like, it needs gas or whatever, then we pull it up there. There's a very good chance we find a better car, by the way. Most likely, while we're going through Lake Fallis, we'll probably find a significantly better car, ending the entire reason to put the effort into that car, other than to, you know, do it because we want. Okay. I think, yeah, I was gonna say I have, like, an extra watch or two on me. Just the one? Okay. Is the game hard? It can be. I would say it's more unforgiving. And, thank you, Cake TV. I really do appreciate that. That's a Prime Gaming sub you use there, and you only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Let's check that other body. Okay. Because, again, we are right about to be able to... I'll send to the invite? Sure. Give me 2 seconds. I'm probably not safe here. Okay. Let me pop over here, do this. You might hear echo for just a minute, chat. And go here, there. Notify your files you're going live as a guest on oh yeah, that's fine. Wait. Sure. I don't know. Okay, so I should be in there. We should be good to go. I have my stuff muted and all that, and like I'm cool with share chat. I'm just trying to pay attention because I'm not in a safe place. It's cooperative? Yes, there is co-op. You can technically PvP, but the PvP is pretty rubbish. It's not its strong suit. And hey, Moose, how's it going? All right. Yeah, when I'm not out trying to do this and all that, I'll pop in there. I mean, I'm in there now, but you get what I mean. All right. So boxers. Take apart the watch. We're almost enough electrical knowledge to be able to hook up a generator. Got about 60 to go. The watches are pretty rubbish at getting it, but they're like 1 XP and some change. Televisions that are usually like 3. All right, let's take this nearly about to implode car that can barely run. Limp it home. We just gotta get down this major road. Now, the big problem with this is a very loud car. It's weird that I'm not hearing, I think. Is there guns in the game? There is. That said, if you're looking for a run and gun kind of game, you're going to be disappointed. This game is a lot more slower, methodical kind of gameplay. So you're going to end up doing a lot more melee. You won't find enough ammo and guns to maintain, like, a shooting playstyle. Yeah, no, historically, the cars are much louder. I wonder if I turn down... Well, no, because I forgot most of my other settings. Try and weasel our way around here. I have not done anything on my end yet. I'll check in a moment. I'm in the middle of an area with stuff going on. So I'm trying real hard to not get myself killed. But pretty soon there'll be time for me to, like, get into the house and get to sleep or whatever. No, the shared chat isn't YouTube. The shared chat is me, Drongo, and Allison are popping into a shared stream. We're not going to be hopping on the voice chat in there. We'll keep it in game for the time being. But, okay, so for right now, I'm just going to park you right here. Okay. Alright, so first of all, I'm going to make sure that's working, and I got to take a quick, like, 5-minute break, because I have seriously got to pee. And it is not one of those things that can be permitted to wait. So I'm going to sit in my dark closet in my corner. I'm going to quickly slam some eggs real fast, and I can worry about all that stuff in a minute. Because there's also a good chance when I go back out there, it's going to be all hell to pay as those zombies catch up to where that car was when it was running. Alright, so with that said, I'm going to be just a couple minutes. I just need to take a quick break, stretch my legs, use the restroom, all that kind of stuff. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, and I am back. Yeah, no, it's Drongo's the one hosting, whatever you want to use it for your term. He's the one operating, so he'll be doing the shared chat. There's a good chance he is doing like his stream introduction, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll do the shared chat. Oh wait, we have a TV here. And it doesn't work anymore, so you're a gone TV is what you are. Give me that XP. All, like, 5 of it, or whatever it actually ends up being. So we're at 238. And 252. Okay, so that's like 14 XP. Alright, so I've only got about 40 something thing. Are you asking too many questions? No, you're good. Just had to like step away. Like for the record, I'm also streaming over on Twitch. So it is a thing. If it ever seems like I'm talking to myself, or vice versa for the people on Twitch with YouTube. If it ever seems like I'm talking to myself, that's what's going on. Is that I am multi-streaming. Oh no, our lamb chops are going stale because I had to like drive a whole day back and everything. Wheat seeds, isn't that just wheat? I'm pretty sure the part of wheat you eat is the seeds. Like, I mean, I guess you could eat the stalk. It'd be a weird thing to do, though. Okay. I'm not familiar with that name, like, if you're talking to our content creator. I do know what queso is as far as, like, a cheesy sauce common on Tex-Mex dishes. Which is glorious. Low-key, the, one of the places near me that does pizza started making, like, their fiery pizza where the cheese actually has hot stuff in it, which is pretty fantastic. Oh, ignore that. That's wrong. There are literally no mods running. You're not going to see anyone, hopefully not see anyone running mods right now on Build 42 multiplayer because they don't work. Build 42, so far as the multiplayer update, has massively changed the code behind. So pretty close to every single mod is broken. It's just going to take them a couple weeks for the mods that are being maintained that are simpler to get up to date. The more complicated mods will probably take longer. And do expect to have a certain number of mods that just will not get updated because, you know, the people maintaining them have moved on to other games or not around anymore. Whatever the situation is, not maintaining them anymore. It happens every single time there's a game that has a heavy modding scene that has a major update. Oh, we could toss the flint in there to free up some space. Yeah, if you're someone who's like, I can't live without my mods, you're going to have to kind of just wait on Project Zomboid for a while. Because it is going to be a little bit before the mods catch up. Do you play Fortnite? No. No, I do not. Like, no judgment. Everyone enjoys whatever game, but not Fortnite. Fortnite's not the kind of game I'm interested in. Yeah, like, no judgment. I have friends who do play Fortnite. Like, on the platform. I wouldn't say particularly regularly. But, you know, once in a blue moon, though, could be convinced to, like, hop in and do a round. I'm not into that, really. Like, way back in the day, my buddies got me playing Fortnite a little bit, but that was back when it was, before it was a battle royale. Minecraft, I have played Minecraft in the past. These days I tend to play Vintage Story, though. More so than Minecraft. The similar concept, Vintage Story has a lot more depth to it. Like, the survival's a lot harder, there's a lot more crafting depth, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so we dropped all that off. We definitely don't want to go and lug the car around. We don't have a great way of doing fire here. I kind of don't want to do the big long walk just to cook some lamb chops. Oh yeah. No, if you're running the newest version, one, don't open your save from before the change. It won't work, and disable all your mods. If you update, just disable all your mods. If you didn't want to, you need to go into your settings and choose a previous version. I'm not like, this isn't me being like, no, you should play it pure or anything like that. No, it's like really legitimately right now, mods are going to be super broken. So if you're running literally any mods whatsoever, you should not be playing multiplayer right now. It is a multiplayer or mod situation. And also, if you're going to still play single player but on the latest version, just treat it the same way as if you're playing multiplayer. Mods are going to be broken. They did a major overhaul to improve in performance, and the unfortunate side effect of that is that mods broke. So it is a thing to be aware. Also, if we didn't get a shout out for Brildane, can we get a shout out for Brildane? Then we'll get Azrael after that, because I'm not sure if we did and we should have. Because Brildane's another fantastic content creator, plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. Lots of RimWorld, lots of that kind of good stuff. Playing some Project Zomboid as well. So very much fun times over there. Has a nice like sort of Invader Zim theming going on. That's a lot of fun. But yeah, I can check that. I could look at the jacket. But yeah, definitely fun times over there. We've done collaborative stuff with Brildane as well. We did the Unfriendly Neighbors in Project Zomboid with Brildane. We do have a clip of a murder that I'm certainly not responsible for. That's what happens when you write someone up for a code violation. It wasn't my house, so I didn't actually care, but you know, we were being written up for a code violation. So we brought the neighborhood to say hi. It was fun. I actually enjoyed that. I enjoyed your dedication to the RP on that site. I actually expected you to realize what was happening. I didn't think till afterwards that you would be staring at like the notepad on the screen. I'm like, oh yeah, so she would have panicked, hit the buttons to move, and instead just written more on the screen. But it was fun. Alright, so let's grab these. And also check out Azrael. Azrael plays a lot of simulation games, so, you know, Farming Simulator 25, Euro Truck Simulator, American Truck Simulator, etc., etc., etc. If you're into sim games, you can find that over with Azrael. So what we're going to go ahead and do over here is a couple parts on this bull driver that is a complete wreck that might be usable, might be salvageable. So we're going to start yanking any parts we can. Now, as a mechanic, we have the skill of a toddler who has just been handed their first, you know, like wooden mallet set or whatever, and we're just swinging it around. That's about how good of a mechanic we are. So expect a lot of tragedy to happen where we have perfectly good... That's certainly a way to get around there. You know, we're going to break a lot of parts. So the way we're going to approach this is we're just going to grab the best part we can from one vehicle, walk it over to the other vehicle, and try and replace the worst part. Knowing we are going to destroy a couple of parts along the way. I really should move this van closer. Man, I know... Okay. We're going to have to move the two closer because if I keep going back and forth extremely overloaded, we're going to get nothing done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the junk tire out of the back here. Are the tires compatible? Yes. They're actually the same type of vehicle, like literally the same model. Same model, same year, different aesthetic. Oh, gotta check our radio. Hey, oh wait, you can't carry a tire, can you? I think you have a carrying space of 8. 12, which is unfortunate because that's just barely less than a tire. We'll want to get a we want to get a really big garbage can, so the parts that are like properly screwed, we can, you know, put those in the garbage can and delete them from existence, because they won't be worth anything to us. So what we're waiting to do is just see if we have a helicopter today. Call of Duty? Nah, I'm not interested in that kind of stuff. Don't. Okay, we're fine. When you see that double buzz, that's because when you have the helicopter goes buzz, air activity detected, I think is the exact verbiage. So when you see that like buzz, you're like, don't. I see you. Don't you dare. There we go. 4th time's a charm. Oh, also, unless they fixed it, which I don't think they have, very weirdly in Project Zomboid, reversing a vehicle is like 5 times louder than going forward. It's not 5 times, it's like double as loud. But the point is, reversing a vehicle is just weirdly way louder than going forward. Alright, so let's have a peek. So which tire is the worst? Well, actually, let's get the parts off the other vehicle first. Let's get our donor car. Is reversing... Oh, I do believe it is stronger to reverse grab something in the game than to drive forward. It's just a weird thing about it. Oh, you're right. You're right. My brain was thinking that was another bull driver. This is a station wagon. Yep, well, it's fine. In my mind, I just was like, it's a wrecked bull driver. Alright, so this one can go in the trunk. That tire's useless to me. You are correct. I could probably still, Alright. Well, we're just going to practice our mechanics a little bit. If we look at our mechanics skill, as I'm doing this, we are gaining mechanics. I'm already at almost half. Yes, that's basic mechanics. I'm going to reinstall the tire. I said I do not play Call of Duty. Like, way back in the day I did, like when Modern Warfare was the new fandangled one. But, just not my jam. I tend to be a lot more into slow, methodical games than, you know, something that's all about reflex reaction time. I used to be really solid at them, but I don't know. I enjoy there being a lot more strategy, a lot more thought into it versus just see how fast you can react, that kind of thing. Alright. So you're putting that away. So let's check, because they may have changed it. So this has got us at 50.7 XP. We're going to put this tire on. So it's 3 XP. That is not amazing. So we're going to want to go to the rear tires, and we'll reinstall those. You like puzzle games? Puzzle games can be fun. I don't stream puzzle games. Puzzle games are really, really rough to stream. The combination of people just wanting to, like, guess it. Alright, well, we just damaged that tire a little bit. That's gonna happen. But, they can be very difficult to stream. And it'll damage it a little bit more. Who needs a working tire? I believe you gain XP every time you damage it, too, by the way. So weirdly damaging it, if it's a sacrifice part for training, is not that bad. Let's see, those weapon skills are high. Do you have fast learner, or is this because there's so many zombies? Yes, it's a bit of both. Keep in mind, I am sitting right now at about 1,600 kills. That's not that many kills, but that is definitely enough to like knock yourself out a good 4 or 5 levels in a bunch of different weapon categories. It's somewhere around 10-ish thousand that you'll max out a weapon skill historically. I don't know what it is nowadays. Yeah, so we can't handle any of the windows. I can do the battery. Yeah, so I'm basically just running around this car, and any part I can disassemble, I'm taking out and putting back in. Because I'll get 1 round of XP for taking it out and putting it back in per 24 hours per part in the car. So this car, as I'm taking things in and out, once per day, I can get the XP hit. That one I'm going to dismantle for the electronics things. Alright. And this is one reason why a lot of people don't like doing this. Oh, hey, give me that good headlight back. I'll keep the good headlight. You can have the bad one back. There's the reasons why loving mechanics can be rough. There used to be mods, I don't know if they're still around anymore, called like Auto Mechanic, where you could walk up to a car and be like, practice mechanics, and it would systematically go through every single part, uninstall it, reinstall it, that kind of thing, and it wouldn't give you like some, you know, XP advantage, but it'd save you all the clicks. Okay, so that's what I could do with that car. I don't want to sit here and grind out that right now, because we did get our first level. Oh, this car should have a radio in it. We do want to take apart the radio, because we are about 40 XP away from being able to hook up the generator. We'll take out the radio. And take that apart. Because that'll give me another 1.5 of XP or whatever it ends up being. And drop you in the trunk, drop you in the trunk. Drop the electrical wire in the trunk. Drop the amplifier and the aluminum scrap in the trunk. Let's swap out our bad headlights for the good ones. There's at least something I can do. So uninstall that bad headlight. Now you got a good headlight. Uninstall that bad headlight. Because everyone knows the headlight or the lights in a radio are compatible with your headlights in your car. Those $100-something headlights you buy for your car, you're just being scammed, man. Everyone knows those things are like, you know, 25 cents at, I was gonna say Radio Shack, but they've not been around for a very long time, have they? You know, your local electronics place. And none of that's true. Like, to be clear, none of that is actually true. Oh, right, I need to fill up my water bottle. You can eat some more eggs. $64. We are losing weight way faster than we can afford to. To drink the water. Fill our water bottle up. Medieval games? I played a decent number. 64. Bad weight, good console? Yes. Alright. Max weight loss is 1 per day. I don't know about multiplayer. I've not played in the last couple of updates. Like in Build 42. So some of that stuff might change. It also would not surprise me if there was any bugs that cause weight loss to be a little funky. And before everyone's like, oh no, driving over the bodies ruins your car. It doesn't. Driving over alive zombies ruins your car. Dead zombies actually don't have a negative effect on your car. Oop, that is going to be where we probably hop out here. Driving off-road is horrendous for your car. I need you to not be here. Don't you dare stall on me, car. Good enough to being in place. And now let's get out of here. So we've made a lot of noise with that car driving over there, and that's bad for when I go to get the generator. But one of my hopes I'm trying to do, the mod Auto Mechanics allegedly works with Build 42 multiplayer, but that would involve updates. I would be dubious. I'd be very careful grabbing mods right now. I'm willing to bet a lot of them, they just booted it up, they right-clicked, did it work, and then went with it. And I'm willing to bet you're going to run into a lot of pain points. If it does, great. But I wouldn't, like, I'm not going to ask Ultra to try and boot up a bunch of mods, because I don't have to go to everyone and have to have people deal with all that. It's not a big deal or anything. But also, I haven't really needed auto mechanics. Normally, when I'm dealing with that kind of stuff, I don't just grind out the XP. I'll just pop in and do, like, one part here and there. And over time, I'll get my car fixed. Versus that, it's like, so that car's probably going to stay exactly where it is, barring the rare, oh, hey, we got a super heavy thing to move. Yeah, no, and especially now, we're already dealing with enough stuff that's not quite working the way it's supposed to be. Getting into the modding is just inviting trouble. And I think even if I feel comfortable making the run for the generator myself to hook it up, I think for the sake of making it a fun thing, that I'll probably go fetch anyone who's on the server at the time, and we'll make it like a concentrated effort to try and get in there, get the generator hooked up, and get out with the gas. Because I think that's not what I want. I think that'd be a fun kind of, like, goal for everyone. Because I can probably do it by myself just by dragging stuff away and whatnot. But that feels like a monumentous thing for the server, getting your first generator hooked up. That feels like a big milestone to want to share with everybody. so we don't need a red light bulb. Okay, how are we doing? 2 more XP. Like 2.01 XP. That's like a watch and a half or 1 television. Alright, and we have plenty of time to get over to Drongo and all them. We can meet up with them, like Drongo and Allison, and we'll check to see if Ultra or anyone else. Ultra's probably asleep. But we can check to see who's over there. Rally the troops. We got some gas bottles over there. Learn generator... Wait, generator maintenance? I hope that works. We can find out if that counts, because I can run over and connect Drongo's generator, which does not have gas. What's making you sad? Still stressed from the zombies banging against the fence? No, so... There is a mechanic around being around corpses and all that makes you sad. That kind of comes and goes. It's kind of fleeting. So it kind of makes it a little harder to have an idea of what is causing sadness. I can honestly just counter it if we actually took the time to make salad. All right. Yeah, because we can quickly do this. Try and make ourselves a fancy salad. All right. And we can slam that. And that'll get me a decent amount of happiness. And now we're not sad anymore. Everyone knows the key to eternal happiness is to just... Do I want to wear that? How do you look? Yeah, that'll work. Alright. But the key to eternal happiness is to just eat salad. It's weird. It's the whole, like, drinking water, eating healthy, getting proper sleep. The unfortunate sad reality is it does actually work. But also I don't want to. Put on shirt, go for jog, immediately overheats. I mean, I did get the leather gloves. Let's go ahead and take the shirt, well, the vest back off. There we go. That's fine. They'll draw them back out to the road. Full leather. It's been a whole thing. So we actually were wearing like a leather biker vest to go with our leather ripped pants. And then it was getting just way too hot, so we ditched the leather biker jacket. So we're still wearing the ripped leather pants. And in my mind, it's like we're doing some like Freddie Mercury but for Halloween. So it's like Freddie Mercury on Halloween wearing a pirate hat, but otherwise just being Freddie Mercury. Oh, we don't have the right mustache for it, and we've got this whole beard, but I'm just going to take that up to, you know, it's Freddie Mercury in the zombie apocalypse, and just not got a chance to get that clean shave, so let's let that really grow in there. You know, probably still absolute eye candy for a lot of people, but, you know, the facial hair and all that's gone a little mangy. Hey, Pelanova, how's it going? It's like where you see in movies, and they have the person who's supposedly, you know, oh, it's like a Captain America character. It's like, oh, but it's Captain America, and he's been stranded in the wilderness for the last 6 months. It'll have like, you know, the full like neckbeard thing going on, and like the long out of control hair, but meanwhile still has utterly chiseled abs, which you would not have in those scenarios because those chiseled abs are 100% not naturally how your body looks. That's usually when you are severely dehydrated. But you know, I'm imagining that's where we're at. We're movie star stranded, not real person stranded. It's good today. You played poker in Spirit Island. Nice. Hope you had fun with that. Normally I don't run this much. I just want to make sure I'm over here and in the clear before things. Is there a reason you don't use walk to? You find it a lot more chill than manually walking? I like to always have my hands on the keyboard. The number of times I've just had my fingers on WASD where a zombie, you know, came through a tree or whatever when I didn't expect it and was able to like tap shift or whatever to shove it. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. I just now read the rest of your comment. Yeah, no, it's, it can delay your reaction to zombies. And that tiny little gap, you know, the amount of times you get away with what have otherwise been a death by a matter of milliseconds. Alright, so let's not continue running, because we're probably getting relatively close to high exertion, because we have been just jogging the whole way. We're close enough that I don't have to worry about not getting here before dark. Also, eat some more eggs. $64 kilograms. We're losing weight way faster than I want. We are now at very low weight. We are more prone to injury, and we have a reduction in our strength. So we're gonna have to make a lot of fish happen. Or rabbits, or whatever. And like I said, for the record, very easily I could probably have made a move to get the generator hooked up. This is going to be putting a certain amount of risk on the others, which of course they have the option to just not go with me. But I want to have people be able to opt in / out of if they want to join me for the push to hook up the first generator that's going to actually run. Because there's going to be like a whole system of operations where I'm going to have to get into position, connect the generator. It's already there. I got to connect the generator. There's a gas can next to it that's full of gas. Pour it into the generator, start the generator, grab the gas cans and refill the 3 or 4 gas cans on the gas pump, turn off the generator, and get out of there. And we're going to be right alongside of a very high population area, and we are on 16 times pop. So most likely when I turn on the generator, it's going to be like playing Left 4 Dead, where we're not going to quite have the zombie scream in the distance and then they coming from the hills, but they'll be coming from the hills. Okay, and I do have the option to connect the generator, so we are good. Oh, that is a big old fish fillet. That is a monster fish fillet. My immediate reaction is just want to immediately consume that fish fillet. Oh yeah, sprinters. Yeah, I don't play sprinters. It can be an interesting thing as like a one-off, but when you're playing sprinter, it ends up being a lot more arcadey, and half of the counterplay to sprinters is to effectively make them not sprinters. That is, you know, fences, windows, stuff they get stuck on and start banging on them. All right. Rawr. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I seen the captain hat, and I'm like, I've never seen that zombie before, but it's like registering. Hopefully you're having a good time.
Yeah, so I can actually hook up generators now. And I'm thinking tomorrow we make a go for the gas station. I've got a generator there, but we just got to get in there, get it gassed, get it started. There's like 3 gas cans that are empty right there. Load it up and bring it out.
We all need to help carry and
Yeah.
share the burden. I got you. So we
Right,
go
right.
tomorrow?
I think that's the plan, because it'll be too late today.
Yeah, seems perfect. Okay. I'm just gonna finish fishing for a little bit and then come in and cook the remainder. There should be plenty of cooked fish. Try to eat your fill.
Cool. As I saw, like, there was a absolute behemoth of a fillet in there. I'm like, okay, I want to eat that, but I want to check first.
Yeah. Eat your fill because I would assume. How's your weight?
64. We're getting lean.
Yeah. That is quite lean.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go and let Drongo know as well.
Sounds good.
But yeah, for those who don't know, that's Allison Adventures, another person who plays a lot of Project Zomboid. I honestly don't know between myself, Ultra, and Allison, like, who is like the best player. I don't think it matters. But like all of us, I'm fairly confident can break 100,000 no problem, because I know 2 of us have. I don't think Ultra's broken 100,000. I know she's definitely got well into the tens of thousands. And once you can get there, getting 100,000 is just doing that, but more. Alright, Drongo was up this way a little bit. Oh, he's way up here. I'm honestly surprised he didn't run to any... I mean, he probably did run to zombies and killed them. Oh, we should probably drink a little water. Okay. Alright, so we should be coming up on Drongo now.
Ahoy there, Captain. I don't know what. Sorry. How you doing there, Captain? Sorry, I don't know why I sounded like a pirate. I didn't want to be making fun of you. What happened to your eye?
Not much. It just really felt like I should play the part.
I see. What brings you up these here parts?
So, I figured out how to hook up generators. And I'm planning on making a move on the gas station tomorrow. So if you want to join, we're gonna need hands.
I'm gonna be right there beside you, right there. No worries. I'm just heading home for the day. Done the fishing.
Gotcha. I also got a functional car if you really make a loose definition of functional.
Well, I've been called a functional alcoholic, and they've been using the term functional real loosely, so I'm familiar with getting liberal with the terminology.
I did like Allison's reaction. You just saw immediately the fishing pole like whipped up. I was like, yep. Because I figured she could see me on that last step. Give him some eggs. He has the eggs. I've already done that where I gave him a bunch of eggs. I think there's like another bunch in there.
What was that? Did you, oh, there's a can of tainted water here. I've been fishing out lots of trash from the river today. So sad how people treat the environment, you know?
Yeah. Almost everyone's gone. We're still finding trash.
Yeah, that's right. And you know what? We find out of it for thousands of years from now. My children's will be pulling out plastic bottles from this river.
And tires and shopping carts.
Yep.
I was gonna make a Wally joke, but this is 1993, and Wally didn't exist in 1993. Like, for the record, for those who don't know, Project Zomboid canonically
Now,
is
remember,
sacred.
Captain, you did plant these crops here, but don't suppose you know how well they're doing.
I imagine not great, because
see.
I don't really know anything about planting crops. I figured you shove them in the dirt and hope for the best.
The thyme over here is dead. I guess we didn't have thyme.
Yeah, always out of time. I know that feeling.
At least the lemongrass seems to be growing. Well, a little of it.
That's it's like my fourth favorite type of grass.
You require more sound effect. Oh, I'm willing to bet with how much we laughed. That's probably going to be a reoccurring nightmare. I mean, joke. We're all going to be enduring. I mean, enjoying. Like, for the record, I actually really do find it fun. And we went and washed ourselves off. Time to eat an egg. And then we're gonna go ahead and start washing all of our weapons. And now that that's done, it's time to eat an egg. And now that we got that done, we're gonna wash our containers. And it's time to eat. Oh, we can't eat an egg, we're full. You get the idea. For the record, washing doesn't actually do anything significant in the game. But Drongo's character was like, look, man. He didn't put it this way, but he was more like, you know, I noticed you haven't washed yourself, and pretty much at any point in time, like, you're welcome to use the river, hint hint. Because my character would be absolutely like rancid with BO and whatever the heck stale blood from zombies caked on you for multiple weeks would be like. I'm sure whatever it is, it would be deeply upsetting. Did you want me to move that generator a little bit farther from the house and connect it? Just, you know, so the fumes don't go inside.
Is that a concern? I do like to live on a somewhat perpetual high.
I do think it'll be the kind of thing where you go to sleep and, you know, tomorrow doesn't happen.
Oh, well, Here's hoping. I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess you could move it a little bit further away.
Imagine it's probably also dangerous to have it right in front of your front door. Walk out, bunch of zombies hanging on it. So how's right over here along the side sound?
Well, I guess so. If you put it right outside the window, those fumes can go right into the bedroom. It is dark in there.
And you're all hooked up. Now it just needs
Oh,
gas.
shoot dang, I just need to find me some fuel now.
Yep, tomorrow we can get down to the pumps. I got a generator down there. We gas it up, start it up, and we got a bunch of gas cans to fill up.
Ooh-wee. That's what I like to hear.
I mean, I figure we bring them all back here, because I'll just turn the generator off when we're done. The one down there, I mean.
Sounds good.
All
I
right.
think it's getting darker and darker for some reason. I'm glad that we're potential light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, I mean,
Me
we're
too.
probably past the summer solstice.
It means it's just gonna get darker.
My character's been eating so many eggs.
Now, I don't mean to be, uncouth, but, how is your, weight doing there, Rual Storge?
I'm doing pretty lean. I just threw away some rotten mutton. It's not looking so bad anymore. It's looking kind of okay.
Oh, yeah, that looks, kind of stale to me, but you know what? I mean, I'd eat it.
Yeah, I mean, it needs to be cooked, but
Why don't we let it marinate there and maybe check it out in the morning and see what it looks like?
yeah, because it definitely had a smell to it, and I was like, that's gone, and the trash can just cleaned it right
I
up.
see.
There's some weird
It's a little
desync.
concerning.
There's some weird desync bugs, like you put something down and it just magically it's fresh again. It's been pretty funny. I suspect it'll be rotten again by the time the morning comes around. Starting to get cold, gotta put my leather vest back on.
Let rise and shine, everyone. Now, I don't suppose either of you would have a weapon of some description that you might be able to recommend to me. I'm a little bit in between currently.
Are you?
Here's a ratchet.
particularly-
Pretty alright.
That sounds absolutely wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Do you like to use sharp weapons as well? Because I can give you a knife.
Oh, I feel like a ratchet is a little bit more my speed, but thank you kindly, Allison.
Okay. So once Allison finishes cooking all this, I'm just checking what you're cooking.
For some reason, my perception is that your tent is actually on a holster.
I was gonna say my depth perception's a little off with the eye patch, but that doesn't explain your depth perception.
Maybe it does, though. Maybe your depth perception is so powerful it's overriding mine.
Not walking around. I'm going through the window. Let me get my sip of water.
All right, I think I'm ready to hit the road when you fine folks are too.
I'm good to go whenever you are. It's a little bit of a hike.
Righty-roo. Oh, hang on. Let me just put this fishing rod away. I don't think I'll need that where we're headed.
Nope, there is a lake down there, but I don't think that'll be the priority for today.
Nope.
I have my fishing rod on me, by the way. For the record, this is excellent music for this.
So how's it looking over there, anyways?
I think the gas station itself will be a little hairy. I do have a very loosely functional vehicle parked there that may have attracted a few, but shouldn't be terrible.
I don't suppose, you know the way, like, because I don't exactly know where we're going. Are we cutting through the forest, or what's the quickest way there?
I mean, technically cutting through the forest would be a little faster, but not enough to probably be worth it.
Righto. Following the road it is.
Yeah, we
Coming
follow it
back
down to
here,
the T, then turn east.
There was a few zombies on the other side of these woods, so they could make it bad.
Now, if we can figure out how to fix up the truck, we can use that in the future. Alright. So the plan's basically we're going to go over there. And I'm the one who has to do the generator, because I'm the one who can connect it. But everything else, anyone else can do. Once I've connected the generator, anyone can fuel it up, anyone can start it, anyone can refuel the tanks, yada yada. But I gotta be the one to do the connection. And I'm trying not to talk, because that puts me into combat stance because of my shortcut keys. And most likely Drongo's walking at speed. It isn't constantly stopping. That's just sync desync kind of things. Because Drongo's over in Australia and I'm in Florida, so there's probably some serious latency going on between the two of us. Whereas Allison is not too far, so the ping between me and Allison is probably not very significant. That said, it kind of also depends on where the server is. But I would imagine Drongo's probably got the worst ping of all of us by a fair margin. Luckily, behind the scenes, Project Zomboid does an entire thing where once a zombie aggroes onto someone, that zombie belongs to that person, and so their client will start deciding what that zombie does, which is some of the reasons why like zombies will rubber band and all that. But the idea who is ever in danger by that zombie is the one determining what it's doing. That way, latency doesn't, have a zombie teleport on you and kill you very often. Now, that can still happen if me and Drongo are fighting right next to each other and a zombie switches aggro from one of us to the other, because then it kind of has to catch up on what's going on. And so there's that kind of stuff. Gonna check on the weather while we're over.
Yeah, we'll see what the old weather is doing. Now, Rual, I was trying to remember back to my biology class days. What weight is it for a human being to be considered underweight?
below 74 or 75 kilograms.
Yeah, right. Oh, I see. I see. I am now officially underweight. Not good. Not good.
Looks like clear skies the next 2 days.
All right. Sounds good to me.
The big thing I was actually watching for was just making sure we didn't get interrupted by the
You
helicopter.
think that
'Cause
helicopter person's gonna come back?
eventually, but probably not the next 2 days. Or at least not today. I don't actually know about tomorrow. Alright, if we follow this east, it'll take us right where we're going.
Ooh, yeah, I feel so alive. Opening up the tanks and letting them run free. I feel like a wildebeest on the prairie.
I think Drago's like, this walk is taking entirely too long. Hey, Jimmy Fuel, thank you so much for the 10 gifty subs. What was that? The 10 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot. So thanks so much for that. I do really appreciate that. So thank you. Sorry, like the ad break thing timing at the same.
That zombie had a fork sticking out of its face.
Yep. Sometimes the zombies can do weird things when you're nearby each other. So we get a bunch of zombies. Just try to grab the zombies from like the side or the back, not like don't try and stand next to each other.
Roger that.
Nice.
All right.
Beautiful knife play.
Thank you. It's really hard to do it with a trowel.
Would you say that it requires trial and error?
I'm pretty sure that physically.
Oh,
hurt.
shoot, dang, there's a rabbit.
Yeah, it'd be good to get those at some point.
Yeah, if we can get a little rabbit farm getting along there, that'd be real tasty. I love me some rabbit stew. Zombie o'clock here.
Yep, and we're just gonna work our way up the road. Because it actually should be getting pretty close. Lurking about much love. Hey, lurking, like 70-80% of all Twitch is lurkers. Lurkers are always welcome. This platform would not exist without the lurkers. So, absolutely, again, thank you for the support. Thank you for like tuning in, hanging out, lurking, all that good stuff. Hey, I'm lurking here. All right, Luxray, you take it easy.
Did we lose Allison? Whereabouts did she end up? Oh, there she is. I see ya.
Sorry, I got distracted.
Oh,
Yep,
good
We're getting
partner.
pretty close.
There wasn't a frog over there, but almost.
Oh, my water bottle got away too. There you are. Oh, are either of you able to use like a fanny pack that you don't have? I got a spare.
I currently do not have a fanny or pack, no.
Alright, there's one on the ground for you.
Thank you kindly.
I forgot I had
Put
stuff
that
in this
on now.
had stuff
Much
in this
obliged.
other bag, so I was like, oh wait, I still
Gonna
have
keep my
junk in
worms
here.
in there.
It's good for it.
Oh shoot dang, that boy's got a cowboy hat. Yeehaw!
Nope, Allison, this way. Oh, never mind, you're picking stuff up.
Oh, okay.
Yep, nope, straight over.
Yeah, I know. I thought, but it's just like corralling it. It's coming in this way. It's great.
Yep, so it won't be the first ripe, I think the second.
Oh, I see a body of water here, Captain.
Yep, later on we could fish from here.
Not bad, not bad.
Okay. Now, I could technically, once we get the gas, try to use the truck, but, it'll be real dodgy. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And that car has a gold ingot and bearer bonds and cash in it. I loaded it up with money earlier because I couldn't carry it because that ingot's like 15 encumbrance and weight.
Hot diggity damn, you've been busy down here, boy. It's all your handiwork?
Yeah, at this point, I think most of it, if not all of it, a lot of it is.
Impressive, impressive.
Alright, so here's where we're going to start seeing more of them. You just focus on staying live, like if things get rough, don't be afraid to get out.
Roger that. Ooh, there's plenty to go around, that's for sure.
I'm trying to keep an eye on Drongo, and I'm almost walking into the zombies myself. Because, like, Drongo's a capable player. But, like, me and Allison have done, like, over 100,000 kill rounds and everything. They don't have as good of a feel for, where Drongo's at. Oh, there we go. Oh, Drongo's character's probably getting tired much faster because he's not been doing nearly as much fighting. Okay, I was like, oh, Drongo's like already back there. Okay. Behind you, Allison.
Thank you.
Oh, that is we back off. That is we back off. Whoever fired that gun, bringing town out.
That was a meta event.
Yep. And they're all heading north.
Oh boy. Find ourselves a little bit of a retreat here. Oh, Captain, that was a close one. Hot baby dame.
Ooh. All right, that was my clothes getting ripped. I'm okay.
You alright?
Yeah, nope. I did get a grab, but luckily just ripped clothes. We got a little lucky in that one. The good bad news we got going on. The good news is all the stuff I'm wearing is leather, so it actually has relatively high defense. But the bad news is like a lot of me is exposed, like with nothing on it. All right, probably step back and rest for a minute.
Yeah, I'm feeling mighty winded after all that. That was a real scuffle there.
If you sit on the hay, it's a little more comfortable.
Well, shoot dang, I did not know that, Captain. Thank you, much obliged.
Yeah, Allison's still fighting, but you like when you're doing stuff. Does the eye patch affect your vision? You know, honestly, don't know. It should. I killed a zombie for it. Actually, I didn't kill a zombie.
Get him. Stab him real good.
Okay.
Boy, howdy. I haven't seen Allison in a second. I hope they're okay.
Yeah, I think she was leading a bunch away.
You're all there, Captain?
Yep.
Looked a little dicey there for a moment.
Yeah, sometimes things look a lot worse than they really are. Wish they'd give me a second to rest.
Yeah, all right. Crazy out here.
They're just wandering everywhere, so like just onesie twosies into us. Just not giving us a chance to take a break. Numbers seem to be thinning out.
Yeah, looks like.
Alright, I can check the vision impairment on that. Yeah, vision impairment 50%. Alright. I should not wear that. As much as that's a fun meme, that's a pretty narrow field of view.
Here we go. Finally caught my breath again. Took a while.
Yeah, I'll need another minute. I'll probably check in the map, see where Allison's at. Allison's actually up here already doing more, I think. Which is honestly impressive, because like I had to stop because of endurance. She could be pretty low, and then what's going to end up happening is we're going to like trade out here. I wonder if I take the pills if it'll help. These are pills that prevent you from needing to sleep.
You reckon we call it a day, Captain?
There's a house not too far behind us. We'll probably want to back off by like 7, 8 p.m. to make sure we get there in time.
Yeah, it might be worth heading up to the road later, because if that metal event to the north, that gunshot, dragged the zombies up there, they might be in that house too.
That is a fair point. I think you see Allison just down the road where we were at. So she might have cleared out ahead of us.
That's good news.
Anyway, just endure having the... Yeah, so that's just lag where it looks like Allison's getting grabbed every second. That's just latency. She's not actually getting utterly mauled. And how are you holding up?
Mostly good. I learned a trick. Do you want to know it?
Sure.
If you sit in a car, it's so much better than sitting on the ground.
Ah, interesting. Just really comfy seats, I guess.
Yeah, you could almost say it's 50% better.
And we're potentially thinking we back off a little early in case the zombies got back to the house. Okay. Yeah, that meta event, we would have been in and done and out by now, but that meta event brought a decent number. It wasn't as bad as it could have been. But it definitely went from what should have been a pretty straightforward in and out with just a bit of hairy combat into just kind of a, not a slog. I think Ellison's got some pretty good short blades going. I'm doing alright, but... Oop, that's my knife breaking. Well, that's both knives breaking. I think that's...
Might be worth thinking about calling it a day, Captain, I reckon.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing. We're backing. I think we have to properly back off. And the house is just past the lake on the right.
I don't. Just straight disengaging, not fighting no more.
Yeah, no, I'm spent.
Righto. Sounds good, boss.
Yeah, I pushed the high exertion, so it's time I gotta break off. And Allison will be able to get herself out. She knows what she's up to. She knows what she's doing. That's kind of as well as things you end up doing with multiplayer. You just gotta assume everyone knows what they're doing and take care of themselves. There's not a whole lot you can do to help people when things go sideways. Just everyone's kind of fighting their own individual fights, and then like when you're clear, you just kind of grab some from the other person to get the pressure off of them. Yep, so right up ahead.
You're righto. I might just sit and catch my breath here at the crossroads potentially if they're not pursuing too closely.
Okay. There's Allison. So Allison looks like she's doing fine. Alright, well there's the house. I just need to rest myself, and there's a couple over there. House is not in the greatest shape, but there is a good bend there.
It's all I need. Bit of shut-eye, good company.
I think Allison's in pretty good shape. She's going strong. I think she had some like solid short blades that she was able to lean on. Once I put exertion and I kept trying to go, it's just going to drag out how fast I get more exerted. Yes, we're good with all that. All right. The big thing is I lost a lot of my weapons in that fight. Like, we killed a bunch of zombies. We got lucky on that hit. I did take a hit there. It just, fortunately, my leathers took it. And normally, I don't wear any type of defensive clothing at all. We're only wearing the leathers because of, like, the aesthetic. So we survived by RNG there, which is not a great way to survive. I'm curious what piece of clothing took the hit. I'm guessing it's the chest piece, because the pants already got some rips in it. Saved by the drip? Yep. You still holding up okay?
Yeah, this is the puffer jacket and it's nice.
Yeah, holding up all right. How are you?
I'm doing good. I got lucky. One of them ripped, I think, my jacket.
This puffer jacket's terrible. It looks so nice, though.
Do zombies target holes? No, it's just when they hit you, it rolls the dice and goes, okay, where did I hit? Okay, did it get blocked? Okay, if it didn't get blocked, like, what damage do I do to you? That kind of thing. Man, anything you need here, needless to say, this place ain't exactly in the greatest shape. Grab it if you can use it. Alright. Keep accidentally choosing different apples. I'm trying to eat all that stuff before it goes.
What you working on there, Allison?
I'm smashing the big flint into the little flint.
I see. That's mighty smart of you.
Yeah, because I broke a lot of knives in that fight.
Yeah, I done did my ratchet in doing that fighting. I'm gonna have to find some new weapons to go in tomorrow. Keep clearing, I reckon.
Yep, I mean, I think we would have had it, but whatever that gunshot was just brought out everything.
Yeah, sure did. Stirred up the bee's nest.
Yeah, we killed more zombies than it would take to like go over there, get into the gas station, and
How are
do
you
all
looking
that
for
stuff.
weapons, Allison?
I have quite a few, but I may need to close my eyes for a second because I see zombies wiggling around.
Oh, yeah. No, yep. That happens after a while. You get to see the old zombie wiggles.
Scary.
Move my stuff around to try and have it consolidated better. Let's see, so I've got a paring knife. I've got some scissors, those are not great. Got a hand fork, which is okay. 2 more sets of scissors, a screwdriver that's actually relatively good. Carving forks, which are pretty terrible, but they do work. Oh, a bunch of screwdrivers. That'll work perfectly. Yeah, I'm good. Four screwdrivers will be plenty for tomorrow. Yeah, and both the bedrooms are pretty terrible, so it doesn't really matter which one. It's one in the back, one in the middle there. Both have their windows gone and all that.
Don't suppose either you got a lighter, do you?
Matches in one of the drawers, I thought. Maybe? Double check.
Probably should be quite a few of them, actually. Probably the back corner there.
Why, see, yes, thank you very much.
Alright. Fill up my water bottle while we're here. Okay. Still losing weight. Once we get the refrigeration turned on, we can start focusing on just, like, smashing out a ton of fish to try and get that sorted. That should be enough, or the rabbits. And I like how, to us, it just looks like Allison is just rotating that bag in her hands, like she's stitching up a hole in it or something.
We'll have to crack out the scotch in success if we manage to pull this mission off, I reckon.
Sounds like a plan to me. Probably time to sleep pretty soon. It'll get pretty dark.
Yep, I'm ready when you guys are.
Alright, I'm turning in. I know it's not super dark yet, but it's gonna get that way. Allison won't be able to... Well, that's annoying. Oh, it's because Allison opened and closed the door and it startled my character. Alright. Okay. Alright, we can wait for Allison to get those eyes open. And then we can also check the weather, make sure there's no surprises.
Yep, sounds good.
That's fine, I think we're good. Alright, should just be a moment on the weather. Just eating the eggs one after the other. Yeah, no, we got pretty close to potentially being the first death on the server. Okay, so it wasn't the gloves. No, it was the pants. Well, we could have also... Alright, flavor text. Alright, we got a helicopter coming in.
Oh, shoot dang, you're kidding me, boss.
Nope. So the question is, how do we want to deal with this?
Well, I reckon we just split up. Whoever it chases takes it for a walk, and the other two just try and make some headway on the petrol stations, I reckon.
Alright. Hopefully it doesn't follow me, because I'm the only one who can hook up the generator.
That's true.
Knowing that guy, he's gonna be following you.
Almost
He's such
certainly.
a jerk.
Not sure what
Alright,
Drongo's
I'll head
picking.
off in a direction, and if it's not chasing me, I'll head over to the petrol.
Well, it might not show up till like 7 p.m., so it could be a while.
Oh, so we can work on the petrol station, you think, until then?
Yeah, because if it follows me, I might try and draw it south, which is certainly a bold move, but that should clear up the petrol station entirely. Like, slow down, you're faster than me.
Bold plays are sometimes the best plays. You're very brave.
As long as I don't get myself killed doing it.
Yeah, I agree. Stay safe.
Okay. Merry Xmas? Okay. I thought I wasn't interested in talking.
Which, this guy?
Yeah, no, he just kept on strolling on by.
It's like sometimes they don't even see you.
Nope. Gonna go get a Dr. Ongo real quick. He's right behind us.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I figure since he might not show up till way later tonight, we'll keep going like normal. And then, you know, when he shows up, kind of scatter.
Oh, so you heard about it on the radio. I thought you heard it, so I kind of like went off on my own little mission.
Yeah, no, I heard it on the radio.
Oh, I see.
But yeah. He can sometimes show up real late in the evening. Nope, there he is right now.
There it is, speak of the devil.
So figure keep going left. And I'm gonna probably go south, see if he follows me.
Right, I'll go left into the woods.
Okay. Alright, okay. So basically, we're trying to split up right now. I think he's on me. Which is the worst case scenario, because if he is on me, then, I mean, it's okay, well, it's good and bad. I'm probably the most capable player of staying alive during it, but at the same time, I'm the only one who can hook up the generator, so I'm the only one who can't go to the gas station right now. Oh, these woods are a bad time. These woods are a bad time. I can't do anything to help Drongo. He's gotta manage, because unfortunately I'll be trying to drag in behind where he's leaving him, and that's just gonna put me in too much danger. If I have the helicopter as well, I'm just gonna make his situation worse. Yeah, when I meant left, I actually meant this way. I didn't mean to send him into the woods. I'm thinking he understood what I meant and decided to do the woods anyways. Because my intention was to go into the woods myself. Oh, they're switching direction. Okay, that's the first pass. That's definitely not to Allison. That's the pass. Now the question is, when it comes back, Drongo is south, I'm west, and I think Allison is either north or east. I've lost track of her. I really hope there's like a field on the other side there. I think there is. So I think if Drongo manages to cut through that like first line of trees, I think there is a farm just south of there, which will give Drongo plenty of room to maneuver. Bob is dead. I don't know if Bob was Drongo, Bob is Allison, or Bob is some random animal. Oh, we're not done yet. Because that was not looking great for Drongo in those trees. Did Drongo die, by the way? Because Drongo should be live. He's sitting spinning with nothing nearby. It looks like the helicopter's targeting me. Because you can actually tell the helicopter will be quieter depending on who it's following. So it looks like the first two laps are on me, which again is the only one who has to get to the gas station. That's the reason you saw me when I didn't hear the helicopter start circling around. I was going to see if I could sneak back in and get the connection. But yeah, no, good on Drongo. Like I said, I'm willing to bet he probably got to that farm I mentioned and probably ditched him. They probably did a good job of like losing him in the trees. I have certainly cut through trees many times in my past doing the helicopter. It is not something I'm a fan of. It's definitely one of those ones where when you get that many in the trees, like, this is an easy way to die. You saw me doing it. That was, like, my deliberate intention. But when Drongo was there, I'm like, no, I'm gonna effectively be in Drongo's wake of zombies and just getting ruined. Yeah, no, I'm willing to bet me and him are close enough still that we're shuffling the zombies around. That's not surprising. The helicopter's got a ridiculous range. It might actually be on him. It's hard to tell. Like, it's more noticeable, like, if I'm here, someone's at the mall. You can check the map for him. Not right now. Because it looks like enough zombies got pulled south, I might be able to make this happen. Yeah, no, when they kept turning that way, I think you're right. So I'm going to try and capitalize on this. I still got to be careful, there's a lot of mobility in the zombies. But I think I might be able to make the generator happen. Yeah, I think the first one was probably me, and I think this one might be Drongo. It's hard to tell. It's not Allison. Because I'm pretty sure Allison is east or north, and it shouldn't be that loud if she's like a cell away by now. Unless, you know, she doubled back to also try and clear. Oh, well. Well, Drongo died. That time Drongo did die. Is it permanent? No, he can come back, but he will have lost his XP because, again, mods aren't working right now. Oh, did he, like, duck into a closet or something? Or, I mean, not a closet. That's pretty spicy. Ah, okay, so he had a line of sight thing and just slapped into a horde. Yeah, no, that gets you. The good news is we did do the thing we talked about, pulling the zombies away. I'm seeing like a couple scatter was a rally group here and there. I could probably get the gas. I don't think I'll be able to carry all the gas out of here, but if I can get Aw, come on. I might be able to make this work if I sneak behind that zombie, wait for these ones to pass. I do wonder if he's going to jump right back in, or if he's going to swap up what he's doing. Cool, cool. This is a little dangerous, by the way. When I turn this thing on, it makes a lot of noise. Alright, so I have to fight these two. There's no getting around that. Tried to paste a clip. It's appreciated. Unfortunately, I do have the clip links disabled. What I can do is, like, when we're not in it, one of the mods can post the clip if any of the mods are available. You can DM it to them. All right. Oh, we got another one. Because what'll happen is shortly after this helicopter goes by, the zombies will start to settle and spread back out. And there's a real good chance we get bullied off of this after that. Oh, come on. Aw, come on. I literally just gotta... Yeah, no, that's no problem. Thank you, Burden Son. We got VIPs could also do it. All right. I got it connected, I got it gassed, and it's just about to turn it on. I can certainly make this work. Okay, so what we're gonna try and do is we're gonna hope we got enough zombies away. We lose them line of sight there. Second line of sight here. So they shouldn't be able to see me. Gonna just check over here. Nothing on this side of the pump. Generator, turn it on. Oh, you're so loud. Okay, there might be one or two on that generator, because it is loud. Oh, go away. I got two full cans there.
Well, howdy there, stranger. My name's Grandpappy Drongo.
Hey, Grandpappy. I don't see where you disappeared to, but hey.
I'm currently being accosted by some youths.
Gotcha. There's two fuel cans down here by these pumps, whatever you get away.
You'll have to speak up, Sonny Jim. I'm a little bit hard of hearing.
Well, that's concerning. Unequip. Oh, good. I've animation canceled, and I'm now stuck holding the gas can. Be fast. Okay, cool. We were able to escape being stuck with the trash can. Probably good to get out of here.
Oh, shoot dang, it sure is.
I'll probably run back, just turn off the generator, but it's going to be a run in, grab and go kind of thing. So best just to not hang out for it.
I don't know. I hear you, youngin'.
Because that's the other thing, is I want to make sure to turn off that generator so it doesn't burn out all the gas that's in there. No. Stay on me. Okay, generator's off. Oh man, those are 11. Start eating. Because I want it all. Oh, so you're terrible. Drop these in the ground. Okay, almost got it to the point I could grab the last one. Should I grab the last one? No. No, I should not. Oh, you move way too slow. I only need to drop 0.4 more. That's a car going. Someone got a car. Allison managed to snag a car. Sorry, I'm trying to grab the gas can. I'll catch up in a minute. I should have been able to grab it. It's 11, right? Got it. Got it. Generator's off. Gas is retrieved. Alright, good to go. I got 3 full cans of gas and the generator is off.
Beauty.
I see you scored a pair of wheels. Set of wheels?
Yeah. Where's Dr. Ongo?
He did not make it.
No?
Nope. No, I said go left. And I meant like down the road. He thought I meant through the woods. And he got caught. Yeah, it's a pair of wheels. But I did see an old man drongo running around.
Oh. Should we try to collect him?
I have no idea where he is. Oh, I think he's back in the main drag. We can try. I don't know if we're going back the road we came, and the other way is a forest.
Why don't we leave the car up ahead and then leave our stuff here, and then we can go get him.
Yeah, we can potentially just like park the car up and go retrieve. Oh, I need to drop these. Hang on, this is not something I thought. It's fine.
I also found a lot of beautiful things at the bookstore that was empty. Careful.
Yep, no, I'm pushing my luck trying to get stuff in there. Okay. I think I got all the gas cans off me. I only see 2, but I grabbed 3. Oh, I got another one in my satchel. Okay. On the bright side, Drongo now has a nightstick. On the bad side, Drongo no longer has any combat skills because, you know, people do lose their XP. To be fair, I would have been the first to die. Oh, was that her weapon breaking? That was weird. Yeah, to be fair, I would have been the first one to die if I hadn't been saved by... I'm not even sure it was my vest. I think it might have been saved by thick skin, which I take as a meme because the chances it saves you are, like, negligible. Yeah, I think Old Man Drongo is at the house.
The house? Like, oh, the forward one, right?
Yeah. I figure we run over there and then deal with the zombies. I put that leather vest on and instantly overheat.
There seems to be quite a bit.
Hey, holding up, Grandpappy.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just a little bit tired, but it's past my bedtime anyway. Got a little hairy back there, huh?
It did.
Now, I don't suppose you've seen my grandson around. His name's Richard Hardwood. He's a park ranger around these here parts.
I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure I have that ID on the table now. I'm pretty sure I have the ID on the table for a Richard Hardwood.
Did you end up finding him over there or no?
Nope, no luck. Unfortunately, I was just getting a drink. So what are you good folks doing now? What's your plan?
So Allison managed to score some books in a car from town while everything was getting messy. So we're gonna go over to
Nice.
we had a friend, Dr. Ongo. We're probably gonna bring that over that way.
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
I need water as well. Okay.
The doctor seemed to walk off in a direction with the horde, so hopefully he's doing okay.
Oh, so you've come across him then?
Oh? Yeah. Sort of, I guess. He didn't
Well,
introduce
hopefully
us
I'll
with his
see him
first
soon
name.
then. Sans the horde.
Okay. probably gonna have to go inside and try and rest soon, which is mildly concerning with all the zombies around.
Yeah, there does seem to be no shortage of company around here at the moment.
What if we drive back?
We can drive back if we hurry. It's about to get dark real fast.
Let's just run there then.
Okay.
All right, I'll follow you guys. Lead the way. I haven't run this fast since 19-2 in the Great Running.
Because for me, it's gonna get pitch black very soon.
At least it's a really good car. Headlights are fresh.
Floor it.
We're all here?
See you later, suckers.
Alright.
Oh, it's so tempting.
I'm starting to feel a little queasy back here. Just try and keep it nice and smooth, okay?
Oh no! He took motion sickness.
Thanks very much.
If he took motion sickness, it is a rough trait. I've seen a few people running it, and you get full on, like, nauseous just driving the car. That was our turn. On the plus side, we also got the generator hooked up and got all three of the gas cans.
That's great news. Good job.
Yeah, no, seems like the helicopter followed me around for a little while and then decided that our friend was the one that wanted to follow.
Yeah, I'm sure Richard would be real proud of you guys.
I wonder how utterly cursed this is from Drongo's thing. Because Drongo's going to have some rough ping compared to us, and cars were always the thing that got real...
Oh, ain't this a quaint little place?
Real rough.
Do you need the headlights?
I'm pretty good.
not.
My eyes are sharp as a tack.
Like, it's dark, but I can find my way to the bed. Alright. Yeah, so pretty soon I'll probably need to wrap up. It's late for me. But also been having a really good time. The downside is if Drongo died in the middle of the woods, that's going to be a hard body to recover. If he decides he's going to go for it, I might tag along long enough to try and help
for
him.
For some reason, I'm a little scared because of the drive. Hopefully I calm down soon.
No problem. Did we want to try and see if we could find Richard tomorrow?
Well, I don't know. I'd like to find him, but it's not the... I'm sure he'll turn up. I have full faith.
Gotcha, because I know he had a lot of stuff with him and all that. That's probably useful here.
I don't know. He was never the type to pack that much useful stuff.
Gotcha. No problem.
Still, if we manage to find him, we can give him a proper burial.
What?
I was gonna say, at no
Why
point
would
did
bury somebody alive?
at no point did Grandpappy Drongo acknowledge that he was dead. Because like in character, we wouldn't know that Drongo or
I think we've seen him going into the distance. A helicopter man chased him down.
yeah. Well, I mean, a big part of it is I'm actually getting to collab with like Drongo and Allison and people. They don't get that opportunity very often. So that's a big part of why I'm going long. Because like I also think that
Not many people live through Helicopter Man.
Oh man, that doesn't make me feel real good.
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Yeah, it's true. You're right. You're right.
yeah, I think low key Drongo was like, yeah, I ditched all my important stuff back home. Like he would have lost his duffel bag, but we got several of those now. I'm the only one of the fancy backpack. Because I got a little bit lucky with one of the loot pinata zombie. Well, it wasn't even a loot pinata zombie. It was just like a zombie with a hiking bag. Usually the loot pinata zombies will have books and all sorts of junk in their bags. Yeah, those can stay in there. How's my way looking? It's looking bad. It's looking real bad.
All right. Well, what's the plan now for you folks?
I think I'm getting a little tired. I might take a nap today. Maybe
Yeah, fair enough.
maybe come back tomorrow.
That seems good. I'm probably going to maybe bolster our fishing supplies and maybe craft some weapons and such. What is your plan? Do you want to be part of the community?
Yeah, I guess so. It seems like a real nice spot you got here. Maybe we could get this generator out back running, you know?
Seems like a good plan.
Yeah, I did connect it. I was like, I connected that, right? And I dropped all the gas in the trunk of the car, so they've got the gas. So they're good. All right, so with that said, thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to go and raid over to probably Drongo here in just a minute. But in the meantime, if you have enjoyed the content tonight and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host ready over there. But don't forget to like and subscribe. But thank you for tuning in. But with that said, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we're going to go say hi to Drongo. And thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream.